This is episode 20 of the SOC Level 2 pathway of TryHackMe, and in this episode we are going to begin the threat hunting module, and of course it's going to be the introduction to threat hunting. Our goal for today is to understand threat hunting as it relates to incident response, the overall threat hunting mindset, and any specific goals that it achieves or strives to achieve. The objectives are to understand what it actually is, discuss the roles that it plays in helping secure the organization, in contrast to incident response, and we're going to explore different hunting goals and discuss how they develop the organization's security posture. Hopefully by the end of this, you'll understand what the baseline idea and what to look for, how to look for these things, and when to decide to move on from your investigation. We're also going to look at the intelligence-driven approach to threat hunting, and among others, if it's not the best way to move forward. So the prerequisites for this are the tactical detection room, preparation room for incident response, introduction to cyber threat intelligence for SOC, Open CTI, MISP, and MITRE. And for the most part, I do believe that I have done videos on all of these pieces, so except the preparation phase of incident response. Let's see what else. The intro to cyber threat intelligence for sure, threat intelligence for SOC for sure, Open CTI and MISP. All of these things I have done videos for. So if you have not seen them, or if you don't exactly know what they are, feel free to go search through the channel and you'll be able to find that information. So that being said, let's actually dive into the core concept of threat hunting. Okay, threat hunting is the approach to finding cybersecurity threats where there's an active effort to look for signs of malicious activity. In the most basic form, that's the definition. However, in order for us to really understand what's going on and exactly what the actual role is in the organization, we have to compare it to incident response. So as you can imagine, threat hunting, just by the phrase, by the way that it's named, it seems offensive. It seems like an active approach to the concept versus incident response is a responsive approach. It's a reactive approach. And it literally says it in the very first line. Incident response is innately reactive. The action or response is triggered by anything that happens, like an alert or something that's going on, and then you got to try to investigate and triage and analyze and do whatever you can to try to figure out what just happened. And we can talk about this in the incident response videos. There are multiple incident response videos, maybe not the preparation video itself, but there are multiple incident response videos on the channel. Threat hunting is proactive, as the name implies. So there is no actual trigger. It's more so you are going after potential threats that could occur in the organization, and that guides what your security posture might be. And so this is where pen testing comes into play. This is where ethical hacking comes into play. And the contrast is really pretty much displayed here. So reactive is all of these things that go on inside of incident response. Proactive is what happens over here. And you're actively searching for the suspicious events that become incidents. You're guided by threat intelligence, and there might be a threat that we don't know yet, so we got to keep hunting for it. In incident response, there's a threat that needs to be dealt with right now. So you are fully aware of the threat in incident response. In threat hunting, you're literally looking for, trying to find different various threats that might possibly exist. Threat hunting is usually done when there's already an established incident response process, as well as detection stuff in place, but there might be a gap, and they think that the incidents aren't being detected early enough. So if there are advanced threats happening or zero-day threats happening, there needs to be a really good potential security posture that's in place. And even a well-made red team exercise, which is all offensive security and pen testing, any of those things will always exist, and it will show ways that you can go through the organization undetected. So threat hunting bridges that gap, and it's always looking for ways to add and improve the current detection mechanisms so that anything in the future that could be bad behavior will automatically be detected immediately, so that the detected threats go to the incident response team immediately, and the trigger for mobilizing those threats are findings from the actual hunt and anything else after the fact, and it can lead the team to further find bad behavior. So it's a cycle, it's a cyclical process, as you can probably imagine. So this is the threat intelligence creation, it's fed by incident response, and it goes into the threat hunt, and then there's continuous monitoring that feeds the incident response process, and detection via hunting also feeds the incident response process. So it's this multiple feeds going into the incident response process that will create more threat intelligence that again enables the better threat hunting to take place, and so on and so forth. So it's a very big cyclical approach. As you probably have already noticed with everything in cybersecurity, it never stops. It's always running, and there's always more detection and monitoring happening that feeds more intelligence into the system, and that makes the system stronger. So updated intelligence is a big key about this whole thing, and you can find updated intelligence from MITRE or from the MISP or these variety of different organizations that their entire job is to update threat intelligence as threat happens. And you can either gather your intel from there, or you can gather your intel from your own incident response team and your own security teams that have been in the game long enough that they kind of know what happens within your company, and they have a lot of updated information as well. So in a perfect world, your team would also update those open source databases so that everybody in the world has access to the most recent attacks that are taking place, so that security engineers and security analysts from all over the world feed into the intelligence cycle, and they help your company as well as their own companies get better at responding to threats and detecting threats. So our first few questions here are, what do you call the approach to finding cybersecurity threats where there's an active effort done to look for signs of malicious activity? And that would be threat hunting. Then we have, what are we contrasting threat hunting with? And that would be incident response. It's reactive. Incident response is innately reactive. What is done first thing when an initial notification or alert is received? I believe that's triage. I see. So it's triaged. So it's the past tense. It is triaged. Threat hunting is innately proactive. What is it guided by? And that would be threat intelligence. And threat hunting and incident response are two different approaches that aim to ensure one specific goal is met. It is to strengthen the organization's security posture. And just like that, we have our first set of answers. So let's move on to our next piece right here, which is the threat hunting mindset. Just like everything else in cybersecurity, your mindset when it comes down to threat hunting is pretty much everything. You can have all of the best cutting edge equipment and software and technology in the world, but if your people are weak, then your infrastructure is innately going to be weak. People are the most sensitive link in the chain when it comes down to security in general. So it applies to every part of security, and that is literally the same thing for the hunt itself. So the basis for a hunt leads compromised of accurate pieces of information, such as known relevant malware and trusted threat intelligence. Through those leads, we give threat hunters better chances of achieving amazing things, from easy wins like finding malicious binaries to more complex hunting like finding patterns of activity of certain groups that target the organization similar to yours or the industry that you're in. Threat intelligence, as the name implies, is intelligence about threats, and it's fed from a variety of different sources, including your own company as well. So understanding what you're going to be dealing with is akin to knowing how they might behave within the environment, possibly allowing us to narrow down the search to specific sweet spots, such as specific pieces of data, or even knowing which groups or advanced persistent threats might be particularly interested in targeting you. Then there's unique threat intelligence that is developed internally, and it's very valuable because it applies to your company directly. It applies to your infrastructure directly. So not a lot of organizations have that kind of intrusion experience that would allow them to study and develop usable intelligence, and even fewer have the capability of developing it internally. So intelligence of this kind may have the characteristic of being ultimately unique to your organization. IOCs are very, very big, and we did a good analysis and deep dive on IOCs when we were creating Sigma rules in a few videos prior to this particular video. So go check those out. IOCs are indicators of compromise that essentially are indicators that compromise has taken place. The name is very descriptive of what it actually is. And if they are documented on previous intrusions, they would be the most obvious and straightforward example for this. So they immediately give value not only to your threat hunters, but also to the detection mechanism, because they're the actual traces of the adversary. It's the actual footprint of what just happened. And the reintrusions of that specific adversary should be easier to spot if you know what the IOCs are, and you can create Sigma rules and a variety of different applications or software or just threat detection mechanisms to make those things easier to spot. So you also have threat intelligence feeds, because most companies aren't able to create their own stuff internally, so they rely on external feeds. And not everybody obviously has that experience to create those things. So to be able to get the IOCs of your adversaries from different companies is very, very valuable, which is why MITRE is a big deal and MISP is a big deal, and really any NIST, and there's so many different organizations, ISO, that just help you find these things. Lockheed Martin, there's so many of them. As I think about it, I can probably keep thinking about more. So there's a lot of different threat intelligence producers, as they're called, and you would be a threat intelligence consumer until you are capable enough to produce your own threat intelligence internally and eventually distribute it to the public so that they have access to it as well. So it's very important for you to learn from threat intelligence feeds and from the various producers, and they are both publicly available, and there are some that you can actually purchase because they may be, higher end and they may be more specialized. MISP is a really big one. It's an open source threat intelligence. MITRE is another big one. So those are both open source. And if you are in this world, you should be using them very, very regularly. The paid resources are the Recorded Future, ReliaQuest. Those are just a couple of examples of this. They're not cheap, as you can imagine. Because it would be, it's mainly for like really large companies that have a lot of resources that really need specialized threat intelligence. So it's not going to be cheap to be able to get a membership to those things, and it's not going to apply to most of the people that are watching this video, because just from what I know about our community, most of the people watching this are doing it for themselves and they're trying to begin their career in cybersecurity. So most likely it's not going to be you that's going to do it, but maybe your company might pay for it, depending on how big your company is and how important it is for them to have a good cybersecurity posture. So the general hunting guide could be the unique threat intelligence or threat intelligence feeds. Examples could be the indicators of compromise that would be unique. Intelligence feeds could be Recorded Future, MISP, MITRE, Digital Shadows, etc. So what's the most obvious and straightforward example of a unique threat intelligence? And that would be indicators of compromise. All right. There we go. So let's move on to the threat hunting process. Real quick, before we move on to the next task, I wanted to tell you about the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community, which is going to be the premier membership community for security professionals and hackers. And as a member of this community, you get a lot of perks like Python automations and direct access to me, members only content, downloads, the Discord chat, discount on merch. There's a lot of great stuff that comes as a part of being a member. And of course, it's a very, very exclusive group of people that actually help each other. And the Discord chat is actually very live, and people really do like getting their minds combined on these tasks and, doing bug bounties together and a lot of great stuff. So I'm not going to take too much time out of the video to give this to you, but I definitely do encourage that you go check this out. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised by what goes on inside of Hackaholics Anonymous, and I would love to see you in our membership chats and in our membership community. All right, let's move on to the rest of the video. Okay, so what do we hunt for? The answer to this is very important. It basically dictates the direction. It tells you which way you're supposed to go and where your focus is going to be. The discussion about this specific example that we're about to go over, it goes over the overall concept of threat intelligence that's discussed, that we just discussed. But you need to kind of highlight this one as well as anything else that would fall into this specific conversation, because the use cases are very different. And what we're going to go over, obviously, is the introduction, and it doesn't cover everything. So it's just an example. And to be able to get really good at this, because this is a little bit more focused on the offensive security, and I do know that there are a lot of people who are interested in offensive security, red teaming, all that stuff. So to be able to get really good at this, you gotta really make friends with all of these various threat hunting feeds and these different resources, so that you can actually understand more than just, malware and the potential IOCs that we're going to talk about in this video today. So known malware samples are all over the internet, and a lot of them are publicly available and have the published analyses that go alongside them. One example would be to take a closer look at your company, identify the relevant threat actors that might take an interest in you, and then hunt for the traces of the malware that they use in their toolkits within your organization. So you look at your company, you look at the industry that you're in, identify what potential threat actors might be interested in attacking you, and there's more likely a case that has been handled previously, and then you can use the traces from that to try to find what might be interested in attacking you and what the malware would be. So instead of trying to look at general examples, we can actually try to find something specific if we just know what it is about your company or about your case, or I don't know, something that you're thinking about that you would go and try to find for it. A really good repository is the Zoo, where you can play with live malware and gain insights into how they actually work with the published reports that are associated with them, and the Trend Micro Threat Encyclopedia is another really big one. These are just powerful tools. So the Zoo is a GitHub repository, obviously, that just has a lot of stuff in it that you can play with, and go to the malware folder, and inside of the malware folder you have the binaries and you have the source code, and then the threat encyclopedia, is by the Trend Micro website, and you can search through this, or you can click around and try to find things. And again, this is a giant world. Like, cybersecurity is so massive that everything inside of it has subcategories, and you can just get lost down the rabbit hole. So this is specific to, it is technically in the SOC level 2 pathway, but this falls more under the offensive security approach to cybersecurity. So attack residues are a very interesting concept to think about, because an attack always leaves some kind of residue, which is probably the best word for it, like a breadcrumb. So you know that something happened. To check for those residues is a really big part of threat hunting. So knowing the environment well enough to be able to separate attack residues from normal behavior, which is your baseline, that is a big deal. And just getting your feet wet by going through the various repositories that we talked about and the websites, just so you can understand what the residues might be to keep an eye out for. And then when you work for a company, they teach you what their baselines look like and what would be abnormal or anomalous behavior. A lot of attack residues blend well with the normal noise, and pairing that with a more advanced adversary who knows how to clean up after themselves, which is really bad, or maybe even worse, they know how to employ tactics that are so stealthy from the get-go that you just get lost in trying to find things, and it no longer becomes straightforward. It's not as simple as you think it might be. So it's a good way to cover your bases, to just go through everything that we've discussed so far, but you only need to catch them making a mistake once, because once you do, then you can try to track their behavior and really start putting blocks in place and various infrastructure pieces that would prevent it from happening again. They have to constantly be better in their movements, because if they get caught, they have to change their approach, because their old approach most likely is not going to work anymore, because now there's going to be something inside of our Sigma rules and inside of our threat hunting and our IPS and IDS. All of our stuff is going to be updated, so that they have to constantly change their ways to try to get better. So known vulnerabilities of products and applications are, again, disclosed all over the place, and for every single product and application and version of those products and applications, there's known vulnerabilities that are already distributed online that you can go find. Threat actors are obviously very creative in trying to find those vulnerabilities, and once they do, the known vulnerabilities would be actively hunted for and patched once anybody finds them or catches them. So there's something called the 0 day, which nobody has ever detected before, and it's the first time that people are noticing it. But then everything that is not a 0 day, there's probably something that already exists online that you can try to find information for, and then you update your systems and just get better at detecting these people. So the organization should be extra vigilant for announcements of 0 day vulnerabilities, and that those things could be affecting the assets that you have. You should be running immediate checks on the current version that you're running if it's already vulnerable, and if there are traces of the vulnerability being exploited, as long as the historical data may allow. These hunts are a great way to retroactively check the exploitation of vulnerable assets, while also ensuring that the assets of the organization are all patched up and up to date with the current security standards. So the general hunting guide would be the known relevant malware. Examples are the zoo, threat encyclopedia. Attack residues would be the indicators of the attack, indicators of compromise. Known vulnerabilities would be anything that would be 0 day, which is not really known because it's 0 day. So there has been 0 days that people have been aware of it. That's essentially what that means. Common vulnerabilities and exposures, however, is a really large database of known vulnerabilities, and you can track by, versions of softwares or versions of operating systems, so on and so forth. So this is all general discussion, obviously, so just keep that portion in mind. So how do we hunt for these things? The reviewing of the information factors and a lot of other elements for the consideration will lead you to understand the target of your hunt. And now that you know what you're hunting for, the next question is, how do you hunt for it? And we're not going to touch on actual hunting theories because we're going to be doing a lot of exercises as we go through this. But we will focus on the driving force that the theories and techniques are based on. So attack signatures and indicators of compromise are two big things. So upon identifying the subject of the hunt, it's imperative that we ensure that we characterize them into specific and actionable identifiers by which we will immediately recognize. This is done most effectively via attack signatures and IOCs. Sorry about the dog barking in the background. By condensing the what's of the hunt down to attack signatures and IOCs, we suddenly have a set of information that we can immediately compare to the available historical data, and it makes it easier to find objects of interest like relevant malware, attack residues, and even exploitation of vulnerabilities. You do need to know the environment, right? And you do need to know the baselines and the behaviors inside of your environment, and obviously what the logs would look like when something has been exploited. So what the logs would look like normally versus what the logs would look like when something's been exploited. There are logical queries, and hunting can be done via logical queries, which essentially means characterizing vulnerable assets through specified actionable identifiers like the application version will allow you to craft queries that filter for these identifiers. So SQL queries are a version of a query. So a search query that you put into Google is another version of a query. So when you know what you're looking for, you can create specific queries that will search for the identifiers of these IOCs or the indicators of attack. So it gives you low-hanging fruits for easy picking, and it makes the organization's security posture much stronger as a result. The patterns of the activity are a really big one. So the MITRE attack matrix is one of these things that goes into the pattern of the activity. And this is what the MITRE attack matrix look like. So they're not specific attacks, right? These are patterns of attack. So for example, if we just went to execution, and if you pay attention to it, a lot of these things match with what goes on in the attack framework that's developed by Lockheed Martin. And if we just click on privilege escalation, for example, it'll bring us all the various techniques under privilege escalation. And if we click on one of these techniques, it'll bring us all of the various names of the procedures and the IDs associated with them and the names of the companies, or not even companies, the advanced persistent threat groups, the APT groups that have done this. So like Bad Rabbit, for example, is a group that has done this. and then you have a specific malware that's been developed, so ransomware especially, that's been developed to affect the Ukrainian transportation sector in 2017. And then you have the techniques that were used to actually run this thing, and then drive-by compromise is another one. And so the more you click on this, the deeper it goes and the more information is revealed by it, and the various mitigations that you can take and the various detections that you can take. So this specific threat framework right here, this map that you see right here, the matrix, is not specific to the technique. This is the activity and the overall patterns that these people take to run their attacks. And then once you understand their patterns, you can detect their tactics and techniques and procedures much easier. All right, so here are our questions. So we have malwares are constantly being used in the toolkits of threat actors. What is the live malware repository that we touched upon above? That would be the zoo. Very good. Knowing what is normal in your environment and separating them from what's not is a skill that all threat hunters should have. What examples of threat intelligence blends well with environmental noise? That would be attack residues, I believe. Okay, excellent. And then we have threat actors are quite creative in finding vulnerabilities and misconfigurations. What should the organization be extra vigilant in monitoring for announcements of? I want to say that's 0-day vulnerabilities. Okay, great. So characterization of the subject of the hunt into specific and actionable identifiers is imperative for the hunt's success. How is it done most effectively? That would be attack signatures and IOCs. Yeah, okay, cool. Very good. All right, making progress, making progress. And let's see. Moving on to the next one, which is a practical application. All right, we are going to use the MITRE Attack Navigator, which I think is this thing, right? Let me see. No, it's not. It's actually a different piece of the MITRE framework. I love this place, honestly. The Attack Navigator is a tool designed to make it easier to visualize your defensive coverage, your red-blue team planning, and the frequency of detected techniques. It allows you to choose the specific attack techniques, but it also gives you an idea of how the attack flows and how it should be a visually appealing way to detect it. Which is what we just did. The landing page looks like this. So let's proceed by create a new layer and go to Enterprise, and it'll take us to the navigation. So there we go, and then Enterprise. There we go. I love this place. I think we did a video on this actually when we were reviewing the MITRE framework. Select the magnifier glass under selection controls and then type WannaCry, which we already did, or we did a video on WannaCry. So WannaCry is actually a very famous attack that has happened. The software part of the results should show one result. Click on the select button beside the result. Yeah, I recognize this a lot. So I think I'm pretty sure we did this. Okay, so first what we're going to do is we're going to click on selection controls and then type WannaCry. So we're going to go selection controls and then right here, and then we're going to do WannaCry, right? Did I do that right? Oh, it's one word, WannaCry. Okay, there we go. So we got WannaCry, and what are we supposed to do here? Software, WannaCry, select, deselect all. So let's go to software, WannaCry, select all, and there we go. So notice how as soon as we did it and we highlight over it, it updates everything onto the screen, and you can see all the pieces that apply to it, all the various attack patterns that apply to it. So we're going to select it, and I think I've selected it, so that should be fine. It should show something like this. Yes, it does show something like that. So to better visualize the selection, we're going to select the background color under technique controls. It'll immediately fill the selected techniques with the color of the choice, and would also set an arbitrary score of 1 for this layer. So let's see. Let's go to, okay, so there we go. It's right here. So we go under technique controls and we click on the background color, and I just selected red because it's a very, very obvious color. And the next piece is the arbitrary score of 1 for this layer. The control for this beside the background color is still under the technique controls. So the scoring, and we're going to do 1. There we go. That should be good, I think, right? And finally, we can set a name for this layer by editing the layer information, other layer controls. It should look something like this. So, all right, so under layer controls, I just clicked on layer settings and it opened up the piece where I can change the name, and it was originally just layer, and I just changed it to WannaCry. And then when we roll over any of these, we can see that the score has updated, and it just shows the name of the specific technique or the various approach. So now in the same navigator, repeat all the steps for 2 more threats: Stuxnet, which is what happened against Iran's nuclear program, and Configure, which I'm not aware of. You can do this by simply clicking the plus button on top of the page and then repeating the same process. This time set a score of 2 for Stuxnet and 4 for Configure. We'll stitch all these layers together. We'll know exactly which threats employ. And once you've repeated the steps for the above, let's proceed by clicking the plus button and create layer from other layers. Choose Enterprise Attack v14 under Domain, Okay, so first I'm going to do the Stuxnet and Configure, and then from there we will do the other piece where we merge all the layers together. So let me go do that real quick. Okay, cool. So I got WannaCry at the top, Stuxnet, and Configure. And now what we're going to do is we're going to merge. So we're going to click on the plus button, create layer from other layers, Enterprise Attack v14, and then put A plus B plus C on the score expression. Let's skip all the other settings and hit create. So let's see, we're going to go here. We're going to do this, create layer from all the other layers. Okay, so after after a lot of trial and error, I found out that you don't want to be on v14. You actually want to be on v15, because on v14 these things don't even show up, and it doesn't give you the create layer button. It doesn't allow any of these things to happen. So v15 is the most recent, and if we looked at this right here, they actually have v13 over here, and they tell us to use v14. But the reality is that you want to be the most recent version of Enterprise, which is v15. After that, there's nothing else that is available for you to choose. And so when you actually do that, it immediately shows, and I'm just going to show you. So I clicked v14, and then you notice that those things went away, and no matter what I put over here, the create layer doesn't present itself. But as soon as I go to v15, those things are available, and you can put your expression there, and then now we can do create layer. And now that we do that, we actually have all of our layers combined, obviously, and we can see everything according to their color coding, and we go over it. It gives you, if it says score of 2, we can say that this is Stuxnet. Score 6 means that it combines a few of them together, so probably Stuxnet and what is it called? The Configure and Stuxnet, for example. This would just be Stuxnet. That would just be Stuxnet. This would be probably Stuxnet combined with WannaCry, so on and so forth. So now that we have all of these things together, now we can go and try to answer the remaining questions. So some notes on the color coding of the combination. The different colors are set to be able to immediately see which common tactics or techniques these threat actors share. A deep red means that it's common to all of them, while the lighter colors means it's either one or any combination of the threat actors. The scores are arbitrary, and you can set them in terms of relevance to your organization or just random if you want to play around with it. Questions would be related to this at the navigator layer. So these tools and resources at hand would allow for a more straightforward approach to identifying patterns of activity. Once we are satisfied with the way that we've characterized the relevant threats that we wanted to focus on, we can then start hunting. This intelligence-driven approach of characterizing threat actor behavior through their TTPs is one, if not the best way to go about hunting. It immediately gives value to the hunt, and it's sensible, straightforward, and actionable. MITRE has done a lot, not only within the cybersecurity sphere, but it also So that's whatever. So when do we decide to move on? The single biggest challenge in threat hunting is knowing when to decide to move on. And when will you know that you're done with it? The capture the flag analogy. So in CTFs, you immediately know before you even start that by the end of it, if you do everything right, there is going to be a flag waiting for you. If you're not able to get the answer, that just means that you need to study more and further improve, so the next time you tackle a similar problem, you'll have more chances of capturing that flag. That's not necessarily the case for threat hunting. It's completely possible and even more probable than not that you do everything right and not find anything. So it'll be normal to feel inadequate. There's always going to be internal doubt when hunting for threats, but as long as you follow your processes, especially within a hunting plan that's intelligence driven, you should be fine. So which tactic has the most techniques highlighted? So let's look at that real quick. So these are our tactics at the top, and we want to see which one has the most techniques highlighted. So let me just, so this one has 3, that one has 2. It seems like discovery by far has the most techniques highlighted. So discovery would be our answer. Then it says, which technique does the 3 threats have in common? So which technique does the 3 threats have in common? I see. Okay, so basically after going through like all of the color codings, what we can see here is that when you scroll over one, if it has a score of 7, it means that all 3 of those techniques are actually over here. So it could either be lateral movement, or it could be exploitation of remote services. That could be it. That's the only thing that I found that actually has a score of 7. Nothing else has a score of 7. We have 6, we have 4, 2, the red is actually 1, etc. So there's nothing that has a score of 7 with the exception of this piece, exploitation of remote services or lateral movement. So let's see. I think it's exploitation of remote services. That's the technique. Perfect. What technique does WannaCry and Configure have in common? So WannaCry and Configure, let's see what they have in common. Okay, so we know from our scoring system that WannaCry was 1 and Configure was 4. And the only thing that has a score of 5 is the inhibit system recovery. So I'm going to say that that is the answer. And it is great. So what's the score of the techniques that Stuxnet, Configure have in common? The score of the techniques that Stuxnet and Configure have in common, that would be 5. What? Oh, I'm sorry. Stuxnet and Configure is 2 and 4, so that would be 6. Okay, there we go. All right, we got it. That is the answer to our practical examination that we just went right here with MITRE. This is actually very useful. I hope you guys actually use it as well. Okay, so let's go over the goals and then we'll wrap this up. So far, we've talked about the threat hunting concept and what you're going to be doing. And now we're going to be talking about the whys. And I usually lead with why, but they kind of took a reverse approach here. The proactive approach to finding the bad. Threats are one of the constants in our world in security. There's never going to be a shortage of malicious actors, from script kiddies that copy everybody else's scripts to well-funded advanced persistent threats. There's always going to be someone snooping around in the environment, and with that in mind, it's imperative that you can find them first and fast, and ideally before they're able to do what they set out to do. So this is fine, I'll do it myself is the first piece that we got here, and then he snaps his fingers and something happens, I guess, and they find him. So discovering the pre-existing bad, so through complex and sophisticated attack chains, chance or maybe even luck, it's reality that some activities of these people may slip through the detection mechanism. And in that sense, similar activities are essentially undetectable, but they're not invisible. And it's that detection mechanisms that haven't been developed to automatically flag those activities. So it's through threat hunting that we were able to find them, and upon such discovery, it'll be consequently and probably immediately, it'll trigger an incident response, and these learnings will ultimately be fed back to the continuous monitoring process of the SOC, meaning the Security Operations Center. And they're going to be notified, and there's going to be a whole team of people that are going to be looking out for it. So the dwell time of attackers is what needs to be minimized. Free pass is one of the things that's a byproduct of undetected activity, and then they get to snoop around within their environment. And the longer that they're around, the more opportunities they have to further learn about what's going on inside your environment. So with a deep understanding of that, the attacker may execute more sophisticated ways of persisting within your environment, causing bigger damage to your assets or the information, and maybe even stealing data. So the primary goal here is to minimize their dwell time, meaning the amount of time that they're actually in your systems. And security is the business of ensuring confidentiality, integrity, and availability, which is the CIA triad, of your organization's assets, and minimizing dwell time minimizes the damage of a threat actor that they could possibly cause or they may have already caused. And then this piece right here, this little strand of hair that they're taking from them, is essentially the evidence, I would assume. So you develop an additional detection method. You want to be able to use all the findings as well to the continuous monitoring. And because it's a continuous process, we don't want to hunt for the same threats over and over. Instead, when we've profiled the threats that we previously were undetectable by our current methods, the effort should immediately be poured into translating them into detection mechanisms, so that in the future you just kind of detect them in advance instead of them actually getting into your system. And then same thing, similar threats will be immediately detected and acted upon. And that is the overall process of this, right? So you take your, let's go from the very, very top, right? So first and foremost, you want to take the proactive approach to this thing. You want to see what all the different types of attackers are and what they could do inside of your environment. If there's anything pre-existing that you could have found, you want to add that to your arsenal or your portfolio of various IOCs and anything else that you could potentially provide to your SOC so that they can keep an eye out for it. And once that happens, they can detect these attackers sooner, and as a byproduct, lower their dwell time so that they're not in your systems as long. And that is where this piece comes in. You give them all of these various residues. They're residues. This sample of hair is meant to resemble the residue that an attack might leave behind. And then you have that feed your detection method so that you can detect those things faster and feed your sample quota, right? Your swipe file, so to speak, so that you can just refer to it and feed it to everybody in your security team so that they can notice them faster as well. So what is the primary goal of threat hunting? Okay, so primary in this case doesn't mean the very first thing on the list. It's actually further down on the page, and it is to minimize the threat actor's dwell time. So let me see if it's this whole piece right here. That might be the whole thing. So let's see. Let's go back down here and try to put that over here. There we go. Minimize the threat actor's dwell time is the primary goal. Feedback is important to keep the organization secure. Upon profiling threats through the threat hunting efforts, what should these profiles be translated to? Detection mechanisms would be the answer to this. And that's it. Just like that, we are officially wrapped with our introduction to threat hunting, and hopefully this was useful for you. If you got any value out of this video, or if you've gotten any value out of our channel, really, I would like to encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. We talk about a lot of different topics on this channel, and I think you will get a lot of value out of it. And I do respond to all the comments that come in. And if it is a good comment that has a good question, I'll even create a video as a response to your comments. For example, the Python algorithms video that we recently made, or the Linux system administrator video that became a very popular video in a short period of time. So if you have good questions, I will create a video in response to your questions. So make sure you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And of course, make sure that you check out the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community. It is meant to be the premier YouTube community for security professionals and hackers, and I pour a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into it, and there's a lot of great perks that are given away, like Python automations, like instant chats with me on Discord, member-only content, downloads, a lot of great stuff, and I think you'll get a lot of value out of it. So definitely make sure to check that out if you haven't done so already. This is your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease, and I will see you in the next video. All right, later. This is episode 21 of the SOC Level 2 pathway of TryHackMe inside of the threat hunting module, and we're going to be going through our first practical exercise where we're hunting for indicating initial user or host compromise hacks that have taken place, and we'll be using Kibana from the Elk stack to make it happen. The intro is pretty straightforward, and since this is actually a free room that's available on TryHackMe, I'm not going to bother you or bore you with just reading all of these things, and we're most likely going to focus on the exercises that we have to actually do today. These are the objectives that we have for today. So understanding the attacker's mindset, correlating succeeding actions executed by the attacker after obtaining a foothold, which essentially means getting in the system, differentiating suspicious host and network events from benign ones, and getting acquainted with the MITRE tactics involved once an attacker gets inside the target organization, either the network or the system itself. These are some of the prerequisites that we have, and all of these are actually available on this channel. So there's a video that's been dedicated to every single one of these rooms, and you're more than welcome to go check them out. And again, since we're actually going through a free room, you can just, go through essentially the entire depth of this room and all of the various prerequisites that are for it. And to find whichever one you want, you simply just click that magnifying glass on our channel homepage and then just search for any of these things, and you'll be able to find those videos to help you understand more in depth what we actually are going to be doing today. We have a virtual machine that's been given to us, and since this is a free room, you can also access this virtual machine for free. And there's also an attack box that's given to us that you can either use or you can connect to TryHackMe via VPN to make it happen. So these are the indices or the indexes that we're going to be using with ELK, which is Kibana. And the first one is FileBeat, which is for more servers, it seems like. So Linux servers, syslog Apache, audited logs. The second one is the WinLogBeat, that has to do with Windows event logs and sysmon. And of course we have PacketBeat, that is more for network traffic, capturing packets, and we're going to be analyzing those three indices. These are the network hosts and their operating systems that we have access to. So as the names imply, I'm not going to read through all this stuff, but we're going to be referring to every single one of these hosts and their various operating systems throughout the rest of this room, and all the various exercises that we are going to be running today as well. So I've already started the virtual machine, and I'm already connected to it, as you can see on the right side here. So we're just going to jump in. All right, the first tactic is the initial access tactic. And if we click on this link, it'll actually take us to the MITRE attack website, where it gives us all of the details, all the tea, as they say, with this specific tactic that's inside of essentially pen testing and hacking, and maybe even just malicious attacking. So tactic is initial access, and it represents the techniques and strategies to breach an organization. So as the name implies, it's their initial access, their first entry into your network or your infrastructure. And that's what foothold means. So they get that initial foothold into your system. This specific step focuses on delivering the payload to the system or the network so that they can actually get in. The primary objective is to gain a foothold, as we've already established, and it could be done through social engineering, which is, phishing or really stealing your credentials from a variety of different ways, exploiting vulnerabilities through public-facing servers, spraying credentials through exposed authentication endpoints, executing command through malicious flash drives, and installing cracked software with hidden malicious code. So this is a little bit something, this would be one of the more advanced ways, I guess you could say. Executing commands through malicious flash drives is one of these things that if they drop a USB drive inside of the parking lot of your company, and one of the employees gets really, curious, and they just want to see what's on that USB drive, and they'll go ahead and put it in their work computer, and then the next thing you know, there's something that launches as soon as they plug it into their work computer, and then the attacker is now in your system. Spraying credentials through exposed authentication endpoints is something that would happen if they actually were able to find your authentication endpoints, basically login pages and login forms. Exploiting vulnerabilities through public-facing servers, very similar to that. So these are public pages that anybody can get access to. Social engineering is one of the more tougher ones as well, because you actually are dealing with people, and people sometimes are savvy, and maybe they're stupid. So it's like you could get one of the two extremes. You either get somebody that's really, really smart, or you get somebody that's stupid enough to actually click a link and fill out a form, and now you have their login credentials. So understanding this tactic is very, very important for us as threat hunters, because we're going to be doing this, and then we're going to be looking out for it, especially as we are on the defensive side and using Kibana to go through the various log files that we have, so on and so forth. So the intersection of the given examples that we have is that the account access was done through a valid credential, and machine access was done through remote code execution. So this is the intersection, meaning these are the two things that seem to be existing in all of those specific tactics. So for example, social engineering with phishing, you would get access to somebody's account, or you would get access to their machine, and it would be like getting an email that's with a link that's redirecting to a phishing website, or with anything with a malicious attachment, and then they get your login that way. Server exploitation is done on the machine itself, and it's publicly available server. So I mean, we really pretty much just talked about all these things, so I'm not gonna again just beat a dead horse and bore you to death with all this stuff, but this is exactly how these various strategies work. So hunting for initial access goes into this specific attempt. So the attack techniques are varied, and our hunting strategy should also be multifaceted. So the goal is to identify signs of the various methods outlined above, and we'll use the following scenarios to build our methodology. Brute forcing via port 22, which is secure shell, exploiting a web application vulnerability, and phishing via links and attachments. So these are the three things that I believe we're going to be working on today. And so brute forcing via SSH would be a jump host type of an attack, and jump host is a server. And so starting with this, we're going to be using the file beat index, and we're going to look for jump host server on July 3rd of 2023. Ensure all the inquiries are set to look for the right index in the time frame, obviously. So brute forcing attacks are focused on authentication events, which generate several failed attempts before successfully retrieving a valid credential. And this is what it's going to look like. So we're going to use the visualize library from the left sidebar, and then we're going to go through these various steps. So I'm going to really just do this instead of just kind of reading through it. I'm actually going to do it, and then we'll use these things to answer the questions that we have at the bottom here. So this part, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read it out loud. I'm going to open this up in a separate window. I'm going to read it out loud, and then I'm going to do all the exercises on an actual page that we have here. So let me first open it in my second monitor to make sure that I actually have it, and I'll keep that open. Very good. And now we're going to go to our full page screen right here and just make sure that we're actually in full page mode. Alright, here we go. And essentially what we got to do to access Kibana is we're going to be using a web page or a website, or essentially Firefox or Google Chrome, whatever it is. And so I'm going to launch that. I'm going to log into my Kibana instance using the username and password that we got earlier, and from there we will access our specific index. So here we go. Alright, so the first step that we're going to do is we're going to click on this little hamburger menu right here, and we're going to go to the visualize library. Let me minimize this. We're going to go to the visualize library, and we're going to create a new lens. So we're going to do create new visualization. We're going to click on lens right here, and from here we are going to set up certain parameters. So the first thing is that we need to set up the timestamp on the right side where it says show dates. We need to go and do something that is an absolute date, and we want to be July 3rd from what I understand. Let me make sure that I'm doing that correctly. So it's July 3rd 2023. There we go. So we're going to do that first. Okay, so that part goes like this. So we have July 3rd 2023 starting at 0000. So this is the time, basically the beginning of the day, and then we go to the very end of the day. So that's going to be our date range. Now the next thing that we want to do is we need to choose the file beat index. So first I'm just going to update this real quick just to make sure that the date is actually applying. And then right here is where we choose our index. So we drop this down, and then we want file beat. So there we go, we got that, and that's going to end up loading. And then we have the table index to file beat, and the rows and source IP and username, and then the metrics for count. So let's go build those things out. Alright, so first we're going to set this middle piece right here to table. It starts at, I think, bar horizontal stacked is where it starts. So we want to change it to table, and once we do that, the piece on the side right here also updates, and it allows us to add a few rows here that we need. So we're going to first add our rows, which is going to be, I believe, the top values of the source IP from what I remember. So let's double check that real quick. Correct, so it is source IP and username. So I'm going to essentially just search for this in here instead of going through that whole thing. I'm just going to do source.ip, and that'll come up. So that'll be source IP, and then the next piece is going to be there we go, we have the display name, so that's all good. and the next one is going to be username, and we do it the same way. So we just click on top values here, we go here, and then we just type user.name, and then it'll bring that up for us, and you click that, and then that's essentially what all you need. And then when you click close at the bottom right here, it just adds it to your to list of rows. So we have our 2 rows, which is top value source IP, top value username, and then what we need to do is add a metric at the bottom right here, and essentially we just want the count, the count of the number of records. So we just click on count, and then that should be it. So count of records, and then just close that out, and there we go. So for that, we are all good. And at the top, then we need to start putting some kind of a search parameter here. So the specific language that we're using is KQL. So KQL is the Kibana query language, and there's also something called Lucene that comes with Kibana, so we're not using that. The various queries that we're going to be using are 3 different queries, okay, and we're going to use them, we're going to combine them together using logical operators. So the first one is going to be the host name. So the way that that works is, like, let me actually zoom in a little bit so you can see what's going on here. So here we go, we got host name, and there it is. And I think I need to fix my spelling of authentication real quick. So there we go. So we got jump host is the host name, and so and needs to be in caps lock. Event category is authentication, and system.auth.ssh.event is failed. Now these are the things that we want, and just in case you were wondering where these various queries are coming from, it's in this giant list of filter by type that's available here, that you can actually find essentially everything that I just talked about. So it would be either shown here, or you can click on the very bottom at the right here where it says 6,000 other fields that are available. But these are the ones that we were given in our exercise, so they kind of already gave us this, and we're just using the little shortcut that they've given us to just make sure that everything's all good and we actually search for the right thing. But that's our query that we're going to be using. And now what we want to do is we want to actually go through our table and find the answers that we're looking for. So specifically, we're looking for the count of records. So we're going to close that out. The count of records at the top right here, we want to make sure that we have all of the, I guess, most. So we're going to do sort descending to do the largest first, and then it's going to be 1133, which is from this IP address. Let me zoom in a little bit more. 746 from this IP address, and the username is going to be dev for the first one and root for the second one. So these are very, very important to note, and then we're going to now use this information to build our query a little bit more. So the way that this is going to work, and this is typically how it works, right? First, you look at all of the failed attempts that come in. Once you have all of your failed attempts, you look at the ones that have noticeably the most numbers, which is these top 2 right here by far, right? So the third one is 19 attempts, second one is 746, and the first one is 1100. So it's pretty fairly easy to assume that these first 2 IP addresses are the ones that we are concerned with, and these are all of the failed attempts, right? So then what we do is we change the authentication event from failed to accepted, and then we add a new query, which is going to be with the capitalized and we're going to do the source IP, right? Because this is the source IP field that we have right here. And now we're going to add these 2 source IP addresses to our query. Now, when you want to do 2 various IP addresses, and I'm just interested in either or, so I want to see either one of these 2, if there was anything that was successful, if there was anything that was accepted. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a parentheses, and then notice how it also gives you that close parentheses at the top right here as well. So I'm going to create a parentheses for myself, and inside of that parentheses I'm going to do the 2 IP addresses. So it's the first one, which is ending in 43, and then we're going to do a capitalized or, and then we're going to do the second one, which is 920.115. These are going to be our 2. We're going to press enter, and now we're going to see what we find. And there's only one that was successful, and it was on this IP address with the username dev. All right, now to be able to answer the question that we have for this specific portion, which is the SSH on the jump host server. So the question at the very, very bottom right here tells us to use the Discover tab on the left sidebar and find the attacker's successful authentication on jump host server, and this is going to be our format. So essentially what we want to do is we want to find their successful authentication and just put the date and the time, right? So with this, unfortunately, I can't get all of those details. So the reason that we want to use the Discover tab is that it gives us all of that information. But they did say that we can use the same exact query. So I'm just going to copy this entire query, or I can even guarantee it that I have it by doing cut, and then we're going to do the drop down, and then we're going to go to Discover, which is right there. And then with Discover, we're again doing the same exact query, and we're going to do it on the log beat, I believe, or file beat, excuse me, on the file beat index. And the date thankfully stayed the same. So July 3rd, 2023, all of that is staying the same. So from these 217,000 hits, we want to find our one hit that we're most interested in. So I'm going to paste my query and I'm going to press enter, and it should bring me that one hit. And now I have that information. So now we can find the timestamp of this bad boy right here, which is July 3rd, 2023 at 4:14, etc., etc. So I'm just going to open this up and I'm going to take that date. And once you open it up, it's literally timestamp, which is I think like the 5th field from the top. So we're just going to take this entire piece right here. It's either this or the piece that says ingested, because there's another date that's a little bit further down that is a little bit different in the second and millisecond that's available, but I feel like it's the timestamp. So let me see. Yeah, it does say timestamp, so this should be the one. We're going to paste that, and there we go. That is the correct answer. So we got our first question answered. So now let's go to this second piece right here, which is going to be the hunting initial access. No, not that one. Sorry. The remote code execution on web 001, and we're going to be using the packet beat index. So let's go back to our full screen, and we're going to now follow the instructions for that one. Okay, cool. So for this one, we're still going to be using the July 3rd timestamp. So that is very useful. I'm going to delete my query at the top right here, and what I'm going to do is now change our index that we have chosen from what we have on file beat, and we're going to go to packet beat, which is the one for the web server. And then we're going to go back to creating a table index. Actually, I should actually be in the visualize library portion so we can create a new lens. So we're going to do that whole piece one more time. Thankfully, our date is still set to that. That's like my least favorite part of this, is modifying the date for some reason. I don't know why. And okay, so now we're going to go to the table index, which is from the middle. We're going to click table right here, and it's going to change the table right here. And then our rows are going to be source IP and HTTP response status code. So the source IP part doesn't change, and we're going to do that very easily as well. Top values, go here, source.ip, and it's going to be right there. And then I'm going to close it, and it'll be added. Then the next thing I'm going to add again, which is going to be top values. And then in this one is HTTP response status code, like that. So status code is, it gives us whether or not the request that they made to the web server was successful, and if they failed, so on and so forth. So that gives us some information to work off of, and then we can further our investigation that way. And then of course we have to add our metrics, which is just going to be the count, and that one is very easy to do, and we just add that over there. So there we go. Now we have this. So as you can tell from right here, we already have a variety of response codes. So 404, which is an error code, 200 is a successful code, 301 is another type of error code, and 200 is another successful code. We have the same IP address that has 181,404 status codes. And just to give you code, just so you understand what it actually really means, usually there's some good images that are available here. So let me see. There we go. This is a good one. So anything starting with a 4 is a client error code, and 404 is usually a big one. So if I go here, again, gives me a client error code from 400 to 499 is on a client error code. And I can even do this where it's like response meaning. So we'll do 404 response meaning. Not found error means that the server cannot find the requested source. This can happen for a number of reasons. Requested URL was mistyped. It's been moved or renamed. It's been deleted. The server is experiencing issues. It's a client-side error. It's not a server-side error. The stuff that starts with the 500 is the server-side stuff. So when we're looking at a 404 error, that means that it's a client-side error, meaning the client, meaning the user, made the error. And we have 180,000 records of that taking place. So what we need to do is we need to hone in on this, right? So we need to kind of customize our query here using our KQL, so we can, from those 180,000, find something that's actually useful. So the first thing that we have is our host name. So we know that the host name in question is going to be the web01. That's the host. And the network protocol, I need to make sure that this is in caps letters. There we go. Network protocol is going to be HTTP, and my destination port is going to be port 80, which is also HTTP, right? Okay, so now we've seen that we came from 180,000 down to 6,000, which is better, but we still have 6,000 records, and we need to see what else we can do to try to kind of narrow this down a little bit more. So we have our host name, which is web01, network protocol HTTP, and destination port is 80. So what we are going to do now is we're going to hone in on this even more, and we're going to add this IP address as the source IP, and then we're going to change our response code to 404 and see what else we can find with our results here. So there we go. We have and source IP is this IP address, and response status code is 404. So technically it should bring forth out 6,000 results as well, but it's still honing in. So we're getting a little bit more narrowing down that's going on. So now what we got to do is we got to add a few extra columns in this so that we can find more data about all of these queries. So what we're going to do is, to get the most out of this information, we're going to cut it, again, very similar to what we did last time. We're going to go back to the Discover tab, and we just want to make sure that we are on the same exact index, which is packet beat. We want to make sure that we're in the same date range, which is July 3rd, and then we're going to now paste it in here. Let me make sure I do that right. So we're going to paste that same query in here. And now we have a few other pieces that we can get for our information. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a few columns. We're going to search for a few columns to get that information. Right now, the only columns that we have here is the time and the document itself, which has a bunch of stuff in it. So in the fields on this left side right here, we want to add a few pieces, and these are the ones that they told us to add. So we're going to add query, which is a big one. We're going to do the user agent, which tells us what they used as their software that they were using. So was it Mozilla? Was it Nmap? What was it, right? So we want the user agent original, and then we want the URL query as well. So it should all be under U. So let me find that real quick. It's actually at the very, very bottom because it's the letter U. So URL query is going to be added, and then we're going to add user agent original as well, and those are going to be our 3 columns that we've added. So now you can see that it's here. So we have time, query, URL query, user agent original, and that is the data that we need to kind of hone in on this a little bit. So now what we want to do is we want to find some of the useful information that will help us figure out who is scanning us and who is attacking us and what tools did they use and so on and so forth. So let's see what we can find in this information here. So this is the very top of the list right here. If I scroll down a little bit, I don't even need to scroll down a lot. Scroll down a little bit and I noticed that there's a tool called GoBuster, which in a lot of our pen testing videos we've actually used. And GoBuster is an enumeration tool for websites and web applications, and basically you can run it in a lot of different ways where it can give you the subdomains, it can give you directories. So GoBuster is definitely the tool that we are interested in this particular case. And it looks like they have gone and gotten a lot of great information for themselves using GoBuster. And a lot of these extensions don't seem to be really interesting, or excuse me, these directories, these forward slashes, they may not necessarily be fully interesting, but we can always try to hone in and narrow this down as well and see what information they found here. Okay, so looking at a lot of these things, there seems to be some really interesting terms that has been searched, and this is all done through GoBuster, so we're not going to assume that this is the actual person doing it, because GoBuster uses word lists and it searches for words like this, obviously. So this is done through mainly a dictionary that was used with GoBuster, and there's a lot of information that has been searched from, as you can tell, literally 6,000 hits. So what we want to do in this particular case, instead of doing 404, which is all of the error messages, what we want to do is we want to change our query and find the ones that were successful in one of different capacities. And the status codes that we were told to search for obviously is 200. So 200 means that it's successful, that the request has succeeded. Another one that they told us to search for is 301, which means the requested source has been permanently moved to a new URL. And then there's another one that they told us, which is 302, which means that it indicates a temporary redirection. So we want the redirections, we want the pieces that were moved to a new URL, and we want all of the successful queries that they were able to pull off, the successful requests that they were able to pull off. So what I'm going to do in this case is I'm going to change the status code, and I want multiple. So what we're going to do is we're going to put it inside of parentheses, and we're going to do 200 or 301 or 302, and those are going to be our status codes, and we're going to update our query that way. So now let's see what we can find in this instance. Okay, so looking at some of these things again, if we just scroll down over here, we can go back to our portion that we see again these curls, and then we have some GoBusters that are going on. There's an interesting query that went in here, which is a PHP query that wants a GET request from the system, including something from Bootstrap BHP. Let's see what else I can find here. I think that's actually something that's very important to understand, because this specific one has been done with the admin username as well, and it's going against the Gila directory. There's a lot of stuff that was done against the Gila directory, as we can see. So Gila assets, and they did a Who Am I instance as well over here, which seems to be done with just using the Chrome Safari. So it seems like they may have gotten a web shell in this case. They ran ls and trying to get a lot of details about the various documents or various items that were inside of the Gila directory. Using lsla means they want to also see who owns those files and what the permissions are to those. They did a cat against the fpassword documentary, etc password. So this specific piece is URL encoded, so that means / and then you have etc and then another / password. So they're looking at the etc password and they're trying to concatenate that onto the screen so they can see the contents of that. They look at the config PHP file, and all of this is being done inside of the Gila directory, and then they do a MySQL changing of the root to getting more information about the databases. So they're doing a lot of stuff that is clearly enumeration and trying to find information about the various assets that are sitting inside of the Gila directory, and this is a red flag, absolutely. So let's see what else we can find that will help us get information about this person or about these activities. So there's actually only 41 hits right here, so it's not that many hits, and I think this is actually all of the hits for the specific directory and what they've done successfully with the either the redirects or the actual 200 messages, or 200 response, excuse me, that got them the information that they were looking for. So let's see what the question is that they want us to answer for this particular set of questions, because we got essentially all of the hits that was done successfully on that. So it says, what is the name of the PHP file accessed by the attacker via the cat command after gaining successful code execution on web 01? So we're looking for a cat command after gaining execution, and we're looking for a PHP file. So it's definitely a .php file, and then the query itself is also getting a cat command. So this is echo backup PHP, so that's probably not it. Echo backup test backup PHP. So let me see what we can find here. Oh, there we go, configuration.php. So they used the cat command with config.php, and that is pretty much the answer, I'm willing to bet. So let's see. Okay, there we go, we got it. And finally, we're going to move on to the very last piece, which is going to be on our phishing links and attempts. So we're going to go through a different index now, and we're going to try to do some investigations on the winlog index about phishing attempts. So let's modify everything about that real quick. Okay, so we are using the winlog beat index. We are doing still everything on July 3rd. For this one, I'm not going to go to the visualization thing because it kind of seems pointless. Plus, you already got 2 examples on how to use it, so you should be familiar with how to do that if you ever really needed to. I'm just going to stay on the Discover tab right here, and I'm just going to build our query from here so that we can go ahead and find the information that we need. So we already know what our host is and the host name that we need to look for, and in this particular case, it's WKSTN asterisk. That's our host name, and the process name is going to be chrome.exe, and the winlog event ID that we're looking for is going to be 11. So that is the query that we have, and that's what we're going to make sure that we have done. So let me make sure that I created all of this correctly. Alright, so ID is not supposed to be capitalized, it's supposed to be lowercase, and that should bring me some events. There we go. So we have 7 hits. And just to give you an idea of what that is, let's go and look up winlog event ID 11 just so we know what it is. And if we look at it, it says it could be a result of a bad or corrupted device driver, a hardware problem, a malfunctioning device, poor cabling, termination issues. Could be event ID 11. So this is interesting. So it's an error occurring within the driver or the hardware itself. That's what event ID 11 has to do with. So okay, so this is what we got. What we're interested in this particular case for the columns that we want is the computer name, the event user or the event data user, and the file path. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of the URL query because this is not a web query in any way. We're looking for the computer name specifically. We're looking for the user and then the file path. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to search for computer name, computer underscore name, and it'll bring it for me in my available fields. That's a much easier way of finding that information. And then I want the user, so event data dot user is another one that I'm interested in, and there's that, and then we're going to add that, and then finally we want the file path. So let's go and get that information, and we got that. So there we go. Now we have our 3 columns that we wanted to add, and we have some interesting information between these 7 events. So let's see what we can find here. Okay, so on this specific workstation, we have actually 2 workstations that show up, which is workstation 2 and workstation 1. And there are some files that, based on the instructions, we've been told to ignore, which is the TMP, the temp files. And Chrome creates these temp files every time there's something being downloaded, so those we can just disregard, but we are interested in, I think, maybe 3 or 4 different items here. It seems to be 4 various items. So there's this one, there's this one, there's this one, and then there's the last one right here, and they are with workstations 1 and workstations 2. So they are suspicious because we can see them specifically on the actual attempt on the intrusion itself, right? So we can see whether or not these things are suspicious, these files that have been downloaded, once we get into the next few tasks, because we're going to be using I would say a sandbox probably to open at these specific files just to see what they're actually doing. But what we want to see is whether or not they used something like Outlook or an email provider to see what information they gathered, or what other activities were done other than the download itself from Chrome. So we can just change the process name from Chrome to Outlook.exe, and let me see if that actually gives me anything, and it does. Okay, cool. So it's Bill Hawkins is the only user that shows up over here, and there are a lot of different files over here, all looking like an update for Outlook. So the path is pretty similar, with the exception of the actual file name itself. So update 02, and then zone identifier, and then update.zip. So seems to be that there is update files that are being downloaded here based on the instructions of the class that we're in, or the room that we're in. I just found out that this specific directory, the Windows iNet Cache content Outlook directory, this piece right here, is a directory that a lot of temporary downloads have they get stored in, and it's essentially very similar to the temp directory. So what we want to look for is anything that has to do with this update.zip, so we can actually kind of hone in and modify our query over here, and just look for asterisk update, and let me just spell that exactly how it is, update.zip asterisk. So it means that asterisk represents like a wildcard character, so it could be anything coming before it and anything coming after it, so we can see what types of activity has gone on with something like that. So we still have 7 hits over here. There's still Bill Hawkins, and we can see that again, update.zip inside of the temp folder, and then inside of the content Outlook iNet Cache, which is another temp folder, there are several update.zips. So far everything seems to be done with Bill Hawkins, our user, and it seems to all be around this update file that he has downloaded. Now here's where specialized information is very useful. So an LNK file is a shortcut file, that is an archive file to a zip directory or zip folder, and it's a typical malware attachment that threat actors use. So this is something that I didn't know. I just found this out by going through this room. So now that we know this, now that we know that an LNK file, or a link file so to speak, is a shortcut file that's used for malware attachments, now we can kind of look at more information about this that might help us. So one of the things that we want to do is we want to find something that is executable, that can actually have been executed through this entire piece. And so there we go. Now we actually have a new directory here, and it seems to be that the Windows Explorer executable is attached to these LNK files. So that seems to be interesting for us. So there's a link that should be available here that I think I can try to see what are the surrounding documents for any of these. So if I just open this by clicking this little arrow and open any of these things, there's something called a surrounding documents. There we go. So surrounding documents link right here. If I click on that, let's see what information that we can find about this. So we still have workstation 1 and workstation 2. What we're interested in is finding workstation 2, everything that has to do with that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change it to the workstation 2 thread hunting THM, which is going to be under our WinLog computer name. So I'm going to add that filter real quick. Okay, there we go. And then now we have Bill Hawkins again showing up in this particular case, and the update link being connected to that Explorer. Okay, so far we are onto the right path, it seems, and I think we're actually at the end of our investigation, because there's nothing else at the end of these instructions other than trying to find the answer that's going on. So what we want to do now is try to find the answer to this question. So it says, what is the name of the unusual process executed within the time frame of update link? execution on workstation 2. So this specific file was executed on 15/27/24 and 367 on the milliseconds, and then there was 439 and then 702, but this was all literally within 1 second of each other. And then if we go and look at these things, we have smartscreen.exe that was executed, and we have PowerShell.exe that was executed. And I'm going to say that PowerShell.exe is the most suspicious of those, and that is indeed the answer. So as soon as they launched that thing, there was a PowerShell instance that was also launched, and it was most likely done in the background, because SmartScreen is typically associated with doing something in the background. And so the person who was running it, which is Bill Hawkins in this case, Bill Hawkins had no idea that there was a PowerShell that was launched in the background. And now that PowerShell most likely is a reverse shell, a netcat shell probably, that connects back to our attacker, and now they have a remote execution on Bill Hawkins's computer. So there is that. We just did our investigation on 3 different types of foothold attacks that they did to gain access to our system. One of them was a brute force, the other one was a web server attack, and of course there was a phishing attack that was done against Bill Hawkins. God, Bill Hawkins, I mean this guy. So anyways, all right, moving on to execution. All right, the execution tactic refers to techniques to execute or run malicious code in conjunction with the initial access or a way of delivering the attack. It's crucial because it enables the attackers to successfully run their commands remotely and continue with the series of attacks that they have to establish further access. For example, it could be doing something like PowerShell, which is what we just covered, and the Windows command processor, which is cmd.exe. So PowerShell and cmd on Windows are 2 different things, but essentially they allow you to run command line commands. Execution through built-in tools like living off the land binaries, which is the lol-bas, or through scripting or programming like Python or PHP. So these are all execution type tools. You can also run those things to download a staged payload, meaning the execution chain to establish remote access starts with a minimized type of execution, and the reduced footprint approach is employed to mitigate the risk of detection. So essentially, instead of running all the commands themselves inside of your command line, they'll just download a payload and then they'll run that, and then that'll do most of the work for them. So it's just a one step that if that one step gets past the detection, then they're good and they don't have to worry about running their remaining commands, because literally that one payload does it for them. So understanding this means that we need to understand a few things so that you can try to hunt for those things better. So command line tools like PowerShell and CMD are one of the things that you're looking for as far as executables are concerned. So if you see PowerShell.exe or CMD.exe being launched inside of your logs, it's something to look towards. Built-in tools like the certutility.exe or the BitsAdmin or the DLL32, all of these things are very, very important to look out for. So using the certutility or BitsAdmin to download a remote payload and then run the DLL on it, right? So you see these in a series. If you see these together, that's something of concern. And then of course, if you see something like os.system, which is a Python version of trying to find the system information about your operating system, or the PHP execution command, these things are important to understand as well. So if you see these things inside of the queries or inside of the command line queries that are being run, it's again another red flag that is important for you. So scripting and programming tools do not always exist on the target machine. It can be predetermined in some cases that the programming tool exists, such as knowing the backend application used by the vulnerable target web server. So these things may not necessarily run. So like Python may not necessarily be working, or may not be even be installed, right? Which I think most computers actually do have it installed. It may not be the most recent version of Python, but they definitely do have some kind of Python installed. Or the target web server may have PHP or Python installed or running. And then you can do something as simple as using Wapalizer, which is a tool that shows you what those things are, right? So let's go and just go on the Microsoft community website, and then one of the installments that I have is Wapalizer on my plugins for my web server. And so you run that, and it actually shows you everything that's running on the Microsoft.com website right now. So they have Azure Monitor for analytics, Microsoft Advertising, styled components for their development. They have some JavaScript frameworks. Their HSTS is their security framework. They have JavaScript, again, running platform as a service, which is Azure, performance is Azure, Akami, Open Graph, Webpack, etc. So they don't have PHP on here. But some computers, or some web servers, excuse me, you'll see on here that PHP is actually listed as one of their languages or one of the things that they're running. And so if that's the case, then you get some information about that web application or that web server that tells you, hey, these guys are actually using PHP, and then you can continue with potentially using PHP as your scripting or programming language to deliver your payload and execute. So hunting down execution is now going to be something that we're going to run in our exercises for the next piece. So we first hunted down the initial foothold, them getting access to our systems, and now we want to hunt down execution of various signs of them executing their specific commands, or etc, etc, etc. So the first one is going to be on the win log beat index. So I'm going to go over here again, and we're going to go back to our win log beat, or let's just go all the way to discover, and then we'll go from there. Alright, so for win log beat, which is our index right here, we're going to be again inside the same exact date that we want to be in, and a few things that we're looking for in this particular case. So what we're looking for is for command line execution, right? So PowerShell or command prompt inside of this Windows machine, and that actually can fall under a event ID of 1, which is a process creation. Now that doesn't necessarily mean that it's malicious, right? So there's a lot of system administrators that use command line to configure people's workstations and do a lot of things that is legitimate. So it doesn't necessarily mean that an event ID of 1 is a bad thing. That's very important to understand. But what we know is that something bad has happened, and now we're looking for malicious commands being run inside of PowerShell or command line, combined with running the event ID 1 and so on and so forth. So what we're going to do to create our query at the top right here, and we're doing this inside of Discover, and we're doing it in the winlog beat index. So first we want our host name to be the workstation, and then we're going to do asterisk to see if it's workstation 1, 2, whatever. The winlog event ID is going to be 1 for process creation, and then the process name, whoops, let me fix that, process name is going to be inside of parentheses, and that's going to be either cmd.exe or PowerShell.exe. Those are the two processes that we're most interested in. So from 176,000, we got 104 hits that has been populated for us right now. So that's definitely a good start. Now what we want to do is we want to update our fields that we have over here to try to find something interesting in our case. So first and foremost, we're going to add the computer name as one of our fields, and then we're going to do username as the other one, and then what we're interested in is the parent command line as well as the process command line in general. So that we're going to add parent command line, and then we're also going to add process command line as well. So now we have 4 new columns that we've added to our data so that we can get a better understanding of what's been happening inside of this activity. And so if we zoom in on this bad boy here, let's see what we can find. Okay, at first glance, one of the things that seems to be suspicious here is that there is a parent command or a parent process, which is the temp installer process, which, if you know anything about pen testing, we usually do a lot of things inside of the temp folder inside of any machine, because there is executable permission attached to that folder, so you don't need any specialized permission to access the files inside of that folder, as well as drag and drop files in there, execute files from there, because if there is executable permission on this folder, that means that typically there's executable permission on anything that is inside of that folder. So inside of the temp folder, there seems to be a command executed to launch PowerShell, and then another one, PowerShell ls, and then another one right here, PowerShell print working directory. This seems like an enumeration series of steps, right? Print working directory, list what's inside of your directory, list everything about that specific. It's very, very funky. It's not a series of commands that seem normal or not suspicious, so to speak. And there's a lot of them again right here. So temp installer exe, host name, who am I, what is inside of the users directory, print my current directory, get print PowerShell. These are just all suspicious commands that are being all run from the temp installer parent directory. So it's all red flags right there. So we know that there's probably some stuff that's going on, and it seems to be all done within PowerShell. So one of the things that they're telling us to do is update our query to look for PowerShell script block logging. And script block logging has the event ID of 4104. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete this portion of my query and just go to 4104 as my event ID. And now there's 44,000 hits. So that is a lot of hits that's going on in this particular case. There is something that we're also supposed to update in our situation, which is the adding of the script block text column. So I'm just going to search for that real quick. There we go, script block text. We're going to add that bad boy over here, and now we have this information. So let's see what we can find. I think I can remove the command line parent and all of that just to give us a little bit more room here. So what we got are a series of really interesting commands that are being run. If I actually click on this, it'll tell me the top commands that are being run, and if I see right here, it will see that, and then you just kind of hover over it and it'll shows you what the actual thing that was being run. So PS message details, let's see over here, error category message, and then we have over here the origin info, and these all got the same percentages, meaning the same ratios. They were run the same number of times, so to speak. So this is information that we can kind of get as far as the commands that are run, and it gives us a decent understanding of what we can narrow in on, because that seems to be the bulk of the information or the bulk of the commands that were run. All right, so from these 44,000 hits, we need to narrow this down a little bit, and if we click on the actual important piece that we added here, this PowerShell column that we added here, if you click on that, it shows you all the top 5, and you see that there's this set strict mode version that I think is a piece of the noise that we're getting. There's a lot of data that's being filtered in from that specific value, I guess, from the script block text. So what we want to do is we just want to remove these so that we can kind of remove a lot of these unnecessary data points that are coming in. So if I just do that, it removes that, and I do that, it removes that, and then finally I'll do that one, and it'll also remove that one. And you notice that it's just adding these new filters at the top right here just to kind of hone in and narrow down our responses. So it went from 44,000 to 489 now. So that's definitely much more manageable in this particular case. Okay, so good. So we got all of the strict mode queries or strict mode data points that came in. We got rid of all of those just so we can kind of reduce some of that noise. Okay, so if you scroll through this thing, which I mean, it's a little bit tough to do if you don't know what you're looking for, and I had to rely on the information that was given to us inside the room. So there's something called invoke empire, which is the signature of the Empire C2 agent, the Empire command and control agent. And this was used in workstation 1, and there's actually 6 instances of this. So I searched through all of the data. I scrolled all the way down to make sure that everything loaded, and then I searched through all of the data, and you can do Control F or Command F essentially to try to find that information for yourself and clicking up or down on this, it actually just shows you where this thing shows up. So we have invoke empire showing up several times. So the function of invoke empire has been used multiple times, which means that they, at the very least, are trying to, if they haven't already, but they're trying to run the Empire C2 agent to get a C2 server, a command and control beaconing type of a server, done with this particular workstation. And this is just one example of a type of search that you can do, or something that you can be on the lookout for to see if any of these things are suspicious. There's actually a series of strings that they tell us that we can use as examples of potential PowerShell strings that can be suspicious, or something leveraged to determine unusual traffic, excuse me. So this could be the invoke request in general, which would be invoke expression or IEX. It could be dash ENC or dash encoded, dash no profile or dash NOP, bypass itself, dash C or command execution policy. This one seems to be really generic, so that may not be a good thing to search for. But dash command could be something, dash execution policy could be something, web request is a big one, download is a big one. So these are potential strings that you can find inside of PowerShell that could be signs of unusual activity. So that is what we got for winlog beat right now. So let me see if there's any questions that are associated with the exercise that we just ran. Okay, so far nothing applies to the exercises that we just did. So it seems like the questions are relevant to the next few exercises that we're about to do. So the next one is going to be the using of command line. Oh no, I'm sorry, I think that's the one that we just actually ran. So the next one is going to be the built-in system tool. So we're still going to be inside of the winlog beat index. Now we're looking at the built-in system tools, and of course we're just going to be running some advanced queries to try to see if we can find any interesting information in that regard. So let me go back here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to remove all of these filters that we have here so we can have our full data points come back, and then we're going to create a new query and then try to find the answers to the first two questions, and then we're going to go to the Python one and find the answer to that last question. So hopefully you can see what the process is so far and how we're kind of getting to the conclusions that we're getting to. And yeah, so we're going to now use this specific query, which is actually a really big one. So let me see if I can type all of this without making any mistakes. Okay, that was immediately I made a mistake. Okay, so there we go. Hostname is going to be workstations, or all of the workstations that we can find. So now we want winlog event ID here, and that's going to be either 1 or 3. And then we got okay, so the first portion of this is fairly straightforward, which is going to be our workstation is going to be that, and then the winlog event ID is either 1 or 3, and then this is the big piece right here. So if you can see, we have an initial set of parentheses that looks for the process name, and then inside of that initial set of parentheses we have another parentheses that give us all of the potential process names that we're looking for, and then we're going to look for process parent name, and then it's going to be the same names right here. And both of these, so this entire piece right here is inside of one giant parentheses, and then we have the process name that is another set of parentheses with these options, or process parent name, another set of parentheses with those options. So that's the most advanced part of our query here. And then now we're going to update this just to see what we can find, and literally 7 hits. So that's actually very useful and probably easy to analyze. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to update a few things here. I'm going to remove the block text from PowerShell, and I'm going to add a few extra fields for us to have as columns. So we're going to go back to using our parent.command line column. We're going to make sure we have that. We also want the process name to be there, so we're going to make sure that we add that. We want the command line in general to be present, which is going to be the process command line. And then finally we want the destination IP to be present in this particular case, and now we have that. So now we have a good number of columns that are existing, and you can always collapse the menu on the left hand side, that sidebar, and then bring it back up. So I'm just going to collapse it just to make it a little bit easier for us to search. And I'm going to try to see if I can kind of zoom in on this to make it a little bit easier for us. There we go. You do Control plus and it zooms in on it a little bit more just to make it easier for us to try to find information. Okay, so from here, now what we're trying to do is find from these 7 events what is actually the most useful to us. So let's see here. So from our search parameters, right, so we have mshta mishta.exe, we have certutil, and then we have regsvr32. So you see that certutil is here, you have regsvr is here, and you also have mshta. So all of these things are actually here. There's one that's PowerShell that maybe is not necessarily important to us, which is under the process name, but under the parent command line there's also mshta.exe that's been running. So at the very least, these things show up in either the process name itself or the process parent name. Okay, so just to get an understanding of what these things done, we already know that certutil downloads files, right? It can download a binary for us and then it put it in any kind of a location that we want. So in this particular case, it was used to download something from OneDrive, which is the installer exe, and it was put inside of the temp folder. As we already established, temp folder is used a lot by hackers to hold, you know, anything that they want, including payloads. So let's see what regsvr32 is. So what is, let me see. Okay, so regsvr32 is another tool that's again inside of the system, and it's a command line tool to register and unregister OLE controls such as DLLs, ActiveX controls in Windows registry. In our particular case, what it was used for is to launch a remote instance of something, which is the teams .se. So let me see if I can actually find that particular one right here. So we look at this here, and in this extension, this domain, the plus and minus are kind of blocking it, but if you look at it, it says teams.sct and then the scrubj DLL. So it was accessing a remote file, which is that teams, and then it's suspicious it actually encoded that and then put it inside of a PowerShell command and launch that, right? So we have these 2 instances right here with regsvr, and then we have meshta at the very bottom right here. And this, by the way, so the PowerShell command that we're referring to is this piece right here. So it actually executed this giant thing right here with this PowerShell command with this encoded piece using the regsvr. And then from at the very, very bottom right here, we have the mshta.exe, which seems to have spawned a suspicious encoded PowerShell command as well that we can see with our command on the right here. So we have these series of events. So it seems like there was something that was downloaded, which was an installer, and it was put inside of the temp folder, and then that installer was used to access a remote file, or maybe they just did something else to access that remote file and spawned a suspicious encoded PowerShell command. And then mishta was also used to spawn another suspicious encoded PowerShell command. So we have something that was downloaded and a few PowerShell commands that were run in this particular instance. So that seems to be the end of this. Now there are some notes that they've left for us to kind of read through here before we move on. So it says, following the threat hunter's mindset, the next step of this investigation is to identify the extent of these activities by correlating the subsequent events generated after these LOLBAS were used. So one example is getting the process ID of the child processes spawned by these and investigating them further. Moreover, the encoded PowerShell commands can be decoded and hunted to understand the attack better. So we can do probably a multiple of those because we actually have to now answer some questions relevant to this. So it says, tracing back to the CMD and PowerShell child processes spawned by installer, what is the first command that was executed via CMD? So if we go over here and try to find the first command that was executed via CMD. Okay, so basically this is what I use to try to make this work. So I just did installer.exe as my official query at the top right here, and then as one of my filters I added a filter just to kind of show you what it is. When I looked for the executable, and I put the executable is, and then I looked for cmd.exe, because that's what we're trying to find, is what was the command line command that was executed for installer. So that's the information, and we got 46 hits out of that. And now I basically just want to see what that command line execution is, or what that first command line execution is, that gives us what that information is. So if we just scroll at the very bottom right here, we see that we have the temp installer, and the command line cmd is who am I / privilege, because they want to see what the privilege is for the current user that they are logged in as. So it would be who am I that / privilege. There we go. And so using the process ID of the PowerShell process spawned by mshta.exe, what is the destination IP of the network connections made by that process? So we're looking for mshta.exe and the process ID of the PowerShell process, and what's the destination IP of that specific piece. So let's see. Okay, so first I did the mshta.exe as my search, and there's only 4 hits that are available, and then I added the process entity ID as one of my columns just to see what information shows up. And there's only 2, and actually there are 2 specific entity IDs. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to save them inside of my text real quick, just so I can reuse them. So that's my first one, and then from here I'm going to see if I can get anything from either of these 2 items here. So let me save these real quick. Alright, that strategy was actually ineffective, because those process IDs bring up hundreds of thousands of results. So we're going to focus back on our mshta.exe, and really all we're trying to do is just find a destination IP value, because both of these things are empty. So let's see what this question really says. It says, using the process ID of the PowerShell process spawned by that, what is the destination IP of the network connections made by this process? So the process ID of the process spawned by that. Okay, so actually I was on the right path. So I did use the process ID that I received. I just added a few extra filters here. So I did and winlog event ID number 3 is for network connections that were successfully made, and the process name is PowerShell. So I just added those 2, and then we did actually get a series of destination IP addresses. There's still 70,000 hits, but if we just look at it over here, it's literally the same destination IP address that, I mean, everything on the first page is all the same destination IP address. So I believe this is actually the command and control server that the attacker connected to and retrieved all that information. So let's see if that's actually correct here. I think that is correct. Yeah, that is good. So okay, there we go. So I kind of followed along with the hint. So it said first identify the process ID, which I did, and then use it with the Windows log event ID for network connections made, and I just googled that, and that's it. Event ID number 3 is for TCP UDP connections on a machine, including the source and destination host and IP addresses, port numbers, etc. So that is the information that we needed, and we actually got the destination IP address. So I'm very satisfied with that. So now we can move on to the last piece, which is by Python, which is the scripting portion of this information. So scripting and programming tools. So we're going to run some of those exercises to try to find the remaining answers that we need. Okay, so for this one, we're still going to be using the winlog event, but I will wipe this out so that we can reset our queries over here, and I am going to remove most of these specific fields that we're interested, or we previously had interested. So I'm going to keep the computer name because that's what we wanted. Username is going to say their process parent command line is going to be their process name, command line itself, destination IP, and we need one other piece right here, which is going to be the destination port. So I'm going to keep that. I'm going to keep everything else, and I'm going to add this. And now we can work on our query to try to find stuff that is done with scripting languages. So the host name is still going to be workstation, and it's going to be asterisk to just open it up to all the workstations. We're going to have the winlog event ID be either 1 or 3, very similar to the last one, and we're going to have a very similar query as the last one where we put parentheses inside of parentheses. So this is what it's going to look like for this specific portion. So okay, there we go. So very similar to the last one, we have parentheses inside of parentheses. We're looking for process name and process parent name, and we are looking for Python, PHP, or Node.js with the asterisk on the front and the back of it to imply that anything could come before and after the words Python, PHP, or Node.js. And so let's see, out of the 176,000, how many of them are going to be narrowed down? Okay, so I was missing a colon right there. I got a couple of error messages, but I added that colon and everything's all good. And we got 5 hits in this case. And Python 3 was the process name in multiple versions of this. And then another one where the parent's command line was Python 3, and they ran a specific Python file inside of their tasks. So far, this is interesting. So we have Python 3 version, which is just a basic command to try to see what version of Python they're running, and then they ran a dev.py file multiple times, which was essentially that's it. And then port 8080, which is a web server port, typically was for that destination IP address that we already established as a malicious IP address that was used to make that connection. So let's see what other information that they're giving us over here. Alright, what we want to do based on our instructions is look at this cmd.exe process that was executed, and we want to find the PID, the process PID of this thing, so we can use that as our investigation. So I'm just going to scroll down and actually find that real quick, and here it is. Process PID is 1832 in this instance. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep everything the same over here for this first portion of our query, and what we're going to do at the very end of it, now that we kind of know what we're looking for here, we're going to add the process parent PID to be 1832, and we're going to run that, and we still get 6 hits, but now we have some different information available here. So we have the who am I executed to try to get our privileges for the current user that they were logged in as. They were trying to find all of the users that are available, and there are some PowerShell commands that were running, like clearing the event log, the security event log, the system event log, because they're trying to kind of cover their tracks essentially. And then finally there was a program files that was ran for Windows Defender, removing all of the definitions that were there, so trying to remove everything from Windows Defender as well. So they're really trying to cover their tracks over here. So that's what we've got so far for that. And then finally we have, based on the results, it can be observed that let me actually just kind of bring that onto the screen so you can see what I'm reading here. So over here we have, based on the results, it can be observed that the CMD process spawned by Python generated child process, indicating that the script dev.py could be a Python reverse shell, allowing attackers to execute remote commands. Following the threat hunters, the next step of the investigation is to identify the extent of these activities by correlating the subsequent events generated after the execution. In addition, it's also good to understand how the script was written in the compromised machine by backtracking the events related to dev.py. And so it says, following the CMD process spawned by Python, what is the command line value of the net.exe process? So it was net users. That's what I found already. There we go. So they just ran that. So, and there is our task answers. This is actually pretty in-depth lab. I actually like this thing. So that's everything we got for execution. So let's move on to defense evasion. All right, real quick before we move on to defense evasion, I wanted to tell you a little bit about our Hackaholics Anonymous community. This is going to be the premier YouTube community for security professionals and hackers. And if you haven't already checked it out, I would highly recommend you go look at it. The perks are actually really awesome, not just based on my personal opinion, but based on what people have been telling me, and they really are enjoying it. And we're actually getting members coming into this community. So I know for a fact that people are finding this valuable. Now, whether or not you just want to be a supporter and just kind of help us out a little bit, or if you want some of the Python automations or access to the bug bounties that we're going to do, or the Discord chats, or the live streams, or the specific content for the members, depending on what you want from this community, there's a bunch of different perk tiers that are available, and I just think that you should check it out, if nothing else, just so you can see what's available to you at your disposal should you choose to participate in the future. Apart from that, I would love to see you in the community. I would love to see you in our Discord chat. We actually have a lot of great conversations, and we go back and forth, and the community is very helpful to each other. So I think you'll get a lot of value from it. And that's basically all I have to say. That's my plug for the Hackaholics Anonymous community. Now, that being said, let's go back to our lab. Okay, moving on to defense evasion, and essentially, as the name implies, they're going to do everything they can to avoid detection by the network security systems, which is the NIDS essentially, or during or following the infiltration. And it's often achieved by disguising their activities as legitimate operations or by manipulating known benign files or processes. And they do this through a variety of methods. So it could be disabling security software, deleting attack footprints, which is basically traces of them being in the system or in the network, deceiving analysts through masquerading, obfuscating or encryption, executing known bypasses to security controls. And typically this is done by combining this with the execution tactic to achieve better results. So it's typically not done as a standalone tactic here. And it makes it possible for an attacker to run their code while avoiding or minimizing the chances of being detected by the target security system, making the attack much more likely to actually succeed. So understanding this tactic means that you just need to understand that there's not limits to the examples that you've seen, and typically there's no limits in general when it comes down to the ways that somebody can attack your network or your system. These guys are very clever, these guys and gals, excuse me, they're very clever, and they're always coming up with new ways to do this. And we're going to use these specific examples in our video, but just keep in mind that this is not the be-all and end-all list of what's possible for evading detection and all of that stuff. So the technique itself would be disabling the software. So it could be disabling Windows Defender via command line, or reverting the updated detection signatures, deleting logs, so essentially any event logs, deceiving the analyst by mimicking process names or spoofing parents or process IDs, and executing bypasses like using known vulnerabilities or modifying host configurations to bypass any of these controls. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to go through our virtual machine that we had, and we're going to use our Kibana instance, use the winlog beat index, and then we're just going to run all of these things to do our detection and find the answers to our questions at the bottom right here. So that's essentially what defense evasion is all about. And you can, of course, as usual, just go and read up on this and try to find all of the details, all the nitty-gritty stuff on the MITRE website under the MITRE attack framework. So that being said, let's jump into our Kibana instance and let's look at this index. All right, so here we are. The first thing that we're going to look at is a couple of commands that would indicate that the attacker is trying to disable the antivirus on our host. So since our host is the winlog beat, let me just make sure that, so our index is the winlog beat index right here. For our search parameter, we're going to use the host name as our first query portion, and that's going to be the workstation we've done multiple times. So let me zoom in a little bit for you. We got the workstation with the asterisk, meaning it could be workstation 1, 2, 3, whatever. And we're going to add in parentheses another series of asterisks. And one of them is going to be looking for the string disable real-time monitoring. because this is actually one of the commands inside of the command line for Windows that is combined with PowerShell's set MP preference essentially. And what all of that does is that it disables the real-time monitoring on the device. So that's the first thing that we want to have as our string to kind of search inside of the commands. And the next one is going to be the remove definitions. And let me make sure I just spell that correctly. And both of them start with an asterisk and end with an asterisk, because essentially we want to just look for this inside of any series of commands or any combination of commands. And the remove definitions used with the MP cmd run executable that removes all of the existing signatures of Windows Defender. So remove definition removes all of the existing signatures from Windows Defender, and disable real-time monitoring, as the name implies, disables all of the real-time monitoring on site in the device that you're actually running. So we're going to run this, and then what we want to do on our available fields right here, we want to add a few things for us to be able to see in our table. So as soon as I run it, we see that we have 42 hits that are available in the situation. And what I'm going to do is over here in my available fields, I'm going to search for the following fields so that we can get a good understanding of what's going on. The first one is the WinLog computer name. That's the one that I want. And this is just based on the instructions that's inside the lab. So this is not anything that I'm coming up with. But as we add these and as we go through these, you can come to your own deductions as to why these things are important, and I'm going to try to also come to my own conclusions as to why these things are important. So first we're going to add all of these fields, and we see that we have them in the selected fields. So the process name, this is one that we've used frequently, and the process command line as well we've used frequently. So these are not anything new, and you can kind of already notice just from what the selections are that we are using these fields because we want to see, what they used as a command, what process it was, the parent process that that process could potentially belong to, the username that ran it, obviously, and the computer name inside of the Windows logs that all of this is associated with. So now that we have these things, we can see that we have the individual columns that belong to all of those, and we can start going through some of these values so that we can potentially come up with something interesting. So let's see if we can actually find anything interesting here. Okay, so just starting from the bottom up, which is the earliest events to the most recent events. We look at it, and number one, we can see that all of these things belong to workstation 1, and the user associated with them is all Clifford Miller. And at the very beginning, we can see some really, really interesting pieces that, it starts with the temp folder as usual, right? Inside of the temp folder, there's an installer executable that's been running. The command line is now just going through the disable real-time monitoring at the very, very beginning, and it just keeps running it. So disable real-time monitoring has been ran a few times, it seems, and then we have the CMD executable that looks at that as well. And then you start going to some of the more recent ones where you start seeing that the definitions are being removed. So all of the logs are now being removed for MPCMD run, being the removal of all of the logs inside of the Windows Defender. And that's essentially all of the series of events that we have. We have the commands that are being run all from workstation 1. Clifford Miller is the user, and you can see by looking at it chronologically that they, of course, disabled real-time monitoring. They ran whatever they were supposed to do, and then at the end of it, they removed all of their traces of whatever activity they had by deleting the logs that were associated with it. Looking at it a little bit closer, so if you remember from our execution task, we had the installer executable running from the temp folder, and as we just discussed, these things are typically, disabling the detection or evading detection is typically done with the execution task as a tandem. So we can see that the very first instance of this, or maybe not the first, but the second instance of this actually doing the set MP preference, disable real-time monitoring is actually being done with the installer executable that's running. And then if we try to actually open this up, so let's see what goes on inside of this specific event here. So the process arguments, we should see some interesting stuff over here. Let me just make sure my scroll works. This is nutty. So we have our process arguments, and if we go a little bit further, so to try to get more of the story here, if we go towards the top and look at the npcmd run process that was executed, let's see if we actually open this up, if we will get something interesting or something that would be of note. There is the process arguments by themselves. The hostname obviously is showing up. We have the process arguments for removing definitions right here, so all of that is all good. And then there are instances that, or there are certain things that can kind of help us understand what various parent processes or what various services were used or languages were used to make this to run these items, to actually run the command prompt and to do things like that. And in the course instructions for us, we actually have something that shows there's something for the process parent PID that they are saying that if we look at this particular parent PID, so it should show hopefully at least one item here. Yeah, we do have the one item that it shows, which is this piece right here. So we can see that again, workstation 1, Clifford Miller. The CMD executable was the parent process that was running. PowerShell is the process itself that's running. And then we have the remove definition. So this is a part of them covering their tracks. And if we open this up, this process PID of 1832 is an implication that the command prompt executed this using Python. So, or the command prompt, what was executed using Python. And it's not a special indicator of any sort unless you actually have an understanding of what specific tactics are used in pen testing and ethical hacking, various attack vectors that can be used and the various tools that can be used. And Python is one of those big ones. And so if these are like nuanced details, like if you don't know what the PID of 1832 is supposed to mean, it doesn't make any kind, it won't stand out to you. It doesn't make any kind of sense to just look at it and be like, oh, this is what this process belongs to. Because for me, again, like I haven't memorized what the PIDs are. I don't know that 1832 is relevant to any particular process being spawned by Python, but this is based on the notes that we have in our lab. So they explain it to us that it's like, hey, np cmd run was executed by cmd with this PID correlating to the command prompt being spawned by Python. And that is one of the various tools or various hints that we get to kind of further our investigation. So by following the mindset, the next step of this is to identify the extent of the activities by correlating the subsequent events generated after the execution of these commands. And the attacker is expected to execute more malicious commands since the existing antivirus has now been successfully disabled. So I would assume that the series of questions that we have here is the PID of the CMD process that executed PowerShell, set MP preference, disable monitoring, true. So what is the PID of the CMD process that executed that? That would be our first thing. And the next one is, what is the PowerShell command line argument used to clear the event logs of workstation 1? I don't think this specific question is actually applicable to the exercise that we just ran. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just delete this last piece that searches for that individual PID. And just to make our life easier, instead of having to go through all the different things and open them up, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add the process PID as one of my fields so that it just shows me that in the table that we have. And that way it'll just make it a little bit easier for us to kind of break this information down and to be able to do a little bit of an investigation. So we have the process PID that's been added, and yeah, there we go. That should be it. So it is the very last thing that we see on the right hand side. So The specific command that we're looking for is PowerShell set MP preference disable real-time monitoring, which is the first series of commands at the bottom right here. So if we just go to the bottom and then look at the they said that the executed this that executed PowerShell set MP preference at the very beginning. So CMD PowerShell set MP preference disable real-time monitoring true. This is the CMD command or the process, and 428 is the PID that's attached to that. So that would be our answer. Perfect. Okay, so there we go. We got that, and I think the next piece of this is actually specific to the next set of questions or the next set of instructions that we have here, which is the log deletion. So we're looking at log deletion from this instance. So we're still going to use this index. We're still going to go July 23rd, all that stuff. We're going to clear our queries just to start from scratch. Workstation is still going to be the asterisk. We're going to look at Windows Event ID 1102, which is the deletion of Windows event logs. That's what that specific event ID is relevant to. So when we pull this up, we should now see a bunch of attempts to delete Windows logs. And in this particular case, it seems like there is only one. So that would be a fairly quick investigation. We're cleared from Workstation 1, obviously, following the mindset of a threat hunter. Next step is to identify the log source that was removed. So to complete this, we're going to use the view surrounding documents when we open up the event, and we're going to look at the process name and the process command line columns to aid in analyzing that. And then we have execution through process injection, which is still going to be on the Windows event log on July 23rd. And process injection is a technique that malware developers use to execute shell codes while evading security defenses. And this is going to be in SysMon to detect. So the create remote threat and hunt for potential process injection is the task for this one. And that's going to be for Windows event ID number 8. So again, same hostname query, but we're just going to do event ID 8, which is for creating a remote thread, and that is the event that shows up on SysMon. And then we're going to look for these specific fields, and there's 24 hits supposedly, and from there we're going to look at the entry of Clifford Miller using Chrome that created a new thread for Explorer, and that's the typical target process for process injection techniques. Most entries are executed by system account except for the Chrome, which is executed by Clifford Miller's account. And following the threat hunter mindset, the next step of this is to identify the extent of these activities by correlating subsequent events, etc., etc. So all of that is the same. And the questions that we have in mind for the first one is, what is the PowerShell command line argument that was used to clear the event log? So that's going to be for the log deletion portion. And then what's the process PID of Chrome's executable target for process injection? So those are the two pieces that we're going to look for. This is going to be the event ID 8 for the Chrome piece, and then this is going to be event ID 11 for the log deletion, or excuse me, 1102 for log deletion. So let's jump into our system here. We're going to keep the first portion of this exactly the same, which is going to be the workstation, etc., etc. But we're going to change the piece for the event ID detection. So it's gonna look a little bit like this. Okay, so there's our one event, and let's see here. Whoops, I accidentally deleted it by clicking minus. Okay, so there's the event. And essentially what we're looking for in this particular case is the command that was used to delete the log, from what I understand. So we're just gonna open this thing up and see what command we can find in here. And to actually find it, it won't be inside of the general information over here. We actually have to go to our view surrounding documents link, which will open up a new piece for us. And then we'll see that we have a lot of commands, or I guess a handful of commands that are being run. Specifically to the workstation 1 is the one that we're most interested in. And we see it right here. So we have PowerShell clear event log, log name, security. And the question is asking at the very bottom right here, what was used to clear the event logs of workstation 1? So clear event log, what was it? Clear event log, log name, security, I believe is what it is. Yes, very good. And the next one is, what is the process PID of Chrome's executable? So then we're going to go to the next event ID, which was event ID number 8, to try to pull that information. So let me go back to my window right here, and let's go back to our discover. And from here, I gotta go back to the winlog beat and do all that piece. So let me write the query real quick. All right, there we go. So workstation is going to be everything that shows up, and then the event ID is event ID number 8. And I gotta add all of my fields that I would be most interested in this particular case. So let's run that real quick. All right, and for good measure, we added the process PID, because that is the answer that we're looking for. It says, what is the process PID of the Chrome executable target for process injection? And if we look at the hint, it says the winlog event data field contains significant information regarding the event for Chrome.exe's target execution. So we have 24 hits in this particular case. We're going to be looking for the entry of Clifford Miller, Chrome executable, Explorer exe. And of course, we're mostly looking for the workstation 1 in this particular case. So if I look at, I actually want to add also the username as well. Okay, so for these particular events, there seems to be no user.name just by itself. So we're going to have to do this a little bit manually. But what I do know is that it is, from what we've gathered so far, it is on workstation 1. That the whole thing has been running, and it does seem to be that it is the source user is probably going to be our username that we're going to use in this particular case. So we have the thread hunting Clifford Miller, and then there's all these things that are associated with workstation 2, so on and so forth. So I'm actually going to change this from the asterisk to 1, and let's see how many we get. Oh, interesting, we have no results that comes from that, which is very odd actually. So host name is going to be, oh, you know what it is, because it's not just 1, so I still need to do 1 and then do the asterisk to give me everything else that shows up. There you go. And so now we have, it's workstation on 1.thread hunting, so on and so forth. So if you just do 1 by itself, it's only going to look for this, and it's going to ignore the rest of this. So you have to have the asterisk so that it shows up everything else. So now the events have gone to 13 hits instead of the 24 that we had originally. So what we're looking for is now the Chrome exe target for process injection. So I mean, out of all of these things, there's literally only one item that actually stands out as looking shady, which is this specific item right here, the Chrome.exe by Clifford Miller, and this is our Windows Explorer target image that's been used. So that is all important, and the specific item that they're looking for is the target for process injection, process PID. So I think I want to say it's the target PID. I don't think it's the actual PID itself. It's also, this little hint kind of helps us because they're looking for a 4-digit number instead of looking for a 2-digit number, which is what the PID is that's associated with here. So I'm going to actually look for PID one more time over here, and we have a winlog process ID, and let me see if I can do maybe target as the word. And okay, very good. So we have target process ID. I think that's probably going to give us some useful information. And so it does. It's 4240 at the end of it, and it is a 4-digit. So let's see if this is actually the answer. Yeah, very good. Okay, so it is the answer. So most of this is being done from deduction. So I'm deducing to get the answer, because I am going through this at the same time. I'm learning at the same time that you're learning. So as I'm going through this video, I'm using everything that I've learned previously with some of the instructions that we're getting over here to try to deduce and try to find the answers that we're looking for. And in this particular case, they give us a good amount of instructions. So if you just follow the instructions, for the most part, you should come up with the answers. And I feel like they didn't leave too much for us to just investigate on our own. So if you do just kind of follow the instructions and click around and just do a little bit of Googling, maybe for the most part, you should get the answers. And then of course there's this video as well, just to help you find your answers. So we are now going to go to the next piece here, which is the persistence tactic. The persistence tactic is used to maintain access to a compromised network. So when you persist, it essentially means you've gotten in the system and now you want to stay in the system. So maintaining access is essentially what that means. And obviously you want to do it covertly or secretly or sneakily or whatever. You don't want to be noticed, right? You don't want people to know you're actually inside of that system. It allows adversaries to retain control of the foothold. And even if the system restarts or the user logs out, they still have access. So that's very, very important, right? So the way that this is done would be, and these are some ways, this is not everything. We've done actually a lot of videos on Windows persistence to gain access and keep access. So there's a lot of different strategies for maintaining persistence. These are just a few. Modification of registry keys to hijack the typical system, program startup, the installation of malicious scripts or software that automatically starts, and creation of additional high privileged backdoor accounts. They are typically executed right after the initial successful execution, so you will look for timestamps that are very close to each other or maybe even simultaneous. And the post-execution deployment of persistent methods ensures that the attacker maintains a consistent presence within the network, potentially making the attack more difficult to detect and remove. And the big deal about this for hackers is that, sometimes if you get into the system, they may patch the way that you got in, right? They may block the way that you got in, so you don't have that entry point anymore. So you have to get persistence on that system just in case they block that initial access that you got in, and now you won't be able to get in, so you have to stay in. That's essentially the point here. So just to kind of get an idea of these specific tactics that they shared with us so far, the techniques, the modification of registry keys is done using the reg executable to modify registry keys such as run or run once. Those are two specific processes that are for system boot up. So when the system starts, when the computer starts, either run is one of the commands that goes within the background of all the commands that are being run, or the run once. And run, obviously, as the name implies, or I guess as run once implies, it means that it's going to run once. Run is meant to be run every single time that you start the system. Installation of auto start scripts would be done with the scheduled tasks. So if something is scheduled to run consistently and you find out what that scheduled task is, and then you go ahead and manipulate that specific file that runs the executable or has that scheduled task, you can put your malware in there, you could put a payload in there, anything of the sort, and gain a reverse shell every time that scheduled task runs. And then you have a creation of additional accounts. So essentially we're just making a new user and adding it to the local admin group, and since you created the user, you have the login information for that user and you're part of the admin group. So if you can do that, that would be great as well. Hunting persistence, specifically what we're going to go after is the scheduled task creation and the registry key modification to try to hunt this thing down. And it's going to be inside of our winlog beat index, again, for all of these things. And what we're going to try to look for are the scheduled task, which is event ID 4698. So if Windows Advanced Audit Policy is properly configured, you can use this event for the creation of a scheduled task. And then if you don't have that, you can use the following keywords for hunting commands like SC tasks or SCH task, which is the name for the executable, and the register scheduled task inside a PowerShell. So that this entire piece right here could be one command that you got. But in this particular case, what we're going to do is we're going to do both of them. So we're going to look for the event ID 4698, or we're going to look for these strings inside of any of the commands that are being run to see if we can track any of that stuff down. And then we're going to look for these specific fields to see if there's anything interesting that shows up. And I'm not gonna try to give it away, but for the most part, they're gonna tell us exactly what to look for. And then the next piece is the registry key modification that gives us the query to look for. And this is the event ID 13 with the winlog channel being Microsoft Windows Sysmon operational. And it gives us 1400 hits, so we definitely have to kind of hone in on this. And to ease the way of it, we're going to focus on these specific registry keys that are typically abused by threat actors to reduce those results from 1400 to something a little bit smaller. And then we're going to focus on these fields, and it gives us 12 hits, which is very useful, and we should be able to find the information that we need from that and be able to answer these questions. And there's only 2 questions here. So what's the name of the parent process of the CMD process that executed the scheduled task? And then using the process ID of malicious reg execution, what is the value of the process command line used to execute the registry modification? So those are going to be our 2 questions that we're going to keep an eye out for as we go through our winlog index. So let's go back to our section here. We're going to keep most of these things, I think, the same, and we're just going to modify a few of these. So let me open it up on my second monitor here. All right, so for the scheduled task, for the most part, I think we've kept this piece exactly the same for all of our queries, so that part isn't going to change. What we are going to look for is we're going to do a parentheses, and we're going to first put the event ID that we're looking for, which is in this case 4698, and then we're going to do OR, and then we're going to look for another set of strings, which is in this case the scheduled tasks string, and it's going to be another OR, and then we're going to do the register scheduled. Whoa, what's happening here? Sorry about that. That was a weird little technical difficulty that we had here. So 4698 is going to be our event, and then we're going to type this out one more time. Hopefully this time it won't freak out on me. There we go. So schedule tasks, in this particular case, this string is relevant to the executable itself. And then this is the CMD-let, the command-let that's used inside of PowerShell. So we're going to look for either schedule tasks or the register schedule task or this particular event ID. So let's see what we can find inside of our winlog beat index. Okay, so here's the query. I had to make some modifications. So just in case you use the last portion, I changed this from 1 to asterisk. I had to make sure that this entire piece right here was sitting inside of these 2 parentheses, and that's basically it. Those are the 2 main edits that I made. And so we have 13 hits in this particular case, and what we need to do now is update the fields that we're interested in. So a computer name is going to stay here. I'm going to add username, so hopefully this should actually exist in this particular set of results, and it does. Very good. And we're going to add a few more. Okay, so there we go. That's what we got. We got the computer name, username, process command, the winlog event ID, and the event data task name. And these are the various things that we have over here. So this is our set of results over here, and the question that we had was mostly relevant or only relevant to the name of the parent process of the CMD.exe that executed the creation of the scheduled task. So what we're looking for is the creation of the scheduled task, and then we're looking for the name of the process that pulled it off. To make this a little bit easier, I'm actually going to add a new set of values here, or columns here. So I want the process parent name to actually be here, and I also want the process parent command line to also be here, because those are actually useful for this particular search that we're doing. So we're going to have those added to this as well. And so let's see, the process parent name in this particular case, we have CMD and we have PowerShell. That's basically all we got. And the command that was run that we're looking for is the command that was run to schedule the task, right? So the executed the scheduled task creation. So in this particular case, I'm just looking at the command line of the parent itself that's been done. And we're going to do scheduled task creation. You can also do a control F type of a thing if you know what kind of command you're looking for. But in this case, I'm just gonna kind of scroll through this because these are really long commands here, and I just want to see which one is applicable to us and what we're looking for. All right, so just to give you some intel as far as, you know, using our power of deduction here. So our command right here is also visible, and we can see right here that it says schedule task create. And let me make sure I don't, this thing just keeps messing with me. So right here it says schedule task create. Okay, so this is one that has schedule task create, and the command or the process that's attached to that is cmd.exe. That was the second one, because this is the more recent one. If we look at the timestamp over here, okay, this is the earlier one, so this would be the first one that has ran, and this also has scheduled task create in it, and this is a PowerShell command that was ran. So if we're looking at the first one, right, so we're looking at the thing that came earlier in the process, that would be the one that I would, you know, make my bet on, and I would say that, okay, PowerShell executable, this was the command that actually was initially ran, and then there was a command line command that was ran as well, and that ended up creating the piece as well. So if I do PowerShell, pretty sure that's the answer, honestly. Yeah, there we go. So it is the name of the parent process that executed the scheduled task creation, and that is the answer for this one. So the next one is the process ID of malicious regexc execution. So this is for the registry change that was done. So this is this exercise right here, the registry key modification. So we're going to update our query first, and then we're going to update it some more because we have 1400 hits on that initial one, and 1400 hits is a lot for you to manually sift and sort through. So from there we're going to update the query, and then hopefully we'll find what the actual registry is, or the registry value that was used to make the modification. So first and foremost, let's do the first version of the query just to kind of get some exercise here. So it is again going to be the hostname workstation asterisk, and then we're gonna update a few things on the back end right here. All right, there we go. That's it. So the hostname stays the same. The event ID is being 13, and the winlog channel is Microsoft Windows Sysmon operational, and this is going to be the registry portion of the value that we're searching for, and automatically we see that it's 1400 hits. So again, that's just a lot of hits. That's a lot of stuff to sift and sort through. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna update our value a little bit and add the registry path search parameter, and then for that search parameter we're going to add a few extra values in here. So I'm going to do and here, and then I'm going to go and add a whole other piece for the registry path. Alright, so for the registry path we're looking for 3 potential values. It's the current version run, current version explorer user, or current version explorer shell. Those are the 3 values that we're going to use as a modifier for our query, and it should bring it down. There we go. Okay, we got now 12 hits instead of you getting 1400 hits. So that's nice. That's very valuable to us. So what are the fields you think that would be useful here? So we have the winlog computer name, the username. We're going to have our, let's see, I'm going to change some of these things to the ones that they gave me, and then from there, hopefully I'll be able to find some other columns that would be useful to us. So these 2 stay from the last one. I'm going to add a few other ones. All right, so that's what I got so far. Let's see if we can find any other values that would be useful to us that we can kind of search for here. Okay, so since we're actually looking for the command line value, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the 2 command line values that we have as well. So it's the process command line, and then it's going to be the process parent command line as well. And that will give us a few extra fields to look at in this particular case. And from our 12 hits, let's see if there's anything that stands out that is specific to the question, which is the process ID of the malicious regex execution, and what's the command line for that. So the malicious regex execution and the command line for it. Okay, so all of these processes here, there is one, literally one, that is the regex right here. That is the execution for it. And so the piece that I'm looking for in this particular case would be the command line for that. So let's see here. Okay, and we opened up our command line, and we see a few things that might be of interest. So the process name over here is the PowerShell process, and then you go down a little bit, and then you see you got the regex process, and or not regex, excuse me, reg.executable. Regex stands for regular expressions. So based on these two, we have some commands here that have been executed, and so it's reg at HKLM software, blah 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 blah. I feel like this is the one. It's either one of these two, right? So these are both commands, but this specific thing is CMD and then command, and then it gives us the full command here as well. So inside of these quotes right here. So I think this is actually the command itself, is this one long giant thing. So I'm gonna copy that bad boy, and let's go over here and drop it over here and see if this is actually the command. Very good. And so the way that we found that was inside of the surrounding document. So it was literally the one thing that actually had the reg.exe inside of the process name, and then I just opened that up and I went to the supporting documents, and inside of the supporting documents we see the command line commands that have actually been ran. So that is it for that one. So very excited about this. So let me just go back to WinLogBeat. I feel like the next task is also going to be in WinLogBeat, but that's it. We got one more, the command and control piece, and then after that we're going to be done with this room. So let's see what command and control is going to teach us. All right, command and control is essentially the very last step of getting a successful hack. And what it means, as the name kind of implies, is that, you broke into the system, you now have persistence in the system, meaning that you are staying in the system. And then from there, you are commanding and controlling from a remote location. So command control is also considered to be beaconing, and there's a lot of different names for it. But it's basically when you're in and you're now acting on your overall goals and the strategy that you had and trying to get your end result, because you have command and you have control of the network and the system. This is one of the end goals. So command and control isn't the only thing that can be done as an end result. This is one of the things that can be done, and I think we're going to be hunting down for command and control in this particular case. So this is when an adversary communicates with the compromised system within a target network, and they do it remotely more often than not. And they usually direct or continuously issue remote commands to fulfill their objectives. Some of these things that can be done, or some of the ways that can be done, is doing standard network protocols like DNS, domain name system, ICMP, and HTTP or HTTPS, known cloud-based services, or encrypted custom HTTPS server. These are just some of the ways that you can communicate via your C2 server or your command and control tactic. They provide a lifeline between the attacker and the infiltrated network, enabling two-way communication for the attacker to send commands and receive data. The command and control stage is particularly critical as the attacker solidifies their control of the system, adjusting their actions based on the information obtained or getting their ultimate goal. So understanding these specific three techniques. So standard network protocols, using the DNS protocol as a communication channel via the subdomain of that domain network server, domain name service, excuse me. Known cloud-based services, so passing your traffic through web applications like Google Drive or Telegram and Discord are just known services, and these are great ways of kind of hiding yourself in plain sight, so to speak. And then you have encrypted custom HTTPS server, so using a self-hosted server with a well-groomed domain passing encrypted traffic. So that's a more advanced tactic, I would say, compared to using Google, for example, Google Drive or like Discord. So In determining the network traffic, it's essential to understand the purpose of the traffic based on the content, frequency, and the direction. So egress traffic may indicate suspicious file uploads or connections to a C2 server. Egress meaning it's going out. Ingress traffic may indicate intrusion attempts from external sources. So that's traffic coming in. Egress is going out. Ingress is coming in. Clear text traffic containing host commands may indicate an established connection to a C2 server. A high count of connections or bandwidth of encrypted file may indicate unusual activity. So usually just by looking at the RAM usage on a machine, you can kind of tell that, okay, this is a little bit higher than our baseline. It seems like something might be going on. And if that's indeed the case, that means there's some kind of connection that's been made, and now the bandwidth is being used, the RAM or the CPU is being used, so on and so forth. So hunting this down is what our goal is going to be for this task. We're going to look for the command and control over DNS, command and control over third-party cloud applications, and of course over encrypted HTTPS or HTTP traffic. We're going to be using the packet beat index for the C2 over DNS, and then we're going to use the winlog index to correlate the DNS queries to identify the malicious process generating it. So we're using two different indices here. C2 over DNS or command and control over DNS is a technique for adversaries where the DNS protocol to establish a command and control channel. In this technique, they disguise their communication as typical DNS queries and responses, bypassing network security, and we're going to look for unusual DNS query patterns based on a high count of unique subdomains and unusual DNS requests based on the types, which is MX, CNAME, and TXT. MX is the mail exchange, CNAME is for the domain name, and then we have the TXT, which is TXT. So to start hunting, we're going to visualize the library in this particular case, and then we're going to set the table index, packet beat, so on and so forth. We're going to add all of these things. We're going to look at it. We're going to see what the highest volume portions of this are, which is in this case the golgi.xyz domain on workstation 1 that has 2100. And then upon checking this, we're going to see that this is the situation. And we're going to understand this by going into the Discover tab by looking forward. So I'm actually going to just skip to the Discover tab because this is it's been given to us and they showed this to us. So we've done the visualization a few times in this video already. So I'm just going to kind of skip over this part. If you want to know how to set the table index to this and set your rows and the metrics and all that stuff, you can just go look at the start of this video. But we're just going to skip this portion because we already know what we're looking for in this case, and we're going to start building our Discover tab queries. And so from here, we should be able to get the rest of the information that we need. And from there, we're going to move on to the next piece, which this is actually a pretty long section for that. Then we're going to do command and control over cloud applications. And then we're going to do the last one, command and control over encrypted traffic. So I'm just going to run these things and then I will explain them as I run them. So let's do it. All right, the first piece of this is going to be on the packet beat index, and the query that we're going to use is going to look like this. There we go. So this is what we got so far. It says the network protocol is DNS, and it's not DNS question name ARPA, and the DNS question registered domain golgi.xyz, I think I pronounced it, and hostname workstation 1. So in this particular case, let me see. It seems like we didn't get any results. So let's see what went wrong. Okay, so it was the date. It's always the date. So usually what happens when I click on view the supporting documents, it resets the date and basically everything else when I come back to Discover. So that was our issue. The query itself is perfectly fine. So that's all good. So now we have 2200 results as such. And one of the big things that we're going to be looking for in this particular case, it seems, is we're looking for the query. So let's actually look at the questions that we need to answer just so I can understand what I'm looking for here. So it says, what's the link downloaded using PowerShell to establish the C2 over DNS? And the hint is find the parent process of nslookup.exe to discover the PowerShell command that's executed. So the parent process of nslookup.exe is what we're going to be looking for. And let's see, the overall process, the instructions at the very least. We're going to try to kind of follow along those instructions just to see what we're going to get. So packet beat was the first piece that we're going to do. And whoops, we're actually all the way up here. So this is where we're supposed to be. So we have the network protocol, all this is not, this is the first part. Okay, so when we add the query column here, we see that out of these things, we have a lot of this stuff that's going to something that ends with golgi.exe. So there's all these subdomains that are attached to it, and they're very randomized subdomains. They don't look like normal subdomains, and it's all going to the golgi.xyz domain, etc., etc. So that part of it is immediately suspicious. And so based on the instructions that we're getting over here, what we want to do is we want to try to find an IP address. So if we just look at any of these, I should see some kind of an IP address. So I'm just going to click open and just see what shows up as the IP address value here. And specifically the destination IP is what we're looking for, because that would be the C2 IP address of the hacker. That's where they would be. So 198.43 is the one over here. So if we go and look at another one of these values, and let's see if it's also going to be 198.43 for that destination IP. Yep, so 198.43 is also the destination IP for that. So that seems to be the destination IP for this particular command and control server. So what we can do now in this case is we can actually update our query, because we know a little bit about what the IP address is. And we can now kind of go and try to find a little bit more information about it. So we're going to now change it to our win log to search for that DNS query. And we're going to update all of this information right here. So let me zoom in for you once again, and let's see what we got. Okay, so there we go. The host name is going to be workstation1 * because we know it has to do with that. The destination IP is that, and the destination port, since it's DNS, is going to be that particular piece. So far, we seem to be good in that regard. So let's see, we have 3,800 hits in this particular case. So still a good amount of stuff. But we need to kind of hone in. We need to narrow all of these results down to see what is actually applicable to us. So I'm going to do all of the fields that they've recommended, and then see if there's anything else that would be very relevant to this particular set of questions that we need. Okay, so interestingly enough, there is no process command line or process parent command line that's available to us. So most likely, to be able to pull that information, we actually have to go inside of our attached documents, our source documents. But for that, before that, I guess, the thing that we're looking for in this case, based on the hint that we got, was the nslookup.exe. And nslookup is something that's done to get us information about the DNS values of any domain, and with that we can get more information about potential IP addresses, locations, services, and so on and so forth. So it says the surrounding documents have been provided the command line arguments executing nslookup. Based on its values, the suspicion of C2 server is definitely confirmed. Following a threat hunter, the next step is to identify the events generated by the parent process that established over DNS, then backtrack and try to find the information. So what we got over here, let's see, it says, what is the link downloaded using PowerShell to establish the C2 over DNS? And then we're going to be looking for NSLOOKUP as the parent process. So let's go over here, and we see, obviously, process name, NSLOOKUP. So all this information is definitely, it's all available. So the piece that I'm looking for is the domain, right? So the actual HTTP domain of this. So let's see, it's going to be inside of our source documents from what I understand, right? So I think any of the links should actually work. So let me see what would work in this particular case. Okay, cool. So it actually shows us all of this in a new tab. So I actually, instead of, oh no, did I do it again? What did I do? Oh no, right here. Sorry. I'm going in my browser tab. So inside of the Firefox browser, usually when I click on this, it opens it in the same exact tab, and I just right clicked it and I opened it in a new tab. And it seems like it's still showing me all the information I need. So there's 3 pieces right here attached to nslookup.exe. And what we're looking for is the specific URL value. So let's see if we just scroll through it, we might be able to find that URL value. Okay, so I actually didn't get any luck from those previous entries. So I updated my filters right here because I wanted to make sure that the command line value existed. So there needed to be something for the command line value. In those 3, there were none. And then I just wanted to make sure that there's also a username that exists for that as well. So we now have, Clifford Miller as the user, which seems to be the guy that keeps getting hacked in this entire exercise. And NSLOOKUP is our specific piece right here. So hopefully now we can actually go and try to find the command line value of this thing that will show us, hopefully, the arguments that we're looking for, and then maybe even there we go. This did not exist in those 3 original ones that I found. So we have the argument here, and then we have inside of it a few domain names. So we can see that there are a few pieces right here. So I think it's the raw GitHub user content, and it ends at the PS1 right here, which is a PowerShell script. So I want to say this is actually the value that we're looking for. So let's go here and let's run that. Oh, cool. Nice. Okay, cool. So that was the one for the DNS. So now what we want to do is the cloud-based service, and it's going to be similar, where we're going to start with the packet beat thing, and then we're going to move on to winlog beat winlog beat, and then from there we're going to try to find the cloud app that was used in this particular case. So let's see what we can find. Okay, for the cloud-based one, they do go through the visualization table one more time, and this was the visualization table from the very last exercise that we just did, except now in this one, instead of going from the descending, I guess, from the largest to the smallest value, we're going to go ascending from the smallest to the largest value. And in this particular case, it says remove the unique subdomain metric and sort the count in ascending. With this, we can see cloud application domains that do not workstations do not commonly access, and one of them is discord.gg, Xbox Live. I love this. So workstation 1, Discord.gg, is a cloud-based service, as we already established that this is something that we need to kind of be on the lookout for and make sure that they're not doing anything shady in this particular case. So this is where the intel starts. And now what we can do is we can pivot to the winlog beat. So that's basically all we needed to do on the packet log portion, the packet beat portion. We are going to go to the winlog portion and start doing some queries and discoveries. And in this particular case, since we're looking for Discord.gg and we know that it's workstation 1, the initial query is going to be very simple. So I'm going to close this piece right here, and look at that, beautiful, everything's already here. So that's super freaking useful. Okay, so let's see here. Stays at workstation 1, and we're going to look for discord.gg in any string. So you just do a asterisk at the start and you do asterisk at the end, and we only have 4 hits, so not much for us to sift and sort through. So it says, based on the results, it can be seen that the connections going to Discord are initiated by the temp installer. So installer.exe is the process name right here, and we can definitely see that. So we can investigate further by hunting all the processes spawned by that using the updated query. So what we're going to do is we're going to update our query. In order to be able to update it, we actually have to find the specific path for that process executable. So for this specific executable, we need to find that path. And so if you just break this down, and this is kind of something that we can figure out because they just give us the directions straight up and they're like, yeah, just go add these values. But if you see inside of any of these packets, if we just open these events up, this is the value or the key specifically, and then the key has this value, and this is going to be the one that we're going to be looking for. So we want the process.executable to be one of the things that we look for. So if we actually just add that as one of our available fields and we go through our results, we'll see that now this is actually going to show the path of this, right? So look, you have the process executable path at the end of this, and then so there's 3 of them that have the installer.exe. So now we can update our query, right? So they just give us, they spoon feed a lot of these queries to us, but to know where that information came from is very useful to you as an analyst, as a threat hunter. So what we're going to do is we're going to modify our query, and first and foremost we're going to use an event log ID of 1. So winlog event ID 1, and we want the process parent executable. If I can do this, I thought that I could do the autofill, but I guess that's the way to do it. We want that process parent executable to be this path that we have for our installer. So Windows temp installer.exe. That would be it. And we're gonna hit enter on this thing. And so now we have some more things to notice here. So we have 23 hits in this particular case, and we do notice a few extra things. So we have the host name, we want the command line if we can find it, the process executable, which I got. I'm going to leave the PID because that seems to be useful in all scenarios. So I'm going to, let's see, I'm going to remove the process name. I'll remove the username in this case. Based on what they are providing to us, we want the parent command line. So process parent command line is going to be added. And then we also want the executable, the process command line itself. So we'll do command line process right here. So we'll add both the process command line, we have the process parent command line, we have the host name, we have the winlog process ID. And so now we have a nice series of data points that we can use from. So looking at this, it seems that the installer exe has executed multiple CMD commands, confirming the suspicion of the C2 over Discord. So following the threat hunter mindset, we need to find the answer to our question. And in this particular case, so let me see what I can find here. What is the question? It says, after investigating the Discord events, what command is used to download the malicious dev.py Python script? So we're looking for dev.py. That should be fairly simple. So let's see if we can find it. And there it is. I believe that's going to be the command. So cmd python 3 dev.py. I think this is actually the one that runs it. So we need to find the one that downloads that. So let me see if I can find the one that downloads it. I believe this is the one that downloads it. I think that's the one. So let's make sure that's indeed the case. Just going to highlight this whole thing, copy, and let's see if this works. Cool. That is it. So PowerShell, yada, yada, yada. This whole long command right here is the piece that actually works for us. Okay, so cool. So now it says, what is the name of the process that is also associated with cdn.google.exe or Golga, whatever. And that is going to be the last piece of this exercise, where we have the over encrypted HTTP traffic, and it starts very similar. So we're going to use this and hunt for command and control over encrypted, and then we're going to move on to winlog. So compared to the first two, this is C2 over encrypted is just a typical command and control type. The main notable thing about this is that the attackers use their own C2 domain, including custom traffic encryption. So what we're looking for is high count of HTTP traffic and high outbound HTTP bandwidth. We're going to use the visualize library again to find those high counts. And so the pieces that we're going to look at: the packet beat index, the host name, destination domain, and HTTP request method are going to be our rows that we're going to look for on the right side. And then the metrics are just going to be the count. That's the metric that you want to show up. And then once you do that, you just do network protocol HTTP and network direction egress, which is the outbound. And you get to see that there is two at the very top that are significantly higher than everything else that goes out. And it's cdn.golge.xyz. And they get requests. So a get request that is coming from that domain name and it's going into ours. So egress means that it's outbound. It's going out from our network. So these guys are making a get request to get the information from us. So that's what we got as far as that's concerned. Now, what we're going to do is after getting that information, we're going to modify the lens and focus the query to the domain that we found using this specific query. So we're still going to be inside of the visualize library, and we're going to change the query to show that the workstation name is going to be variable because we have two different workstation names over here. The network protocol still HTTP, network direction is egress still, and the destination domain in this case is now going to be these guys right here. And we should get a much smaller set of results, and you can modify it to focus only on the host name and the query if you want to. And in this particular case, you see that they are all very high counts. These last two are fairly irrelevant. You get the admin get PHP, login process PHP, news, login process again, news, admin get. So these are all going across these two workstations, and they're all going to that specific domain name. So we can now change to the winlog beat index, and we're going to be inside of the discovery or discover tab. So now that we got the visualizations and we know what domain name we're looking for and what specific direction the traffic is going, the workstations that are involved, we can now go to the winlog beat index to try to find some valuable information to be able to answer our very last question here. So let's see what that is going to look like. All right, so we got the host name as usual, and that's going to be the workstation dash asterisk, and then we want to look for this domain golge.xyz, cdn.golge.xyz, and we got 10 hits coming out of this mofo right here. And so what fields are of interest to us, because I do have a lot of fields going on here. So the host name is still going to stay here. Process ID I'm going to leave over here as well. Process name, I think it needs to be added, and the data user for the winlog event needs to be added. So let's add these fields right here. So we got process name and winlog.event data.user is over here as well. So there we go. Those are the fields that they told us to look for. And so based on this information, what do we notice here? So it says that it can be inferred that the C2 connection to this was established using a malicious PowerShell command, because we can see it right here that there's a PowerShell executable that's going on over here. So the question is, what is the name of the process that's also associated with cdn.golge.xyz? So if we look at this, so we got the name of the process. So we have PowerShell update.exe, svc host.exe, and that's basically all we got over here. So let's try a few of these. I want to say we can kind of just go through the whole thing. So I'm going to try svc host.exe. Let's see. Okay, that is not the one. We have update PowerShell svc. That's basically the three that we got. So let's try update.exe. That is the one. There you go. That was it. So, I mean, for the most part, I learned as I was recording this. So hopefully I didn't babble on too much, and hopefully I didn't stutter too much, because I definitely noticed myself stuttering at certain points, and I had to actually re-record certain pieces because I was just like, man, I'm fumbling over my words. But I was learning as I was trying to decipher everything that they were teaching us, and hopefully I was articulating it well enough so that you understand what was going on as well. But for the most part, they gave us good enough instructions that we could come to our conclusion and find the answers to these questions. So hopefully you actually found that useful and you were able to follow along with this room, because again, this is one of the free rooms as well. So I do encourage you to go create for yourself a free account with TryHackMe, and then go through these exercises and get a really good hang of the information that we got over here. In conclusion, these are all the things that we talked about today. So we talked about the initial access tactic and the various hunting methodologies that goes into that. So patterns of numerous failed login attempts, intrusion attempts on web apps, potential code execution, looking for unusual file downloads, all subsequent events after the successful intrusion attempt. And then you have the execution portion of this, which is excessive usage of CMD and PowerShell exe. So if you see that there's a lot of usage of this, that means they're trying to execute something. Misuse legitimate operating system binaries and scripts, which is the LOL BAS that you would be looking for, and the subsequent execution of those. Potential abuse of installed programming tools like Python. Utilize the parent-child relationship and process to connect associated events. And then you have defense evasion, looking for attempts to disable security software. Keep an eye out for log deletion events, process injection, and these two go hand in hand, right? So the execution and defense evasion usually go hand in hand, so you can look for those simultaneously. Persistence means that they're already in the system, so they're trying to either use scheduled tasks to try to get persistence, or reverse shells. They're doing suspicious registry modifications, or all persistence back to their parent process. And of course, command and control, meaning they already have that connection with you. They persisted, and now they are either exporting data, exfiltrating data, or they're spying on certain things. They're launching certain processes. So outgoing connections to cloud services like Discord, or a high count of unique subdomains on one single domain. And those subdomains that you saw, those like really long randomized characters, followed by the golgi.xyz domain. So all of that information is very useful to try to find somebody that has a command and control server, or a C2 connection to your specific device, excuse me. So this list generalizes the usual process, right? So intrusion into external assets through deceptive tactics, triggering the initial payload chains, multiple ways to execute commands, including evasion of various security controls, implanting persistence on compromised assets, and establishing a reliable channel for command and control. This is really, honestly, like fairly general. So this was not super detailed. We didn't go into a lot of deep dives. This was more of a demonstration of what it looks like when somebody has a foothold on your system and how to hunt for those threats. So if you want to hunt for more threats, or if you want to find more ways that somebody can get in, you would go into the Pentest Plus or the Junior Pentester videos and try to find those various attack patterns as well. And that'll give you a good idea of what we did over here and why this was important. And then how to be a kind of doing the threat hunting mindset, being the attacker or emulating the attacker and trying to find them and traces of their activity. So hunting can commence at any phase of the attack, as you just saw. And this was fairly in the early steps of an attacker. So we're going to be going through more advanced threat hunting as we go into the pivoting and the other rooms that exist in this path right here. So we literally just did foothold, and there's pivoting, there's endgame, and these are more advanced in the attack vector and the process of an attack. So they've already gained a foothold is what we just did, and now they're going to be pivoting and they're trying to reach their endgame, and we need to find them in those processes as well. All right, I hope you found this video useful, and I really hope that you actually launched this room, since it's a free room, and you followed along with me. And if you have any questions, please drop them in the comment section below, because this was a little bit more of a complex topic, and I was learning as I was going through it. So if I didn't explain something well, or if you just have certain questions about certain parts of this room, please do not hesitate to ask. If you want to find more videos like this one, or if you want to be updated when new videos come out, I do encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on that notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And of course, if you have any questions, drop a comment below. If you just want to say hi, drop a comment below. If you want to say thanks, all that good stuff. And if you have a really good question, then I'll create a video as a response to your question. And that's becoming more and more of a pattern with our community, and a lot of people are actually dropping requests inside of our comment section. So it's a very live comment section, and this is actually like one of the best things I think that I've noticed inside of our communities, that like people really aren't shy to ask for new videos now, or just to say hi, or just kind of go back and forth with me. And of course, now we are big enough that we actually have trolls, and we have people that are passing on judgment and criticizing and all that stuff. So you know, if you're not big enough, then you won't get trolls, but when you get big enough, you start getting trolls. And I think this channel has gotten big enough, so now we're getting criticisms and we're getting trolls coming in. So that's been a very interesting experience that I've gone through so far. But definitely like the channel, subscribe, turn on notification bell, drop a comment, say hi, ask a question, all that good stuff. And of course, check out the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community, because this is going to be the premier YouTube community for security professionals and hackers. I promise you, I will do everything that I can to make sure that it is that way. I am currently, as this video is finishing, I am creating the manual for PenTest, so that people can have this like full document that outlines everything for pen testing, and that's only going to be available to our Hackaholics Anonymous members. And then there's of course, you know, Python automations that we give away every single month, and there's members only content, and there's the Discord chat, and there's discount on merchandise. There's a lot of perks that gets attached to these memberships. So definitely go to the homepage of the channel, read more about it, watch the video just so you can understand what all the perks are and what they do. And if nothing else, I would love to see you as a member of our YouTube channel, but I would very much love to see you in the Discord chats and as a member of our Hackaholics Anonymous community as well. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite networking system attacker / protector. Love, peace, and chicken grease. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Hope you enjoyed this one. Hope you got value from it. I will see you in the next one. Later. In episode 22 of the SOC Level 2 training series, we're going to go through the threat hunting pivoting room, which is part of the threat hunting module of the SOC Level 2 pathway of TryHackMe. And as a part of this room, we have obviously the introduction to the room where we get the scenario and the prerequisites. Then we have the discovery portion, privilege escalation, credential access, and lateral movement, and finally the conclusion. And essentially what we're going to be using is the Kibana tool, the Kibana SIM from the Elk Stack suite of software, which is used for threat hunting and security analysis, etc. So SOC Level 2 is obviously the more advanced version of the stuff that we learned in SOC Level 1. By the end of SOC Level 1, you are equipped to be a junior security analyst. And then when we go to the end of SOC Level 2, you would be a beginning kind of regular security analyst, like a beginner regular security analyst. So that is the intention of this video today, and that's the outline of this video, the overview of this video today. If you're serious about your CySec training and want to get access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers, the Supporter, Agent, Guardian, and Master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The Agent, Guardian, and Master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, bug bounties, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let us jump into the threat hunting pivoting room. Here's the intro. The questions that we need to be able to answer as security analysts are: is your organization's network robust enough to spot lateral movements of adversaries within your system? Can you detect unusual network activities or illicit privilege escalation that could indicate a pivot attack? Can you use network telemetry and analytics to identify abnormal behavior and halt lateral movement before it wreaks havoc? These are essential questions to mull over when considering the critical pivoting stage in the cyber kill chain. Cyber threat actors every day devise innovative methods to move laterally within compromised networks, exploiting credentials, network misconfigurations, or unpatched software to extend their foothold. As a security team, you're responsible for safeguarding the network perimeter and continuously monitoring for anomalous internal activities to intercept the attackers during their stealthy lateral movement. And the task can be overwhelming given the subtle nature of pivot attacks and the tenacity of modern cyber criminals. And this is what we see right here. I actually like this graphic probably more than most of the other graphics that we've seen. You got the bug, and the bug is going into all these different computers, but then we have the scope that is around this bug that we're zooming in, we're honing in on that scope, or on that bug, excuse me. So the learning objectives of this room are to hunt malicious activity indicating potential internal network pivoting, and we want to understand the attacker's mindset in moving inside the compromised network, correlating succeeding actions executed by an attacker after establishing persistent access, and then differentiating suspicious host and network events from benign ones, getting acquainted with the MITRE tactics involved once an attacker attempts to jump from one machine to another. The prerequisites would be Windows event logs, core Windows processes, the advanced ELK queries, threat hunting introduction, threat hunting foothold, and all of these are already inside of this playlist, so you can go watch them if you have not watched them already. It's been a while since I've been recording for SOC Level 2, so I think before I left SOC Level 2, my face wasn't being revealed in videos. So now that we are back on SOC Level 2, now you actually get to see my face. So that's an interesting little, or maybe it's not interesting to you, I don't know, but it's certainly a development, I should say that. So the virtual machine that we have inside of this exercise is going to be the TryHackMe virtual machine that actually gives us access to the Elastic Stack tool, and we need to access it via the Firefox browser. So I have to also start the attack box, which is what you actually see on the right hand side. It's a Linux machine that they give us access to, and the Linux machine is already connected to the TryHackMe server, so I don't need to connect via a VPN using OpenVPN, but you can actually do that. So if you have a membership with TryHackMe, you can connect via OpenVPN and then connect from your own computer. And as long as you have this virtual machine button, the start machine button right here, as long as you have that, in about 3 minutes or so after you click that button, the Elastic Stack instance goes up, and then you get a chance to use it. For this exercise, this is the URL that's been assigned to me. That's the username and password for our Kibana instance, for our Elastic instance. And obviously, if you don't already know, this IP address is going to expire as soon as I'm done with this video. So believe it or not, you're not going to be able to access it. And even if it didn't expire, you still need to be able to connect to the TryHackMe server via OpenVPN to even be able to access an IP address that is hosted by TryHackMe. So we have the ELK instance that contains the following indices that will be used in the threat hunting activity. We have the winlog beat, and then we have the packet beat. Winlog beat contains all of the events, the Windows event logs and sysmon that are generated by Windows machines. The packet beat contains network traffic events generated by the workstations and servers. And the emulated network runs the following workstations and servers. So we have the host, INTSRV, so internal server, I believe. So it's a Windows server running an internal web application used by the organization. We have workstation 1 and 2, and then we have the domain controller 01 of the internal network. So they've at least given us this information so we can technically kind of hunt down based on that information. And that's pretty much it. There is one thing that I will say before we actually jump into the content. Everything that we do inside of a threat hunting or inside of an investigation with any kind of tool compiles on top of each other, right? So you get the basic information. You have the information here that says these are the various hosts that you can search for, right? So if they ask a question about a server, most likely we can go and narrow the events down by the server host. If they're asking for some kind of a workstation or an employee, something like that, we can look for the workstations. If they're asking a question about the domain controller, we can look for the domain controller. And then as we discover more information, we compile the information. It accumulates on top of each other, right? And so as you go deeper into the investigation, you should have more information that will help you narrow down your search even more. It'll help you narrow down your queries and build more advanced queries as we go along. So that's kind of a quick little tip for you. And you should already know that. If you've gone through anything with SOC level 1, you should already know that. If you've gone through any of the videos that we've done for threat hunting or for SIM tools or anything like that, you should have a good idea of that already. So that being said, we now can go into the discovery tactic. The discovery tactic, and this is the tactic ID number inside of MITRE, I believe. So if we actually open this up, we're going to, this is the MITRE attack framework's discovery tactic description page, I want to say. So essentially, this is what the ID is for that tactic, and it was discovered or created. This specific page was created October of 2018, last modified July of 2019. These are the various techniques that are associated with it. And I mean, there's, I would say, hundreds of different attack groups or threat actors that exist inside of the MITRE attack framework, probably thousands maybe. And for each one of them, there is, for the most part, I would say a discovery tactic. So if you also go to the MITRE attack homepage, so attack.mitre.org, which is what we see at the top right here. Let me make sure my keyboard is awake that I can zoom in. There we go. So this is attack.mitre.org is where we are. And you can see that this is the attack matrix. And these are the various tactics, that exist. And then for each one of these tactics, there's a list of techniques that exist. So if we actually go to the portion where it says discovery, we can see that under discovery, we have 32 techniques that exist. And then under each one of these, if we click on them, there's going to be a variety of different examples and the detection mechanisms for them, so on and so forth. And then even under account discovery, so let's see if I can expand it. There we go. So once we expand it, we also see subcategories of attacks, and then we can collapse that and etc. So there's a lot of different stuff that's available, and this is a great threat intelligence resource for anybody who wants to go into security analysis. And even if you want to go into pen testing and ethical hacking, it's just a really, really good idea to be familiar with this website. We have referred to this website probably dozens of times by now. It's the most consistent website that we refer to because it is a globally accessible knowledge base of tactics, techniques based on real world observations. And I've gone through this already. There's videos that have been dedicated to MITRE attacks, so I'm not going to spend the entire time trying to introduce you to it. It's just that we need to know where this information is coming from and what we're referencing. So it refers to the actions that an attacker may take to understand better the systems and networks that they have infiltrated. This involves identifying systems and network configurations, finding sensitive data, or identifying the potential targets within the network. And it could be obtaining current user information and privileges like groups and accessible assets, enumerating host information like the operating system, installed applications, implemented security controls, understanding internal network topology through the host and services that are scanning or scanning hosts and services, listing internal domain information like domain users, groups, and access control lists. And these are typically used to enumerate information for the disposal of the following tactics that we're going to be going through. So this step is crucial in further identifying the attacker's next step to infiltrate the internal infrastructure, And to understand it further, we're going to go into the detailed scenario. So first, we need to understand the tactic. The techniques adversaries use are not limited to the examples that we just saw. Again, there's a lot of stuff. So there's 32 techniques that go under discovery. So there are a lot of different ways that people can actually go through to enumerate the information that they need. We're going to use these specific examples to look at it. So discovery technique is user reconnaissance. So built-in commands like who am I, net user, net local group, or Quinsta, QWinsta, I want to say, for account enumeration, and dir and ls for file and folder enumeration. Host reconnaissance would be hostname, WMIC, ipconfig, system info, net start, SCEXE query. And these are for the service enumeration and just navigating through the GUI-based applications like Windows Security to determine security controls running in the compromised host. Internal scanning would be something like the ARP command to see how many hops that something takes to go between the routers inside of the internal network or to connect to the external network, right? To the internet at large. The address resolution protocol is what ARP stands for. Sweeping reachable assets via ping and seeing if they're up and running and if we can connect to them. Internal domain reconnaissance would be the net asterisk /domain, and the asterisk is a wildcard character. So essentially we're saying show me everything inside of the domain, or NL test the domain control list, or loading known PowerShell commands and scripts to domain users, which PowerView or Bloodhound would use to enumerate domain objects. So all the commands that are typically used to display host or user information can be used by an attacker in this tactic quickly. The ways to enumerate data are not limited to the provided commands, again, because we have a massive list of discovery techniques. So most examples are above are for Windows. So there are a lot of variations for Linux or Unix operating systems, excuse me. So when we want to hunt for this, when we want to hunt for this specific tactic, the discovery tactic, we need to learn how to detect the information gathering activities that are typically blending with the host and network administration commands. And this can identify tools like system administrators use, or the activities that gather host and network data, and differentiating benign activities from suspicious ones based on unusual patterns. So we're going to do the host reconnaissance activity, internal network scanning, active directory execution, and host reconnaissance would be using the winlog beat index to hunt for unusual behavior of the host information reconnaissance. And it's on July 9th of 2023 is the date that we're interested in. So ensure all the queries in the Kibana console are set to look for the right index and time frame. And then the system administrator typically use built-in tools for host information gathering, whether commands for identifying the OS version of the host or the process running inside the machine. Threat actors commonly abuse it to collect information or important host information, and they can leverage that information to tailor potential attack vectors. So we're going to look for behaviors that show numerous uses of the built-in tools, which is whoami.exe, hostname.exe, net.exe, system info, ipconfig, netstat, and task list exe. When you create a query for it, you're going to hunt for that process creation generated by the tools. So in this particular case, the process creation event ID is 1 when you're looking at the sysmon events that were generated. So if you're using the winlog event ID number 1 and the process name is whoami.exe or hostname.exe or and literally you're just listing all of these things, and just notice that inside of the parentheses is where that section of the query has been compiled, right? So we've compartmentalized it. That's probably a better word. That specific section has been compartmentalized into its own little piece by putting it inside of the parentheses. And so all of this applies to this specific field name, which is the process name. So in addition, we want to make sure that the following fields are actually added, which is the hostname, username, process, and then you'll see what this actually looks like. We're just getting screenshots over here to kind of demonstrate it for us. When you select these various fields, then I'll show you what the difference actually is in case you've never seen this before. But when you select them, it kind of organizes the information based on those columns, based on those fields, instead of just showing you this one giant block of data, which is usually very hard to decipher from. And that's what the power of a tool like Elk Stack Kibana is that it actually allows you to organize data or normalized data is the technical term. So it can be seen that Bill Hawkins has executed multiple enumeration tools on Workstation 2. Moreover, all the commands spawned by cmd.exe. Quick look, this might not indicate any usual activity since system administrators typically do remote login and spawn Windows command processor to execute troubleshooting and host identification commands. So we're going to dig deeper. So to do this, we're going to look for the parent process of these logs to get the process identifier of the unusual CMD. So then we're going to do the drop down of the first execution of the whoami and find the process parent PID. You can also go to this list that you've created right here, that you've created these columns, and you can just do process parent PID from the fields that are available in the sidebar right here, and then you'll be able to see the process parent PID. So once we break this down, we can get to see that for this specific one, right? So you have the process name, which is whoami.exe, and the parent PID is 6324. I don't know why they separated by a comma. Maybe it's just like any integer inside of this tool is separated by a comma. But yeah, that's pretty much what it is. The process PID itself is 2432, so the whoami executable. And then the parent PID for this, which is CMD, is 6324. So using that, we can now create a new query for the CMD process creation on this workstation, and it would be hostname workstation 2 asterisk, meaning anything that has workstation 2 at the starting of it, and then the winlog event ID 1 for process creation, and then process PID 6324. And so if we look at this right here, we have 36 hits from this query, and then when we go down over here, we see that we have 2 hits. So it's a much smaller output, a much smaller results list. And then since we did the workstation 2 asterisk, we're going to see, I mean, in this case, it's literally the same workstation, the threadhunting.thm. But then you have the Bill Hawkins username, and then you have network surface as the username. So same host, but different usernames. And then the very first one is the suspicious one, because we can actually see the command line from the parent. And the parent process command line is a pretty important one. Anything that you see Windows style hidden, that's automatically a red flag for me. Anytime I see Windows style hidden, it's like, oh, okay, this person, whoever this hacker was, whoever this malicious actor was, they wanted this to not show, because just in case Bill Hawkins is actually logged into his computer, they don't want Bill Hawkins to get suspicious. So when the windows get spawned, they're going to disappear. They're going to be hidden. And all of this is going to be written, or it's going to be ran in the background. And so, if I establish a remote connection to Bill Hawkins' computer, and I want to run all of these commands, who am I, and what's my privileges, and all of that, I don't want Bill Hawkins to actually see that I'm doing this. So Windows style hidden is like a key, it jumps out on the screen for me anytime that I see a command. It's the first thing that almost like automatically is noticed by my neural pathways. Like I see it, I'm like, oh, Windows style hit. It's like it just pops out, and then the rest of it is like, oh, okay, so he's going to OneDrive XYZ and he's using the install text file, and all of these things end up just adding more evidence to the fact that this is probably a malicious connection that is taking place. So based on the results, let me zoom in properly here so we can kind of see what's going on. Based on the result, it seems that CMD was spawned by PowerShell containing suspicious indicators like IEX download string, Windows style hidden, and the EP bypass. From a security analyst perspective, this may indicate that the script downloaded by PowerShell may be a reverse shell script or a command and control agent, which confirms the suspicion of enumeration commands on Workstation 2. Following this mindset, the threat hunter mindset, the next step of the investigation is to identify the extent of the attack by checking child processes that were spawned using the malicious PowerShell process. And it's also essential to understand the execution of PowerShell and how it started. So if you've gone through the threat hunting foothold, you should be able to kind of remember that. If you just go one video prior to this video inside of the SOC Level 2 playlist, you'll be able to find that as the information over that. Then we have the internal network scanning. So packet beat index would be the one that we would be looking at for that. And it's going to, again, be on the July 9th 2023. So we're going to correlate the network activity, identify the process that the network connection through the winlog beat index that we found, and ensure that all the queries are set to look for the right index and the time frame, obviously. So the internal network connection are always presumed to be benign due to the assumption that they originate from the legitimate host service. The threat actor tends to blend this from the noise while enumerating reachable assets for potential pivot points. And one example is scanning open ports on a reachable device, which generates several connections to unique destination ports. And we're going to hunt for this specific query or for this activity. We're going to go to the visualize library and create a visualization table using the lenses, and we're going to configure it to set the table index for the packet beat. The rows are going to be hostname, source IP, destination, and the metrics the unique count of the destination port is what we want to actually visualize. So the KQL query below will view all the internal network connections. So source IP is anything basically on this subnet of 8, which basically means that the first octet has been assigned and the rest of it, which is a really massive subnet. This is like a big company. If this is actually their subnet, it's a massive subnet. And the destination IP, which is going to be exactly the same thing. So we're basically creating a very broad net here. And the destination port is going to be less than 1024. So essentially any port that is less than 1024, so 1023 or less is what we're interested in. And we can see this right here. So we have the internal server and then workstation 2 that have the unique count of destination ports, which is 1023. And you can see that for whatever reason, this person knew exactly that 1024 is the number of queries that they want to see. So it's not, I was mistaken. It's not actually that they're looking for or maybe it is the unique count of destination port. I wonder, let's see if what that actually explains it to us. It doesn't explain it to us, but connections to the well-known ports. So yeah, I was right. So this is actually all of the well-known ports. It's not the number of connections to a given port. It's just the number of well-known ports from the port number 1 to port 1023 is what we're looking at. So highlight number 4, it can be observed that the table provided the workstations indicating a potential port scanning activity. These two hosts, internal server and workstation, are highly noticeable or notable since they generated connections to 1023 unique destination ports. Given all this information, we can now pivot to the winlog beat and index to use the Discover console and correlate this network activity associated. And we're going to create this query. So winlog event ID 3 for the network connections. Source IP is going to be 10.10.184.105, which is what you can see right here. These are the IPs that were the source IPs. And the destination IP is 10.10.122.219, which is the host that was being scanned. And destination port is going to be less than 1024. So any port less than 1024 that we want to see scanned. And then we want to see host name, username, process name, and destination port as our columns. And then you get to see right here. So this is using the sysmon event ID 3 for network connections. We're able to correlate the potential port scanning activity to a process named n.exe. This is what you see right here. n.exe is the process name that's actually doing it. And it could be nmap potentially that has been renamed. This can backtrack to the events that were before the execution of port scanning. The attacker may utilize information gathered, so it's good to investigate unusual network connections. Active Directory enumeration will also be done inside of winlog beat on July 9th. I wonder if we're even going to do any. I feel like we are, because most of these things are at the very, very top towards the beginning. Some of them were blocked off. So some of the results, yeah, right here. So these things were blocked off. I don't know if they were blocked off because they didn't want us to kind of like guess from the documentation, from the instructions, or if we're going to actually run these exercises. It kind of feels like they're just giving all of the information for us to be able to pull the answers from. So anyways, so it can be concluded that the originating host was workstation 2, the target was internal server 1, and it's suspicious since all these connections were initiated by a user account, not a system or a service account. Only successful connections established are logged by event ID 3, meaning all these ports were actually identified as an open port. So that's a really good note to actually know. Following a threat hunter mindset, the next step of this is to identify the events that were generated by n.exe and its parent process, and we can backtrack the events before the execution of the port scanning activity. Moreover, the attacker may utilize the information that was gathered, so it's good to investigate unusual network connections. So we're going to go through winlog the winlog beat index, to hunt for potential domain reconnaissance, and this is again on the same date. Domain enumeration typically generates many LDAP lightweight directory access protocol queries. However, it's also atypical for internal network running as an active directory to create this activity. Given this, the threat actors tend to blend in the regular traffic to mask their suspicious activity of harvesting Active Directory objects to tailor their potential internal attacks. Based on this, we will focus on unusual LDAP connections. Using the Discover tab, we will focus on hunting processes that initiated an LDAP network connection, port 389 for LDAP and 636 for LDAP over SSL. So 389 is for the unencrypted, the decrypted version of LDAP, and 636 is for the secured encrypted version of LDAP. So we will create this query, winlog event ID 3 for network connections. Source IP is going to be the subnet, destination IP is going to be the subnet, and destination port will be either 389 or 636, and we don't want the process name to be mmc.exe. We've excluded this because it typically generates benign LDAP connections, the mmc.exe. I am very curious as to what this is, so let's see what that gives us. It's the Microsoft Management Console, and it's a Windows tool that provides the framework for running administrative tools called snap-ins to manage various aspects of the operating system. All right, so we then want to narrow down by these columns, and so we can see that the workstation 2 for Bill Hawkins has this process name called SharpHound exe on port 389, which is the unencrypted port that we have over here. And SharpHound exe is a notable binary that's used for reconnaissance and data collection within Active Directory. So following a threat hunter, the next step is to identify the subsequent actions made after the execution of SharpHound. Undoubtedly, the attacker will leverage the information gathered through this and attempt to abuse Active Directory. Moreover, it's also essential to investigate the parent process activity. So what is the name of the account seen to be executing host enumeration commands on DC1? All right, so I have now created a full screen view of our attack box here. We're going to be using our Firefox tool or Firefox browser to connect to our Elastic instance. So it's the HTTP 10.10.190.93 is what we're going to use for that. And there we go. Elastic is already up, so we just need to log in now and go to the Discover tab so that we can get the host reconnaissance that's being done. So if you remember, there was like one long command or query that was generated for the host reconnaissance, and to be able to pull this off, we need to first go into Discover, which is let me see if I can stay zoomed in here. So we're going to go to Discover right here, and from there we're going to be presented with the overview. What is going on? I now have zoomed out completely, so let me see if I can zoom back in, because this is ridiculous. That's way too zoomed out, you know what I'm saying? So I'll zoom in one more. I want my view to be like the normal view. Oh, there we go, 100%. There we go, that's cool. Okay, so the first thing was that we need to look at the appropriate time, right? So it's July 9th, 2023, and we need to be inside of the winlog beat index. So I'm already inside of the winlog beat index, as you can see right here. It kind of loads that by default, but the date is incorrect. So the date needs to be adjusted. By default, when you go into Elastic, it always shows you the last 15 minutes. So you can click on show date, and then it gives you two options. So 15 minutes ago to now. So I'm going to click on this. I want to go to absolute, and then from here, I'm just going to do the 2023 July 9th. So we're going to go to 2023, we're going to go to July, and then we're going to do 9, and then we want to start from the very, very beginning. So 00 is the timestamp. And then we're going to go back to the now portion, go to absolute, then change this to 2023, and then we're going to do July, and then we're going to do 9, and then we're going to go to the very end timestamp, which is 2330, and that's it. And then we're going to update, and now we should actually see some events on the screen. We have 49,000 events, so that's a lot of stuff. And so this is what I meant when I said that you get one giant block of information if you don't organize it by those columns. So the first thing that we need to do is write the query that we needed to be able to discover the host enumeration activity, essentially. So that was done by doing the winlog event ID 1, which is that event ID for process creation, and the process name is going to be the stuff that we saw inside of the parentheses. So it's going to be this. So a massive list of stuff, but this is where we start, right? We just want to kind of start wide, and then we want to zoom in. We want to narrow in. So I'm going to press enter on this, and it will go from 49,000 to 36 hits. So excellent. So now the thing is, we want to see the stuff that was done against DC01. So here's the thing that, just based on the information that they gave us, this is the stuff that we want to kind of filter by. And we're going to go inside of this search field name, or not filter by, view by. We want the host name to be added, and I do this, and then it changes the view from the right hand side. So now you see it's all host name, and then DC01 is the one that I'm interested in, right? So then I'm going to change this back to include the username, user.name, and then we're going to add the username, and then we're going to add the process parent command line and the process command line. So there we go. So now it's zoomed in, right? Or not zoomed in, it's been narrowed. The view that we saw, instead of one giant block, we now can see that it's been narrowed down. So there's a way that we can go look at everything that's here based on the workstation, right? So, or the host name, right? So if we want to see everything that's been done against the DC01 host that we have over here, we can see that the host name is right here, and it says hostname equals DC01. So one of the easy ways is to just go over here and do and, right, in all caps, and then we can say host dot name. There we go, host dot name, and then we do the colon, and then we can do DC01 and then asterisk, because we want a wildcard to fill in the rest of it for us. Press enter, and it says nothing. So let me see, maybe I did this incorrectly. So I'll do a space here, I will remove the quotations and press enter, and now there we go. Now we actually have it, and there are only 2 hits that are available, and the username is backup ADM. So backup admin would be the name of the account, ADM. There we go. That's the name of the account that did the execution of the host enumeration commands on DC01. The internet is going to catch up. There we go. We got it. So cool. Now, following the port scanning activity investigation, what is the parent process of n.exe? And the hint over here says, find the process creation events of n.exe to see the details of the parent process. So process creation is, again, the winlog event 1, which is for process creation. Process name in this particular case is going to be n.exe. So this one is, it should be a little bit simpler. So we're just going to delete most of these guys. Actually, I'm going to delete the whole thing because I don't want the parentheses to be here. And I'm just going to do process name is going to be n.exe. We're going to press enter, and we get 3 hits. So n.exe process creation. And the question, it says, following the port scanning activity, what is the parent process of n.exe? So parent process is what I'm interested in. I believe it's PowerShell.exe, but you can actually even go over here and just do parent process name, I want to say. So if I do process.parent, it'll give me name. So process parent name, I can just add that. And then at the very end right here, we'll see that it's PowerShell.exe. So we can go over here, do PowerShell.exe, press enter, that should be good. And what is the full command line value of the sharp hound exe process. So sharphound exe process, that was shown inside of the winlog event ID 3 right here. So we need to now go, because it is a network connection type of a thing. So we'll do winlog event ID 3 is what I'm going to change this to. And the process name is going to go from N to sharphound exe. I wonder if it needs to be, I think it does need to be case sensitive. So I will do capital S and then I will do a capital H. And I'll do that. And there we go. Now we actually have 6 hits. So we need the, what do we need? We need the full command line value of this. So the process command line is empty, interestingly enough. So I'll just get rid of that. The parent process command line is also empty. Parent process name is also empty. We have username, which is Bill Hawkins. The process name is sharphound exe. So we can open, I would say, any of these, and we can look at the values inside of this to see what the full command line execution of this is going to be. So let's see if we can find it. Okay, so there are no process command lines for any of these things, which is actually, I believe this is where the hint comes in, because it tells us to look at event ID 1. So I automatically assumed that because it's a network connection, that's what we need to do, and that's what they kind of display to us inside of the task screenshots. So if we just do the event ID 1, which is for process creation, and then I go back to the process command line right there, we should be able to see that we actually do have a command line value, which is this whole piece right here. I wonder if I do need the quotes. So we will include the quotes for this, and let's paste that in here and submit it. And there you go. Okay, so that is indeed the answer. So very good. So we were able to gather all of the answers to these questions, and for the most part, so far, it's been fairly simple. It's been fairly straightforward, and just by following some of the instructions that was available to us over here, we'll be able to collect that information. So now we can go to the privilege escalation portion of this exercise. The privilege escalation tactic involves techniques that allow the attacker to gain higher privileges or permissions on a system. This is a very important step because they can get increased access and control. They can use that to target sensitive data and modify critical system components. And this could be something like exploiting of privilege escalation vulnerabilities inside the machine, using valid accounts with actual higher privileges, abusing misconfigured access controls, which is very, very common. This is like one of the big ones. And even on the OWASP top 10 list, this was one of the top 3, I want to say. Maybe even the first one, which was like the misconfigured access controls. The leveraging host misconfiguration on services and applications. So these are typically used to elevate the attacker's foothold, which takes them from lower privilege access to full control of the access. And then if they get access to the domain controller system, that's pretty much control of the entire domain, every computer in the domain, every user in the domain, and that's kind of like the holy grail for the attacker, is to be able to get access to that specific system. So it allows for the broader manipulation of the system or the network, and they can execute the phases, the latter phases of their attack, like the data exfiltration if they want to, or if they want to crash your system, or if they want to steal money or install ransomware, any of that stuff. So understanding the privilege escalation tactic, first of all, you need to know that obviously privilege escalation just by itself has a variety of different techniques under it. So it's more than what we just talked about, 14 techniques. And then under each technique, there's a variety of different approaches as well. So we can easily say, I mean, just based on boot or log on auto start execution, there's 14 items under that. So we can literally say that there's dozens of different techniques and sub-techniques that are under privilege escalation. So obviously this is not all inclusive, right? So looking at just this list that we have the exploitation of the vulnerabilities, so user land or kernel exploits on the unpatched hosts, using valid accounts, so running as the newly discovered credential or re-authentication with a privileged account, access control abuse, which would be anything on an access control list that has been misconfigured that allows other accounts to grant or require additional permission, And then host misconfigurations, that are the insecure service misconfigurations, like a modifiable or restartable service or overwritable service binaries. All of those things are really big no-nos. If somebody can overwrite a service binary, that means that the binary is basically one of these scripts or one of these files that is required for the system to run. And if they can overwrite it, what they're going to do is they're not going to make the binary stop working, but they're going to add something inside of that binary's code so that as it runs, it also executes the thing that the attacker wants it to execute. So that's how they gain foothold. That's how they escalate their privileges. So the tactic focuses on elevating access privileges in various ways, and the elevated access, the escalated access paves the way for deeper manipulation on the system, like sensitive data access or diving deeper into the network, bringing them one step closer to their ultimate objective. To be able to hunt for this, we need to be able to understand their mindset and try to go into what their playbook would be, which is why this is so important, why the MITRE framework, the attack matrix, is so important, because this is the playbook. We've gathered, or I say we, I had nothing to do with it. They have gathered everything that they possibly can based on actual attacks that were taking place and put them inside of this giant database for you so that you can understand what their playbook is. So there are a variety of techniques that you can use to escalate privileges, and we can think that hunting successful privilege escalation can be as easy as looking for unusual events executed by the privileged account, but differentiating them from benign activity could also be bothersome, since those accounts actually do a lot of things by, like using or creating a new user. For example, the domain controller will most likely create new users. They'll most likely configure the configurations of the system and the security. That's their job. So when you see something like that happening, it's like, okay, I mean, this is kind of in their job description. I don't know if this was malicious or not. So to be able to figure this out, to be able to differentiate, we need to have a different lens on this, right? So elevating access through the SE impersonate privilege abuse, which is one that we talked about in SOC Level 1, the capstone challenges of SOC Level 1. The SE impersonate privilege abuse, as the name implies, is to impersonate the privileges of the specific. So let me actually do what is, so we can get a quick little overview of what that actually does. But this was something that we found on GitHub that was right here. So SE impersonate privilege, and it's a Windows local privilege escalation. And this is what it does when you go into it, when you try to access it. So it's a Windows privilege that grants a user or process the ability to impersonate the security context of another user. And this allows the process to assume the identity of a different user, enabling them to perform actions or access resources as if they were that user. So again, as the name implies, they are impersonating that person, that system, that user, abusing excessive service permissions. And these are the two things that we really want to be on the lookout for. So abusing the impersonation is going to be inside of the winlog beat for the system account. So we want to look at processes that are spawned by the system account, of course, on July 9th. The successful privilege escalation always indicate activities generated by a privileged account. In the context of machine vulnerabilities, the user access is typically elevated to the NT authority system account, which is the system account. Given this, we will attempt to hunt for processes executed by a low privileged account that leads to a system account access. So this is the query. We're going to look for process creation. We want the username to be system and not the event data parent user to be NT user system, because the NT authority user system would be the legitimate parent. If the user is system, but the parent is somebody else, that's a clear indication that this is actually somebody that has escalated their privileges. We then want to see hostname, username, parent command line by the process, and the event data parent user. And then we get to see the information right here. So based on that, we can see that there was a process spawned by IIS app pool, default app pool user, and they executed a binary named spoofer exe, which is, I mean, that's a red flag. Just the name. And I get that it's for these exercises that they try to make it as, obvious as possible. But in the real world, it is not going to be that obvious. They're not going to have a process that's named spoofer. It's just not going to work. And it's been generated by the system account. The account is the default account for running an IIS web server and does not commonly execute unusual processes. And this might indicate the remote code execution from a web server and a successful privilege escalation. So we dig deeper and we look for the spoofer executable by looking at process creation and the process name being spoofer. And then we can see that it actually has some detailed information. So if you expand it, it's literally one hit that was shown up on this. So if you just expand it and you start looking at the details of that event, we get to see the MD5 hash values over here. We get to see the arguments of the process, which is this long executed command that we see right here. And then the parent command line as well. So the process parent arguments and the process parent command line. And then we can go to VirusTotal and run those hash values. And when you run it, you get to see, boom, print spoofer64exe is the original name of that binary. And it's been marked by 54 of the vendors, the security vendors. So it is malicious, okay? And abusing the SE impersonate privilege to gain privileged access. Then it explains why the default app pool account was able to spawn a child owned by the system account, and this is because default app pool by default has impersonate privilege, and the attacker exploited this to achieve the successful privilege escalation. Following the threat hunter mindset, the next step is to identify the subsequent actions that were made by the attacker. And so we want to look at service permission abuse, and we're going to use again the same index and the same time frame. And aside from abusing the privileges, the threat actor could hunt for excessive permissions that were assigned to the current account access, right? So one example is the service permission allowing low privileged users to modify and restart services running on a privileged account. So we'll hunt for the event ID 13, which is for the registry value set, and then we will use this query. So the registry path, so obviously the event ID is 13. The registry path is going to be HKLM / system / The reason why you do 2 backslashes, by the way, is typically what happens with these queries is it's very similar to when you create a regular expression. And so if you want a literal backslash to be included in your query, you need to escape the pattern by using a backslash, because a backslash in regular expression is used to escape the pattern so that you can use a literal letter or symbol or something like that after it, and you want that to be included in your query. So if you want a literal backslash, then you need to escape the pattern and say, okay, I'm escaping here. This one is a literal backslash. I'm escaping here, that's a literal backslash, etc. So the path is the HKLM system, current control set services, and then you look for essentially anything that has image path at the start of it. So we want to look for registry modifications on the services of the image path registry, which is the field that handles what binary will be executed by the service. We're going to look for hostname, process name, registry path, and the event data details, which handles the data written in the registry. And then you can see the information as displayed on the screen. So there's the modification of 2 services, image path value, which is the Bill Hawkins documents update, and then they're notable after executing all registry modifications with SVC host, and is a typical location for image path. And then we have, or a typical value, that's inside the image path. And then if we dig deeper into it by looking at this surrounding document. So this is another one of those really cool things that's available by using a SIM. You click on this and it'll expand something for you, and then you get to look at all of these surrounding documents. Now I gotta kind of zoom in here. This is the registry path of the image path, SNMP trap. Come on now, that's like such an obvious name. And then of course the event data details would be the Bill Hawkins document update. and the process name services, etc. So you get to see some information. And what they've done in this case is that on the view documents, they have then added a filter for the event ID to be 1 for process creation. So they add that event ID so that you can look at all the process creation events around this SNMP trap. And then we can see that all process creation events we can analyze further. So looking at sc.exe, for example, which is the expanded version of one of these events here, before the modification of the registry, it can be seen that the service modification was done using scexe with the arguments configuration, config, snmp trap, binary path equals this. And so the snmp traps service, right? So the service executable, the configuration of that service is that I want the binary path of that service to be this update executable, which is probably the malicious executable. And we can see that the user who initiated is Bill Hawkins, which is possibly not a privileged account, as we've kind of established already. So you see the process argument at the top right here. This is the actual commands that were run, right? So sc configuration snmp trap, that's what we just saw. And then at the very bottom, we see that the related user is Bill Hawkins and the user's domain is thread hunting. And then we can see that the subsequent CMD, so subsequent meaning the one right after, right, or a few events after, is the CMD process after the registry was set. And then you can see that the argument, again, is what? The CMD process running the service executable to start that service that has that malicious binary associated with it. So, and it's being done using a privileged account, or this may indicate that the service may have been executed, or the service may have executed the binary in a privileged account context. And then we can now narrow that down by our query for looking for process creation. The parent process name is now services.exe, and the process name is that update.exe. And then as we look at it, we can see that these things are connected all together. So you have services.exe using the system username and then running this thing, but the host name is the thread hunting, or I guess we don't have the regular username, or the parent process username is something that would be interesting because it would probably not show the NT system user, right? So based on this, the system account spawned the update binary. This confirms the suspicion of the SNMP trap service permission abuse, leading to a successful privilege escalation to the system. Following the threat hunter mindset, the next step of this is to identify the subsequent actions made by the attacker using the privileged system account. Moreover, it's also good to trace the events generated by the parent process of scexe to understand the events before the successful privilege escalation attempt. So what's the full command line value of the process spawned by spoofer exe? What is the name of the other service that was abused besides snmp trap? And what is the MD5 hash of the update exe binary? And I wonder if that was actually even over here. I feel like we actually saw it over here, didn't we? MD5 exe of the update exe binary. It's right here. I can't copy paste that, so it would be almost impossible. I feel like that's not it though. I don't think that's the, I think that's the MD5 of scexe. I don't think it's definitely not the MD5 of the update exe. So that is incorrect. They definitely want us to go and hunt down this information, which I actually genuinely love because we get to flex our muscles by doing the investigation. So let's go and do the investigation. So we're essentially looking for the spoofer exe in our search query, and we're also looking for processes that are spawned, which is event 1, so the winlog event ID 1. And so we're just going to go and craft our query here, which is going to be winlog.event ID 1, and we will do spoofer.exe like that. And we have 2 hits out of the 40-something thousand. So what I'm going to do, I'm looking for specifically the path, right? So no, the command line value of the process that was spoofed by exe. So we will do the process command line, we'll do the parent process, we'll do the host name, and everything. I think those are like the key things that we need to put as our column selections. Okay, so we have, this is very interesting. This one obviously seems quite malicious, because whatever this command is right here has been encoded, and I believe it's a base 64 encoding that has been done over here, and the process command line right here that we see is the Windows task spoofer, etc., etc. So what do I have? I have a full piece right here. It seems like, just based on the formatting, it seems like it's actually the first option. So the full command line value of the process that was spawned by spoofer DXEXE. So the let's also do the process name and the parent process name. So the process name is going to be the thing that is spawned, and then the parent process in that case would be what has spawned it. So it says what was spawned by spoofer. So that would, spoofer in that instance would be the parent. So the process that's been, so spoofer spawned this thing right here, which is the reg server 32exe or whatever. So in this case, PowerShell spawned spoofer, spoofer spawned this process. So this would be the command line that we have over here. And I'm just going to take that full thing. I wonder if that's actually the thing. I think that is it. Yeah, there we go. So then what is the name of the other service that was abused beside SNMP trap? The other service that was abused besides an SNMP trap. For this one, we need to look at that the SE impersonate, the impersonate privilege that we were looking at earlier in the notes over here. And that was associated with the event ID 13. And there's actually even a query that was available to us. So I'm going to just modify this right here to show event ID 13. And the modification for this was the registry path value that we had. And for that, it showed us a series of responses. So I'm going to type this out real quick, and let's see what we can find. So that's what we had, and there was actually a screenshot that was generated for this as well. So let me see, the registry path is correct, winlog event ID 13 is correct, HKLM backslashes system backslashes current needs to have 2 R's, so let's fix that. Okay, there we go. So now we have 20 hits for this, and the recommendations that they made was to have the host name, the the process name, the registry path, and the winlog event data details. So I do have the process name. I'm going to delete the parent process name over here. We do want to add the registry path, and we want to have the winlog event data details. Okay, and there is that. Now, based on the information that was gathered earlier in our notes, there was the SNMP trap that was abused using the update.exe. So I think that's another thing that potentially we can add over here. So if I do and update.exe, that might narrow this down to something. Yeah, so now we have 2 elements. So we have SNMP trap, and then there's spooler, which is the other one that was modified. And I'm only using update.exe because that's something that was established based on the earlier notes that we had. So there were modification of these image paths that were done using Bill Hawkins documents update.exe. So that was something that was provided to us based on some research that they had already done for us. So let's say our teammate did that research for us, and they were able to grant us that information. And so that was it. And so the configuration for SNMP trap was that the binary for it was going to be forwarded to the update.exe. And from there is where the malicious processes started running and doing everything that update executable thing does. So for now, just getting the other process that was affected is the spooler. So let's see what we can find over here. So I'll do spooler. Cool, that is actually the answer. And now it says, what is the MD5 hash of the update.exe binary? So that's what we're trying to find in this particular case. So let's see how we can narrow that piece down. We want specifically to find the very first instance that we see of the update.exe. So I'm going to delete everything that we have over here for the registry and see what actually just shows up based on only update.exe. See how many different instances show up. So there's literally actually 2 instances only that show up for this thing. 2 situations, I guess, that show up for this. And I need to find the hash value because the process name that's running for this is services.exe. So I need to find the actual first instance, the first time that update.exe shows up. I can't imagine that it's only these 2 hits out of those 49,000. So I'm going to review the notes one more time, see if there's anything else that I may have potentially missed. If not, we'll just run with the information that we have here. Okay, so now we have a little bit of a different output here when we look at winlog event ID 1 instead of looking at winlog event ID 13. So event ID 1 being the ID for a process being created, that would be the specific event ID that actually generates most, and then it still has the update.exe as a part of it. So that's something that we could potentially use as some good information. So I'm going to add the process name one more time because I deleted it. So we have the process name. There we go. So we actually have some interesting things over here. So the first instance of it, because if we go chronologically, the ones at the bottom came first and then all of these come next, and these are the subsequent, the ones that come after the fact. So PowerShell is the process, CMD, SC, CMD, SC, and then the very first one right here is what we have for update.exe. So if I expand this, ideally, in a perfect world, that would be the one that actually has to do with this specific executable, and the MD5 hash value ideally would be the one that is assigned to that executable. So we're going to try this and see if we're actually right with that. And we are. How crazy is that? It's like, you know, it's not overly complicated. Like when you kind of learn the overall flow of the investigation and what you're looking at and trying to pay attention to the goal of the question and what it is that you're trying to gather, it becomes a little bit easier to try to narrow it down. So the process name. So anytime that you see the process name, you can think about this event for this line item that you see right here has to do with this specific process. So everything for that line item, for that event, was spawned by whoami executable, right? So the hash value would belong to whoami executable. In this particular instance, I wouldn't be surprised if all of these ones that have been highlighted have to do with the same hash value that we just saw that we gathered on that very first item for the update exe. So if I go down here, let's see if that actually, and it does look like the same exact hash value, 0BE. So the process name belongs to the actual process that initiated or spawned this specific event, this specific line item. So if you want to ever track down the hash value of something when they're asking for it, just know that you're looking for the actual process name. The parent process will not be the one that you're looking for. The hash value of the executable or the binary that ran it is the one that falls under process name. So now we can move on to the next tactic, which is the credential access tactic. Credential access is TA0006 in MITRE, and it involves the attacker's method to actually steal or discover account usernames and passwords, credentials, right, or the hashes of the passwords. This is very important for them, for the attacker, because it allows them to escalate their privileges, gain access to other systems or resources, and essentially move more closely to their objective, whatever their final objective is. And these are some of the techniques. Obviously, this is not all inclusive, because if we go to MITRE attack and look at credential access, where is it? I'm sure it's here right there. So boom, credential access, it has 17 techniques, or 17 technique categories, I should say. And then each one of these actually expand to show us even further technique categories that can be used. So again, this is not an all-inclusive list. Dumping credentials, enumerating files that contain credentials, dumping domain credentials, credential spraying or brute forcing, reusing discovered passwords, all of those things. So these are typically used to acquire necessary authentication and escalate access to the target system or the network. Once you have those credentials, you can masquerade as the authorized user, traverse the network, and even gain admin privileges given the right conditions. So they pave the way for the other tactics. So if you have right credentials, if you have appropriate elevated credentials, then it paves the way for everything else that you want to do. So lateral movement, privilege escalation, further deepening the extent of the compromise, persistence even, right? Because if you have admin privileges, you can start creating some scheduled tasks or attaching yourself to the startup binaries that every time the system boots, something launches in the background, and now you have that connection again to that system. So persistence is one of those big things, that's something that somebody wants to do as an attacker, right? That's kind of like the big goal, to be able to regain access without actually having to go through the initial exploitation and getting your foot in the door, because they may have discovered what it is that you did the first time and then patch that, and now you can't regain access through that same entryway. So having persistence avoids that initial few steps that you have to take to actually get into the network or the system. So understanding this specific technique or tactic, I should say. So credentials in disk or memory. When you dump the LSAS via Mimikatz, or the creation of the LSAS dump file, listing account information in the Windows registry, or extracting the DP API credentials with Sharp DP API. All of this is the credentials that are stored in the disk or in the volatile memory. Then we have the credentials that are in files. So using the find string and then trying to find anything that has to do with password, for example, as the key phrase that you're looking for. Finding credential manager files, which is the key pass or the SSH keys, and then dumping browser credentials via Sharp, Chrome, or Firefox decrypt. All of these things, right? Domain credentials, dumping domain credentials via the DC sync, or the accessing of the local administrator from LAPS, LAPS. Credential spraying, which really has to do with more of an attack of trying to either use a bunch of different usernames with one single password, or one username with a bunch of different passwords, essentially trying to access different systems, workstations, using a single account. This is what it means to spray the credentials and try to see where it hits. You're kind of just basically throwing it at the wall to see what's going to stick. It's kind of what credential spraying is. All of these things right here seem more of a targeted, kind of like a sniper approach, whereas this one is like a shotgun approach. So to summarize this tactic, or the tactic of the credential attack, focuses on obtaining new credentials in various ways to get further access to the network, and the attacker will target any host or network asset that contains credentials to proceed to the next attack step. So to be able to hunt for this, what we're trying to do is we're trying to recognize any of these specific activities. So the dumping host credentials from LSAS, dumping domain credentials via DC sync, or obtaining valid accounts via brute forcing. These are our key red flags that we're on the lookout for. So LSAS credential dumping would be in the winlog beat index, again for the same date. And after gaining the privileged access to a compromised host, the threat actor always tends to harvest more credentials and use them to move laterally, because again, you might be able to find some compromised host inside of your investigation and then go and further investigate that user and try to lock them out or whatever it is. So as an attacker, as a hacker, it's a good practice to have multiple credentials that you can use to go ahead and regain access or persistence, whatever. One of the more prominent examples is dumping the LSAS credentials via Mimikatz. Another way is to simply create a dump file of the LSAS executable process, which contains in-memory credentials, and we can look for indicators of that. So hunting for Mimikatz, again, winlog event ID 1 for process creation. The process command line could be any of these things. So just the name Mimikatz with asterisk on the front and back end of it to imply that it could be any path that would refer to this, because it's rarely going to be just the name Mimikatz. So it could be anything that contains Mimikatz or anything that contains dump creds, which is a command inside of Mimikatz, or privilege, debug, secure, sec URL sa. I think that's how you pronounce that. I usually call it secure LSA. I don't know if it's secure LSA or if it's sec URL sa, whatever. But these are all phrases or keywords that actually have to do with Mimikatz or a command that is ran when you're inside of the Mimikatz tool. So all of these things are used in the command line query to dump credentials via Mimikatz. I basically said just this. I could have just read that, but that's what it is. So once you run this query, you want to kind of organize all of the output based on hostname, username, process command line, process name, process command line, or the parent command line, and then the process command line itself. And then you end up seeing things like this that actually have to do with, invoke Mimikatz, etc. So then based on that, we can see that there's been an attempt to dump the LSAS credentials from workstation 1, and they use PowerShell version of Mimikatz, which is the invoke Mimikatz.ps1. .ps1 always implies to a PowerShell script, which was downloaded from GitHub. So you could technically also even look for GitHub as a part of the domain that has been searched. So you could actually even do a search inside of your query for GitHub. And that's always a good practice as well, because a lot of times attackers will do that instead of actually downloading and installing Mimikatz, because it's like, that's just a big red flag. So then hunting the LSAS process dumping, and we can use Task Manager, or the threat actor can use Task Manager and create a process dump of the LSAS executable. This also leaves traces, which is kind of like the less preferred method from an attacker's perspective anyway. By default, dump files generated by Task Manager are written to the users and then the name of the user and an app data, local, and temp directory, and named using the format process name .dmp, DMP representing dump. So we'll hunt for any creations of that. So it could be the event ID 11, which would have to do with I want to say file creation. I believe that's what that is. Event ID 11 would be file creation. The file path would be anything that ends with lsas.dmp, because we know that the dump file for lsas would have something at the beginning of it, but it should end with lsas.dmp. And if you really don't know, if you aren't sure, you could just do *.dmp just in case the attacker was really smart and they changed the name of their dump file to something else. But for more often than not, they can't change the DMP part of it, because that's the type of file that's generated when you create a dump file. So file creation of lsas DMP will have this kind of a query, and then these are the columns that we're going to organize with, and then we end up seeing that this is what's been generated, etc. And of course, Bill Hawkins is the freaking guy that was hacked. So the LSAS process created a file in app data local temp directory, and the attacker can use this dump file to retrieve stored credentials inside the LSAS process. Following a threat hunter mindset, the next step is to hunt for potential use of valid accounts harvested from the LSAS credential dump. Most likely, the authentication will come from the compromised workstation jumping to another workstation, since it serves as the pivot machine to reach other internal hosts. Moreover, it's good to trace back the events before the credential dumping activity, since it can only be done using a privileged account. The attacker was able to gain privileged access for the first before successfully executing the dump, right? So that's another key element to think about, right? So before credential dumping, they have to have some kind of access to a privileged account. Otherwise, they can't dump credentials because that's reserved for somebody who has higher privileges. So credential harvesting via DC sync for the domain controller, again on winlog beat for that specific date. Then we can go ahead and look at the DC sync command or the tool itself. So it abuses how domain controllers in an Active Directory network communicate and replicate data. Normally, domain controllers synchronize directory information, including password hashes, via the Directory Replication Service Remote Protocol, so MSDRSR. And the replication request to a domain controller requires these privileges. The replication get changes, replication get changes all, replicating directory changes all, and replicating directory changes in a filtered set. So only domain enterprise admins and domain controller machine accounts have these privileges by default. Using the Discover tab, we're going to hunt for this using this query, which is a pretty interesting query. It seems complex, but it's really not, because this whole piece is inside of the parentheses, which means essentially they've taken these, I want to say these are their UIDs, their universal IDs. So they've taken their IDs essentially and put it inside the parentheses. So this whole one is like one block, and that belongs to the event data properties, the winlog event data properties. Then we have the event ID 4662, event data access mask 0 out of 100, and the rest of that. So we're going to use 4662 to hunt for events related to directory service object access, since we want to trace when a user attempts to access an Active Directory domain service. Moreover, we have translated the privileges into their corresponding GUID. I got it. Okay, so GUID, I was pretty close. And use it on the winlog event ID properties. Lastly, we have also added the access mask of 0x100, which is for control access, and this signifies that the user has enough privileges to conduct the replication. In addition, ensure that the following fields are added as columns to aid in the investigation, which is what we have over here. And then, of course, the actual answers have been blurted out because they want us to do the investigation, which I love. So it can be seen that backup ADM, which was one of the accounts that we found earlier, is attempted to do a DC sync attack. And this indicates that the discovered account is either a domain admin or enterprise admin, since the account was able to dump domain credentials from the DC01. Following the event generated, only typical event was logged as the DC01 machine account, so only one, it seems to be. To continue, we're going to investigate the backup ADM account by checking for any process creation event and a username being backup ADM, and kind of narrowing it down to these columns. And then we can see again some stuff generated. It says sort by timestamp ascending to actually see the, what do we see right here? It seems to be that this seems to be descending, because this is still the later event. So let me zoom in a little bit here. This is 1849, and then this is 1844. So it seems to be descending from what I gather, but whatever. We can see that the account has executed unusual commands through cmd.exe. It proves our suspicion that it may have been compromised. Following the mindset of the threat hunter, we want to hunt potential activities to achieve the objective. Having access to a domain admin, enterprise admin, allows them to do anything inside the compromised domain. It's also important to trace back how the account was compromised. So one possibility would be the credentials of backup ADM were harvested through LSAS credential dumping, which relates to the Mimikatz portion. And then brute forcing, again, winlock. And then this is, again, just kind of looking through something that was repetitive failed logins. That could be one potential element. So it generates several failed attempts before successfully retrieving a valid credential. And we can look at the table index, which is winlog beat. The rows would be hostname, username, and the metrics would be count. And the KQL query, which is right here, 4625, is the windows to the event ID that is all failed logon attempts. So this is one of those key event IDs that if you see this a lot, if you see the number of counts, so for example, Jade Burke had 91 attempts to log in as Jade Burke. So when event ID 4625 that we see right here, that failed login event had 91 records that showed up for Jade Burke. So you can assume that Jade Burke had a brute force attempt done against their username. The number generated seems unusual and needs further investigation, and we can look at this information and use the Discover tab to expand. And honestly, when we look at this right here, Administrator by itself also seems to be brute forced, because we're looking at 1 day. We're literally looking at 1 day's worth of events. And if in 1 day, the domain controller administrator username had 15 failed login attempts, that is a red flag, because the administrator of a domain controller should be on top of their stuff. That person should not be having 15 failed login attempts. That's insane to think about. So we're going to then focus on this. So we're going to do the event ID 4625 and a username Jade Burke, because that was the one that had the 90 something events. And we can hostname, username, source IP, win log event data, and then we can see where all of those attempts were actually done. And the logon type in this case would be 3, which is the network logon type. The source IP would be this, which is most likely the hacker's source IP address, or at the very least, like the proxy IP address that they're using for their C2 server, their command and control. And they count authenticating to a service from a network via SMB or WinRM. Sometimes these failed login attempts over network authentication are due to possible misconfiguration that prevents users from legitimately accessing shared resources over the network. So to confirm, we can go ahead and replace the KQL query with event ID 4624, looking for authentication attempts coming from this specific IP address. So 4624, username Jade Burke, and source IP being that IP address. 4624 is generated when a user has successfully authenticated in a workstation. So 4625 is failed login, and 4624 is when they actually successfully log in. And then we can see that there are 16 hits versus the 91 hits. So that says that workstation 1 was officially used to successfully log in with Jade Burke from that source IP address. And we can check the processes that were spawned by this user inside the workstation. So we can do workstation 1, win log event ID 1 for process creation and username Jade Burke. And then we can see what processes were generated. There are 15 hits for that. And this proves the suspicion that the account of Jade Burke was brute forced and was successfully used to authenticate and execute. So the next step is to identify the impact of the commands that were executed by Jade Burke on the newly accessed machine. Moreover, it's also essential to determine how the source host of that was compromised. So what is the name of the process that created the LSAS DMP file out of the GUIDs to hunt it? What is the value of the GUID seen in the existing logs? And what's the name of the first process spawned by Jade Burke on workstation 1? So basically, we're kind of going to go through everything that they did over here, because we're looking for the information that they blurred out, because that seems to be the information that essentially is what the answer to those questions are. So we'll start from the very, very top right here. I don't think we need to do this specific one, because we do know that there was some kind of a dump file that was created. So we can actually move on to this portion right here where we're trying to find the dump file. So we'll go ahead and delete this and update our events just to see I like when it breaks it down and it goes from 49,000 and it shrinks down to like whatever number of events. So we are looking for a file creation event, which is the event ID of 11. And then we're going to look for the file path, including anything that has to do with the lsas.dmp. I believe that's what the question is specifically asking, and it's literally one specific file, right? So they're asking for the lsas.dmp. I just want to make sure that's the file. So yeah, lsas.dmp. So it says, what is the name of the process that created it? And I already have it. So taskmanager.exe is the name of the project, the name of the process that created it. So taskmanager.exe, perfect. Out of the 4 GUIDs used to hunt the DC sync, what is the value of the GUID that's seen in our existing logs? So we'll go ahead and delete that one more time. And now we're looking for the one that it was that like really long query that had all of the different GUIDs for the creation, or what is it, for events related to the directory service, since we want to track the Active Directory domain service. So I'm gonna kind of stay zoomed out because it's going to be a long one that I have to type. So let me go ahead and type this real quick. So cue the time lapse. All right, there it is. If I had to type these specific GUIDs one by one, believe me, I probably would have made a mistake and this would have taken forever. So we have narrowed it down. We have 37 hits out of everything that has happened. We need to look at the information that obviously is not even on here. So I'm going to get rid of the winlog username. I'm going to get rid of the process name. And what we are interested in is, of course, the host name. We want the time, of course. We want the winlog event data subject username, which is going to be right here. We also want the access mask for event data, and we want the properties for event data. So I'll do access mask right there, and then I will do the properties, and then we can then analyze the information. And they're looking for the one. It says, what is the value of the GUID that's seen in the existing logs that were done to hunt desync? So it can be seen that, what do we have? It seems to be that 1131, F6, and 9. So is it 1919? Is 1919 even one of them? I'm curious if 1919 is even one of them. So 1919 is not one of the GUIDs that we had. So it's the 1131. That is the one that actually shows up right here. When we look at all of these different events right here, it's only 1131 that actually shows up. So I will see if I can highlight this specific piece just by itself and then copy that. And then let's go out and paste that over here. And that should be our answer. Excellent. Very good. So what is the name of the first process that was spawned by Jade Burke on workstation 1? And that is going to be using this very last one that we had right here, which is the process that was spawned, which is the winlog event ID 1, so process creation. So workstation 1, winlog event ID 1, and of course the username Jade Burke. So I'm going to delete this whole thing again, and then we're going to type that thing out because that one's a little bit easier. And I can always copy paste. You can always copy paste this, but I prefer typing them out because I want it to get into my cells. I want it to get into my bones, so I know what I'm looking for and what field names are available, etc. So it's a personal preference, and this is why I actually speed through a lot of these things, because I don't want you to just get bored by seeing me type things. Thankfully, this one was a little bit quicker, so I don't have to do too much. So there we go. Now we have the workstation 1 asterisk for the host name, winlog event ID 1 for the process creation, and username is Jade Burke. There are 15 hits, and these information right here is not of use to us. The event data access mask and the properties, all of that stuff is not of use to us. What is of use to us is the process command line and the process parent command line, and I think they actually want the name of the process, so the name of the first process. So I can even just skip all of that and just do process name, which is available right here for me. And then we want the first process. So if we do chronological stuff, 52, 23, and 50, so they want the first one that's been spawned here, and it's WSM prov host exe. I feel like I should just copy that because I totally might misspell that. So go over here, go right there and do a paste, and then do click, and boom, we got it. Cool. So we have officially gotten all the information that we need from the credential portion of this task, and now we can move on to the lateral movement portion, which is the final portion of this. Lateral movement happens when the attacker wants to navigate the network and leverage the credentials and sessions that they gathered through their last stage to move around the network. And some of the tactics would be, or techniques, I guess, would be exploiting internal remote services, using legitimate administrative tools to access remote hosts, authenticating to workstations or servers using valid credentials, accessing sensitive information, and of course, you can just go to the MITRE attack framework, the matrix that we have over here, and it would be towards the latter, no pun intended. It would be towards the later portions of the tactics that are available. And of course, lateral movement has a series of different techniques under it, and some of these things expand to other ones as well. So there's a lot of stuff that can be done for lateral movement. So they allow the attacker to explore a network, find valuable assets, gain access to those assets, and exploit remote services. So that involves exploiting the vulnerabilities in those services to gain remote control over them. And legitimate administrative tools can be used to actually move through a network undetected as well. So that's the undetected part is the part that an attacker should be, at least. I don't know if they are focused on it, but they should be focused on moving around undetected, because lateral movement is kind of like towards the end, as we saw it right here. So it's like towards the end of their full-on attack, and it would really suck to be detected here before you can actually collect data or grab your command and control or exfiltrate data, etc. So that's one of the things that the undetected portion of it is very, very key. And if you're dealing with a really, really good hacker, they are very good at actually going undetected. So that's the other part. So understanding lateral movement in our case is the exploiting of the internal services. So internal servers running vulnerable applications and services like web applications, printers, email services, domain controllers, legitimate administration tools like PSExec, Windows management instrumentation, PowerShell remoting, or remote desktop applications. These are all legit tools that can be used, and they don't really raise red flags of any kind. Plain text passwords from credentials discovered, or using pass the hash or pass the ticket. And that's actually the one that I clicked on right here, which is pass the hash, pass the ticket, web session cookies or application access tokens, all of those to authenticate using dumped hashes. And to authenticating to file, database, and cloud storage servers would be accessing the sensitive information. So the tactic focuses on pivoting from one host to another. That's what lateral movement means. So think about vertical movement, right? Vertical movement would be going to an escalated account and gaining higher privileges. Lateral movement means going side to side, right? So you just want to move from one to the next because user A may be fully secure. They may have really good practices for not leaving any sensitive information in their documents or their desktop or in their source code or anything like that. User B, not so much. User B could leave plain text passwords inside of a sample script that they've created, and they forgot to delete them, or they forgot to encrypt them, or use something like the SSH or not SSH. I think it is not SSH. What am I saying? It's the SSL, like some kind of SSL certification or SSL encryption to actually protect the passwords. Hard coding passwords inside of a script is like a really big deal. It's like one of those common practices that it's like, dude, it's a secure practice. You can put an input command that prompts you to enter your password every time you run the script. Even if you don't want to encrypt your password, at the very least, you can use some kind of an input prompt that will prompt you to enter your password instead of you hard coding it inside of the source code. You know what I'm saying? So again, I'm kind of digressing. I'm going off of these tangents here, but these are the things that leave somebody vulnerable. And these are the practices that an attacker is looking for when they do lateral movement, because they want to see if they can find easy credentials, right? So accessing all these things, they can further their illicit activities, whatever it may actually be. So hunting for this, we're looking for a specific few red flags in our particular case. It's the lateral movement via the WMI, which is the Windows Management Instrumentation, which is, again, it's actually a legitimate tool, right? And then we have the authentication via pass the hash, which is, it's not as bad as brute forcing, definitely. But when you do pass the hash kind of authentication, it does raise some kind of an eyebrow or some kind of a concern where it's like, okay, what is this person doing exactly? Why are they doing pass the hash to authenticate as somebody else. You know what I mean? So via WMI, we're going to be using the winlog beat, looking for that specific date, and the actor would actually move laterally after gaining valid credentials from a compromised host by using credentials harvested from the initially compromised host. There are many ways to do this, but we're going to focus on WMI. It's used for system administration, monitoring, configuring, management, automation tasks, and threat actors can also use it to execute commands remotely and establish access to remote targets. An indicator of WMI usage is the execution of the WMI PRV SE EXE. So this is an executable, another binary that's used, a process that's used, and this will spawn a child process if WMI is used to execute commands remotely. So based on this, we can look for process creation and the parent name being the WMI PRVSE executable. Then we're going to look for hostname, username, parent command line, and the process command line, and we'll get some kind of information. None of these things have been blurred out, so I guess they're not directly relevant to the questions that we have later on. We can see that the executable, the parent executable, has spawned multiple instances of the command line on workstation 1 using Clifford Miller. So we have moved on from the last guy. The command executed through this command line has an unusual pattern, which seems that it's writing the executed command's output on the admin or C Windows directory. And the pattern of cmd.exe, and then this is the full command that you see right here, is attributed to the impackets WMI executable Python, which is a known tool for lateral movement. And it confirms our suspicion of the events that are generated for the PSC. Let me actually make sure that I extend my time because I don't want to get kicked out here. That would suck because we're almost at the end. And imagine we finish the exercise and then we get kicked out. That would really suck. So let's go ahead and also go to split view and increase the timer on our attack box so that also doesn't crash on us, because that's also a pain in the butt. And then again, something else, that when I have this open inside of a secondary window, it doesn't automatically open or update the timer on the secondary window, and then I get kicked out of the secondary window, and then this window right here thinks that I was also kicked out, and it's like, bro, come on, dude. You know what's up, dude. Why are you even... Anyways, I'm talking to the computer now, and I'm losing my mind, it seems. So, where were we? So we're looking at the WMI parent, and we're looking at the children, the child processes that were used, and the WMI exec Python is what's used for lateral movement. Then we can look that we can confirm the suspicion that the events generated by WMI PRVSE executable. So to continue, we're going to go look at the authentication event of Clifford Miller to workstation 1. And we can use the view surrounding documents to hunt for that event. And based on that, we're going to look for the hostname workstation thread hunting. Click the plus button beside it to actually add it as a filter. So you can add filters essentially by looking at any value and then just clicking the plus button that's next to it, and you could add it as a filter. So in this case, the hostname workstation thread hunting, workstation 1 inside of the thread hunting domain, username Clifford Miller, and then the event ID 4624 to add as a new filter. So that you would actually have to add manually yourself by clicking this add filter button that we see right here. Let me see if I zoom in right here, right at the top of everything. If you look at it right here, and what happened right here at the top of everything, there's this add filter button, and then I'll show you how to do that. If we have to do that, we'll do that, but it's not hard to do. So you would just look for the field, and then you would give it the value, and 4624 is the proper authentication. So they were able to successfully log in. They were successfully authenticated themselves. And when we look at that, we get this data that's available to us over here, and it gives the parent process command line and the process command line. So we can inspect the event before the execution of that parent process, which is now available here for our view. If you do the drop down button, you get to see all of the information inside of it. So in this particular case, the logon information we have, which is the logon type, the new logon, that's done by Clifford Miller in the thread hunting domain, and the workstation name and the IP address. So the source IP address that we have on the source port, which is 52,787. That just seems like a freaking suspicious port. Logon type 3 indicates that it's a network logon, so they did over a network connection, and it came from this IP address. Now we have a potential source of attack, and we can look at it further. So we can go to the IP address on workstation 1 and use that as an extra filter to try to see what else we can do. Pass the hash would be another one that's on WinLogBeat on July 9th. And pass the hash is basically when you don't have the plain text password, but you have been able to capture the hash value using some kind of a dump credential tactic. And then you can just pass that hash value. Instead of using the plain text password, you can just pass the hash as a password and be able to gain unauthorized access to a system without knowing their actual password. Authentication protocols like NTLM store and use password hashes instead of plain text passwords. And there's a lot of different authentication protocols that also use password hashes. And then after this kind of an attack was discovered and documented, they stopped using hashes as authentication protocols, and they started doing tickets and ticket granting services, which is a whole other conversation, but it's a more secure version of authentication compared to NTLM. So the technique might be challenging, but there are different ways to detect the use of pass the hash while authenticating remotely. And these are some of the things. So 4624 is the successful authentication. Logon type 3 would be a network logon. Process name would be NTLM SSP. The key length would be 0. And key length 0 indicates that there was nothing entered there. Using the Discover tab, we're going to look at this query. So the event ID, WinLog event data type 3, which is the network, WinLog logon process name, which is the NTLM, and asterisk before and after it, and the key length of 0. Then we want to narrow down host and username, and we will see what we have over here. So the host name is the computer, obviously. Clifford Miller, Jade Burke, Anonymous logon is one that's over here. And then there's another one for Jade Burke as well. And then it can be observed that 2 users, including the anonymous logon, which is the false positive apparently, they potentially authenticated via pass the hash. Moreover, it can be seen that the authentication of Clifford Miller came again from the presumed compromised workstation, which is the 184.105 IP address over here. So to continue, we're going to focus on Clifford Miller, and we're going to look at the surrounding documents. We're going to add workstation 1 as the filter, Clifford Miller as another filter, and event ID 1 as a new filter for process creation. And then we get to see the process names that have been generated on this side. It can be seen that multiple CMD executions were made, and the expansion of those logs to investigate further, so we can see the process arguments that were ran inside of it. So let's go in a little bit right here. So we can see WMI PRVSE has been executed, the CMD.exe with a bunch of different flags. We have the loopback domain that we have over here on the local machine. And I feel like the options right here are, I think, what makes it specifically. These seem to be commands that are being run. So it's changing directory to these various directories using the command line. Those seem to be the commands that are actually run inside of the CMD executable. So it seems the event is related to WMI exec from the previous investigation, and it confirms the suspicion of the pass the hash by Clifford Miller, since WMI exec.py can use hashes to authenticate and execute commands. So combining 2 unusual subsequent events increases the likelihood of this suspicious activity. And following our threat hunter mindset, we can identify the extent of this attack by checking the subsequent process creation event after detecting pass the hash. It's essential to understand this IP address was compromised in the first place, which allows the attacker to pivot to workstation 1. So these are our questions here. We have 3 questions. What's the name of the account that also used WMI exec on workstation 1 aside from Clifford Miller? executing the false positive account, or excluding the false positive account, how many events were generated by potential pass-to-pass authentication, excluding the executions of cd command, what is the full command line value of the subsequent process spawned after the first successful pass-the-hash authentication of Clifford Miller. So let's start from the very top here. What's the account that also used WMI exec on workstation 1? You know, I am curious, before we actually run it, I feel like this is actually available in this is the screenshot right here, and none of these things were blocked out, and this was something that they provided to us for successful authentication that happened over the network, and the process name NTLM, and of course the key length of 0. And these were things that potentially used past the hash after they established that the WMI exec was spawned by this WMI PRV SE executable. So the logons that we have over here are Clifford Miller, Jade Burke, and the anonymous login. So it says other than Clifford Miller. So I'm going to try Jade Burke. I mean, okay. So there we go. That's available right there. That's the answer. If you wanted to find it, you could go ahead and just run the commands that they gave us over here, like the filtering commands. What was the first query, which is looking for the process creation event and the process parent name being WMI PRVSE. And from there, we would be able to gather this. And based on the 27 hits, we can go ahead and narrow it down by looking at the surrounding documents of one of the events that they chose. So let's analyze the closest authentication of Clifford Miller to workstation 1. So they use the username to workstation 1, the first authentication, which is what that what is it right here? We have it right here, the WMI PRVSE executable secured embedding, and there was the command execution that this piece right here implies was done using that Python file that they were talking about. So this is from where they gathered that this specific event is probably somebody trying to authenticate as Clifford Miller. So they would look at the surrounding documents, and then they created further filters. So workstation 1 thread hunting, I feel like I should just do this just to show it to you instead of stealing the information based on what they had for us onto the screen. So I'm going to do it because I do also want to show you how to create those filters that they did, where they were like, yeah, just add this as a filter and move on from there. So the first thing that at the very top that we want to do is we just want to narrow down the events based on that parent process. So it's the winlog event ID of 1. So let me see. Let's go. Actually, it's a lowercase ID is 1, and the process parent name is going to be the WMIPRVSE.exe, like that. So we'll go over here, and we do have autofill for this as well. So as long as you're close to the spelling, it'll help you with the autofill. So we'll do that and then press enter, and it'll take from 47 or 49,000, and it'll go to 27 hits. Now, to be able to make this make sense, we need to get the appropriate fields here. So we do have the process name, which I guess isn't that important because we want to look for the process command line that will allow us to see the contents of that Python file. So if you remember, the Python file has a specific series of options or commands that are run inside of it. And so we have the process command line, and then we'll also add the parent process command line over here as well. So we have that over there. And if we go and look at what the contents of it are, so this piece right here, right? So QC asterisk, all of this is attributed to the WMI execution Python, a known tool for lateral movement. So this confirms this suspicion. You would not know this unless you had a good amount of experience with these lateral movement investigations, or you just made a note of it and you have a document that stores potential attacks for lateral movement. So if you don't know it off the top of your head, it's a good idea to literally copy this and put it inside of a Word document and put it under the category of lateral movement techniques and be able to use it like that. So once we do this query, we can then see based on these 27 hits, there's these process command lines that are being run. So QC, and then this element right here was previously an asterisk. So that implies that anything that is put in between these things is an actual command that the person is running for lateral movement. So CD to a location, then who am I as I'm here, etc. And then they're running these various commands. And so this one is a PowerShell command that's being run by downloading the GitHub script for Mimikatz, etc. So this is it, right? So now once we have this information, it says we want to try to see where all of this stuff gets narrowed down. So we'll go into any of these and we're going to look at the surrounding documents. So I'm going to expand this specific event. I'm going to go surrounding documents. And now we're taken to a whole different page. Now what we can do is we can add certain things to the query, to the filters. So we want to add workstation 1. Now in this particular case, I don't even have workstation 1. So I need to go back to my previous list and look at the one that has to do with workstation 1. So I'll even do this. I'm going to do and then I will do the host.name is going to be workstation-1, and then I'll do asterisk, and it should narrow it down a little bit more. So now I have workstation 1, and then I can expand any of these, go to view surrounding documents, and now I can add workstation 1 as a filter. So when we highlight any of these, you can see it right here, right? So there's this plus sign, filter for value, and now it gets added up here, hostname workstation 1, okay? And then I can go to username if the username was even over here and I didn't have the username over there. So since I don't have the username over here, it's actually a great opportunity to show you how to add a filter. So I'll click on add a filter, but essentially if I did have the username column as well, I could just go to the next to the username that I wanted to add and just press that plus sign and it would add that filter. So since I don't have the usernames here, I'm just going to click on add filter. And now it says, which field do you want to first add? So when you click on that, you get to actually type the name. So I'll do username and then click that. And then the next one is, what do you want the username to be? I want the username to be. So username is, and then I'm going to say Clifford.Miller and then add that. And there we go. And now we're going to save it. And now it's going to filter that down for us. And even though we don't see the username column here, we can rest assured because it did actually filter it down for us and we saw there was a change on this page that was made. And the final one is the winlog event ID filter. So we will do that as well. So we're going to go over here. It's going to be winlog.event ID that we can see right here. That is going to be, what did I just do? Winlog event ID. I'm misspelling everything right now. Event underscore ID. There we go. Oh, I see. It's winglog. There is no such thing as winglog. So winlog event ID is, and it's going to be the 4624, which is the successful authentication. So we're going to do that and then save that. And now we have a series and it says only 2 documents newer than the anchor should actually be found or could be found. And so this is essentially it. This is exactly what we had previously on our list of screenshots and everything, which was this piece right here. So I'm going to show you, or I've gone too far it seems. So view surrounding documents. This is what we see over here, and this is what we see over here. We just don't have the username being displayed here, so we don't actually know if it is. But if we zoom in right here, we can see the secured embedding and then the command itself. And so if I go over here, I can see the secure embedding and then the command itself. So I know that I did this right. So now it says that we can inspect the event log before the execution of this, which is the log below the current view. So we can go and the log below it. So they're looking at the one that has which timestamp. It doesn't show me the timestamp on theirs. So let's see which one it was that they viewed. I had to go down to the very, very bottom event. So this is the very first event from the bottom. When we expand that one and go down into the message portion of it, we can see that it's still the event type is, or the logon type is 3. We can still see that it's Clifford Miller that's being logged in with. But if we go down to the network section right here, network information, we can see that it's 10.10.184.105 and 54.556. So that's how we were able to gather that information that they have over here in this screen. So now that we have that, we can go ahead and narrow down again by building a query for the successful authentication, the event data type 3, and then the logon process name, NTLM, and then the key length of 0, and we should be able to gather these usernames that are available. So I'm going to go back to my page to actually be able to create my query, and from there we will create that query to be able to hunt down login event type 3, etc. So let's wipe this out right here, go back to our 49,000 events, and then we will now type the successful logon query. Okay, so cool, there we go. We got it, and this is the query, and I mean, it's no different than what we actually saw on the screen right now. 4624 for successful authentication, type 3 for the logon through a network. Logon process name is the NTLM with the asterisk on the front and the back of it, and of course the event data key length being 0. It narrows it down to 12 hits for us. I need to get rid of the process command line and the parent process command line. I am interested in the username, and I am also interested in the what is the other field? The host name. So that's basically it. So this is what we got. So we got Jade Burke, anonymous login, and Clifford Miller. So Jade Burke, anonymous login, Clifford Miller. And that's how we ended up with this answer. So I did all of that to show you the process for finding that answer, but it was literally on the screenshot that they provided to us. So now, excluding the false positive account, how many events were generated by potential pass-the-hash authentication? So one of the ways that we can just guarantee this, it's 12 hits, so it's not that big of a deal to just count through it. But we can, again, go over to the add filter button right here, and we can say user.name, right? And then now we can say user.name is not, and then give it that value, which is the anonymous login, and it's actually the very first one. So boom, and then save that, and now it's going to narrow it down, remove the anonymous logon, and now it says we have 10 hits excluding that. So we'll do 10, and there's the answer. And finally, excluding the executions of the cd command, what is the full command line value of the subsequent process spawned after the first successful pass the hash authentication of Clifford Miller? So I'm going to go here, and I'm going to add right here, we'll do and user.name is clifford.miller, and it'll only show us these three. And so it says what is the full command line value of the subsequent process spawned after the first successful pass the hash authentication of Clifford Miller? So to find this one, we actually need to narrow down our search, or actually completely modify our search according to some of these instructions that we had here, right? So we know that this was the malicious IP address, and we know that after we kind of narrow down for that malicious IP address, there's going to be the process creation event that we're very interested in. So I can just change this process creation event number 1 to process 1. The winlog event type, I'll leave at 3. Let's see if anything even shows up over there. It seems to be nothing is going to show up over there. So I'm going to delete all of these portions, because the NTLM part and the key length and all of those things I think are irrelevant. We'll keep the username as Clifford Miller, and we get 88 hits in this particular case. And so winlog event ID of 1, username Clifford Miller 1, and we do want the source IP address to also be 10.10.184.105. So I'm going to copy this over here as well and go here and do a and I'll do source.ip equals this piece right there. Press enter, and nothing is available for that. So let's see what I could potentially do to make this work for us. The instructions tell us to essentially just look at Clifford Miller's first log entry using the surrounding documents feature. So right after this piece right here, which is before I really modified any of those things, so I can go back to this one right here and go back one more. So after this one, we can see after all of these, after the first log entry, we're looking for the command line value, I think is the piece that they're looking for, right? So it says, what is the full command line value of the subsequent process that was spawned? So I'm just going to add the process command line just in case. For whatever reason, it may not, oh, it's not even in there. So let's see, command, that's not even in there either. So I'm going to delete this filter that I have over here, leave that right there. We're going to look at the very first one that was executed right here. We'll expand this. We're going to look at the surrounding documents for this, and we want to go and narrow it down based on some of the filters that they provided. So they said, look at it for the hostname workstation 1 thread hunting, which is right here. So I'll just add that as a filter. The next one is username Clifford Miller, add that as a filter. So we'll put that over there. And then finally, winlog event ID 1. So we'll go ahead at the top right here and we'll add a new filter, and we're going to go here and we'll do the winlog event ID, and then it's going to be is, and the value will be 1. And from there, we will narrow this down and we'll have these events right here. And the very first, right, full command line value of the subsequent process after the first successful pass the hash authentication. So if I assume, right, so older documents, I mean, these were the ones that I'm just going to assume that these are the fresh ones. So if this is the first one, the next one would be subsequent. So that would be the subsequent. And if we go over here and try to find the command line value of that, so let's see what we can find. Okay, so I'm gonna try something here, just to see if it'll be a little bit easier to parse through all of this data, because to expand each one of these and then try to find the process command line, it's a little bit tedious. So I'm gonna click on this right here, the discover button, and then these filters are already going to be applied to us. So the workstation is still 1, username is still Clifford, winlog event ID is still 1 for process creation. And I added a new one for process name, the CMD, because it's a command line execution. We have 19 hits in total, okay? I'm going to add the process command line field that's available here. And it's now going to organize everything for us like so, right? So it's essentially saying, using Clifford Miller, what is the subsequent process after the first successful pass the hash authentication. So if we see this program files elastic packet beat CMD setup, configuration, so on and so forth, after CD, right? So after these after these CDs, and if you remember, this is actually what that Python file kind of starts everything with, right? So this is the very first one after the CD commands. So I'm going to copy that and go here. And we're going to zoom out because I have a feeling that would be the right answer. So in case it is the right answer, it's going to give us a completion message. Is it? Is it right? Is it right? It is right. Congratulations on completing the thread hunting pivoting challenge, or room, I guess. So I am very excited that we were able to finish that. And in all honesty, I think that was a really good one. Really, I was hoping that I would be able to do it without researching too much, and thankfully I was able to do that. So I'm very, very excited about that fact, specifically just from my own personal experience. Hopefully you actually were able to gather as much value from it as I was able to get, and all of it made sense. I did the very best that I could to explain everything in as clear of a way as possible for you. And we'll just review real quick what we did, right? So in the very first task. And as I mentioned at the very beginning, right, all of these things kind of compiled on top of each other. So the information that we gathered from the discovery investigation fed directly into the information that we needed to gather, or we used that information. For example, the backup ADM account actually showed up later on, right? And the privilege escalation information that we were able to gather through that investigation, that also showed up as we continued on from our investigation. So the spooler or the update exe binary portion, that showed up as we went through the rest of it. Essentially, all of these things stack on top of each other. The investigation feeds into the next piece, because when somebody attacks you, they have to go through discovery, privilege escalation, access credentials, lateral movement. These are the steps that they have to take. So as they take these steps, you are following along that path to see what they did exactly and where all of those gaps in the security were that they were able to take advantage of, so you can patch every single one of those gaps in security. And this is one of the key pieces. I think it's the key piece to take away from all of these threat hunting investigations that we do and incident response, digital forensics. Anything that you do in this realm, you need to understand that it's a step-by-step that they had to take, the attacker had to take. Therefore, it's a step-by-step that you need to follow. And once that clicks, it's like, okay, so I'm just using the information that I gathered from this step to feed into the next step and to feed into the next step. You can't use the information that you gathered from discovery to try to answer the questions in lateral movement. It's very important. It's a step by step. So discovery will help you into the privilege escalation step. That'll help you into credential access. That'll help you into lateral movement, right? But you can't jump from A to Z. That's the thing that I think some people, I'm not going to say most people, because I don't know really. I don't know how many investigations people in the real world have gone through, or maybe you have gone through, that you're trying to figure out how it works. So I would presume that some people try to jump the gun and try to find the very last thing, when in actuality you need to go step by step to follow along what they did specifically, and then cover every single hole that's inside of the infrastructure, fix all of those patches, or patch all of those vulnerabilities, I should say. So very cool room. I was very excited about this one. I really thoroughly enjoyed this one, and I'm very much excited to go into the next piece, because in addition to this one, I think there's actually another one that we do get to follow along with as well in the threat hunting conversation. So let me go ahead and just close my attack box real quick, and now we can go look at the threat hunting module. And yeah, we do have one more, which is the end game piece, and then I think we're going to go through some actual capture the flag type exercises. We're going to go through some investigations, probably not with a lot of instructions the way that they gave us in these rooms that we went through. In those rooms, they kind of spoon fed everything to us. In the other two, we're going to have to go through the investigation ourselves, which is hopefully going to be very fun and valuable to you as well as me, because I really love learning new stuff as we go along together here. Also, as well, yes, me too. I like it too. I enjoy going through all of this as well. So hopefully you got value out of this one. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. If you found this video useful and you would like to get more videos like this one, including all the stuff that's going to come out in SOC Level 2 for the rest of the SOC Level 2 pathway, I do encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel, especially when it has to do with SOC Level 2. If you have any questions about what we went through today, please drop a comment. If you just want to say hi, or if you want to clarify something, make sure that you drop a comment. This is something that I pay attention to. I'm very responsive in the comment section, so I do want to make sure that you get your question answered, just in case for whatever reason I didn't cover it in good enough detail inside of the contents of this video. So make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel, especially for SOC Level 2. If you're serious about your CySec training and want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the Supporter, Agent, Guardian, and Master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The Agent, Guardian, and Master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. I hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. And that is it. It's your boy Hank Hackers, and at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker/protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease, and I'll see you in the next video later. In episode 23 of the SOC Level 2 training series, or the playlist that we're on right now, we're going to go through the threat hunting endgame exercise, which is a combination of lecture documents and training documents and the stuff that they give us inside of the notes of this, as well as the actual practical exercises that we're going to run with the Elastic Stack SIM tool, which is known as Kibana as well. It's also known as Elk. There are a lot of different ways to do it, but it's an open source SIM tool, which is very, very powerful, very useful, and really fun to use once you actually kind of learn how to navigate it. The threat hunting end game video, and excuse the dogs in the background, this video has this as the overview. So obviously we have the intro, we have the getting started for it to just kind of understand what it means to hunt for the actions on the objectives, the tool sets that we're going to be using, the hints that they're going to provide to us. Then there's the various tactics that we're going to investigate for, we're going to hunt for. And it's going to be the collection, exfiltration, and impact tactics. And these are based on the MITRE attack matrix, the MITRE attack framework. And then, of course, there's just a conclusion and the final notes and final thoughts. And I'm going to give you a few extra pieces before you are dismissed for the day. So that is what we got for the threat hunting endgame overview, which is a part of the threat hunting module inside of the SOC Level 2 pathway of TryHackMe. If you're serious about your CySec training and want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the Supporter, Agent, Guardian, and Master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The Agent, Guardian, and Master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let us jump into the threat hunting endgame room. Up until now, we have reviewed the threat hunting process for gaining a foothold inside of a network, the pivoting and moving laterally through the network, and now we are inside of the end game portion, which is essentially the portion for actions on objectives, and that is a phase of the cyber kill chain that is a really big deal that we've actually already talked about. There's a video on it. So we are pretty much in the final stage, or the end game, as the name implies. So we're going to go through the various MITRE attack techniques under the collection, exfiltration, and impact tactics, and then we're going to essentially learn how to conduct a threat hunting investigation to detect the attacker's main objectives inside of this system. The learning objectives are to gain applied hands-on threat hunting investigation skills, because we're going to be using Elastic Stack. We're going to familiarize ourselves with the action on objectives phase. We're going to familiarize ourselves with the correlating and evaluating artifacts for hypothesis, and experience the threat hunting process for a defined scope, a very specific scope. The good things to know for this, if you have not gone through these videos already, I highly recommend you do. So if you don't know what event logs are, or what the event log IDs are, Windows forensics, core Windows processes, sysmon, sysinternals, what MITRE is, the threat emulation mod. If you've never gone through any of these, I would highly, highly recommend that you go through them. I wonder if we've actually done something on threat emulation. I think we have. Yeah, I think we've already done the threat emulation portion of it, because it doesn't, let me see. It seems like I have, but it just says threat hunting endgame, hunt me 1 payment collectors, and hunt me 2. So I believe we've gone through the threat emulation, because the threat emulation module is essentially the module that we're in right now, or the threat hunting module is what we're in right now. So I would assume that we've already gone through that, or we're going through that as we speak, so to speak. So that is the prerequisites, and that's pretty much it. So let's just look at the threat hunting for action on objectives and kind of wrapping our head around that before we dive into the investigation. So if you've gone through any of the other threat hunting videos that we've done, you should already kind of understand this process. But threat hunting in general is the systematic. So proactive is a big piece of it because you're literally hunting for something. You're not responding to anything. But it is a systematic and iterative approach. The iterative part is very important because if you understand what an iteration is, it's like you have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and every single one of those are iterations of the previous. So you go through one cycle, then you go through another cycle, and you go through another cycle, and every single cycle that you go through is an iteration. And so this is what probably one of the best ways to describe what threat hunting is like, because it's systematic, yes, and it's iterative, and you're looking for the process or practice, or you're investigating, I should say it like that. You're investigating and you're going through whatever you need to do to detect and find the malicious or suspicious activities that have happened against a network or a system or a person or a business, etc. So it's a process, right? It's something that you go through step by step. Ideally, you'll have some kind of a framework, which is where MITRE attack comes in, and it's so useful because it provides the step-by-step for you. And if you find usually one of the steps, you can kind of go through the framework and connect the dots, because that one step inside of their framework, and I should just pull this up just so you can kind of see in case you've never seen it, which I mean, by now you should be very familiar with MITRE attack. There's a video on it specific. Actually, I think there's like a couple of videos on this, just on this channel. I mean, across YouTube, I'm sure there's hundreds of videos on this. But on this channel, we have at least 2 or 3 videos on this. And then for the last series of videos that we did on SOC level 2 as well as SOC level 1, we even talked about it in the CySec 101 playlist. This matrix, this framework is extremely useful for cyber threat intelligence, for threat hunting, and everything else that really has to do with cybersecurity. So just to kind of connect the dots here, right? So if you go into any of these, so we have the tactic, which is reconnaissance, and then we have techniques under reconnaissance, and then same thing for resource development, etc. So when you go through any of these, and if you open on the acquiring of the infrastructure and you go through botnet, let's say you click on botnet, and then you'll see that it's been correlated to a variety of different identifications, and the sub-technique of this specific technique, the tactic, would be resource development. It says that it's a part of a large-scale phishing potentially, or a distributed denial of service attack. So it gives you the before and after of this specific technique, right? So if you go through any of the techniques that are available on here, you'll get similar information where you go through whatever deploying of a container, and then you read through these things, and then it says that it's related to Kubernetes. It's in order to escape to a host and access other containers. I usually look for the clickable stuff because that means that it directly connects to this. Then in this particular one, they actually gave us some procedure examples, which is the Doki Kinsing Pirates, I guess, kind of like a Pirates probably is how you're supposed to pronounce it. It's just a misspelling version of Pirates, Team TNT. And these are the various examples of how this specific technique was actually used, and then the mitigations for it and detection mechanisms, and all of these are different references. So for each one of them, there's, again, the step before usually that's available and the step after that's available. So you can use these connections to actually connect the dots if you notice any of them as you're going through threat hunting. So if you find any of those specific techniques, you can most likely just go read through the documentation and be like, oh, you know what, this is probably connected to this and this other thing, so I'm going to keep my eye out for these other things, because most likely this is what's going to be done. Now, the threat actor could be very creative and they could use different versions of it, but more often than not, they're not. And so more often than not, they're actually using some kind of preset set of instructions that have been available to them, unless they're a state level actor and they have funding from an entire country, and it's a massive advanced persistent threat group, an APT group that has team members, and it's not just a single person that's attacking, and they all have combined their knowledge base and their resources to do the attack. In that situation, okay, you can expect a more sophisticated attack. But if it's just something that's going against a corporation, and most likely it's just done by one person or two people, you can rest assured that the tactics and the techniques are going to connect to each other. So that was like a very long-winded explanation for why this framework is so powerful. So we're going to reference the MITRE attack framework as we go through the rest of this. Then there is the unified kill chain, also known, there's another version of it that is kind of its predecessor, which is the cyber kill chain. So the unified kill chain and the cyber kill chain have a section or a phase called the actions on their objectives, which is towards the end game portion of somebody's attack against you. And when they get to the actions on objectives, they're trying to do the things that they need to do to accomplish the goal that they had. So this is the seventh and final phase of the cyber kill chain. And the objective is to accomplish the goal of the adversary activity. Typical objectives would be data exfiltration, data destruction or disruption, encryption of the data or the system to get ransom, credential theft, and understanding the purpose or the objective is very important. It's absolutely necessary for us to be able to threat hunt properly, for us to be able to actually narrow down what it is that these people are trying to do to us. All of the things that we've done up until this point is trying to find their tracks and all these things, but ultimately we're trying to figure out what kind of damage are they trying to cause. So we need to be familiar with the unified kill chain and the MITRE attack framework so that we can categorize and stage the detected activity. And when hunting for this phase, the attacker has already evaded and established security measures. So they've made it to the end game, which means that everything prior to this point, they were able to avoid being detected. And most likely they have persistent access on our network and our machine, and they're ready to accomplish their goal and their objective. Their profiles and motivations vary so that they perform various additional expected, which it's kind of like a big conversation just by itself. So if you haven't watched the Security Plus playlist, go to the homepage of the channel, watch the Security Plus playlist, and there's a lot of different examples of the various threat actors and what they did, but then there's also just the categorization of the different types of threat actors that exist. So definitely make sure that you check that out as well. And we also talk about it in the beginning stages of SOC Level 1 as well as the intro to SOC Level 2. So you can find a lot of different resources on the different types of threat actors. The mindset of threat hunting proactively refers to actively hunting the process and seeking out potential threat breach indicators within a given scope, which means the range of tactics or the range of devices that are being attacked. The aim of this is to identify the threats before they actually cause damage or go unnoticed in the system. The unnoticed part is the dwell time. It's like another reference to the dwell time. And this is the average time that a threat actor has access to a compromised system before it's detected and eradicated. The longer the dwell time, the more risk of impact on the compromised system, as there will be more opportunity to accomplish the goal. And obviously, you want to keep it as short as possible. You want to catch them as quickly as you can so that they're not dwelling in your system. That's basically what that means. So many security provider reports and analysis outcomes indicate that the current average dwelling time is 20 to 25 days per Q1 of 2023. That's insane. Shrinking the average dwell time as much as possible is another aim of all blue teamers, and this is where the proactive mindset increases the effectiveness of the threat hunting process. Active exploration, hypothesis-driven approach, continuous monitoring, leveraging in threat intelligence, analytics, and continuous improvement. These are all key aspects of the proactive mindset, and designing and adopting a proactive threat hunting mindset can take time. However, working on such a track can enhance the security team's threat detection capabilities and maturity level, decreasing the average dwell time. So, last but not least, there is atomic hints for effective threat hunting. And atomic hints, as the name implies, are the very micro nano types of hints that you just by themselves, they kind of don't really point to anything. So you have to gather them. So characteristics, unique factors, operated industry, specific threat landscape, and regulatory requirements of the scope and asset owners, which is the organization. Observing the mentioned key points will help you implement a tailored and effective threat hunting process. Hunting and evaluation approaches may also vary by the implementer's experience and implementation field. The foundation mindset always stays the same: seek, detect, and eradicate the threat. Then the benefit of leveraging threat intelligence and MITRE attack mapping when possible is amazing. So do it as often as you can. Make it a regular resource that you use. And of course, make sure that you maintain privacy and non-disclosure agreement points. And following and identifying specific framework steps might sometimes be overwhelming because it's complex, and the framework itself, as you saw, can be very complex because it has hundreds of various techniques inside of it. So trying to follow that can be overwhelming, but that does not mean that you should not use it. It doesn't mean that you should shy away from it. So it's always possible to start with a customized, slightly simplified approach and collaborate with team members and responsible authorized stakeholders. So make sure that at the very least you have some kind of a framework, some kind of a map that you're following, instead of just kind of, throwing whatever at the wall and hoping that it'll stick. So what is the term used for the adversary lifetime in the network? And that was the dwell time. So there we go. All right, let's move on to the tool set and the hints. I've already started the virtual machine that we have right here, and it's actually something that we need the attack box, or you need some kind of an open VPN connection to be able to access it. This is the IP address that's been assigned to me, and when you click on start machine, that's when the IP addresses actually present themselves. Excuse me, I'm hiccuping. But if you have Elastic Stack already installed on your computer, then you can kind of just follow along with this and capture some kind of packets, or look at syslogs or any kind of other log inside of your system. To follow along with an actual investigation, there needs to be some kind of a compromise that is taking place. So obviously, I don't want you to download malicious files from the internet trying to find indicators of compromise. So if you can get access to TryHackMe, it's highly encouraged. It's not expensive. I think it's like $12 a month, or maybe $14 a month, something like that. So it's not expensive to do, and it gives you a controlled environment where you can use these virtual machines and attack boxes to actually go ahead and run these exercises. So I've already launched the virtual machine, which is the ELK dashboard, as well as the attack box to be able to access it. If you don't want to use the web browser attack box, which is what I'm going to be using, you can always just connect to the TryHackMe server using OpenVPN, and then from there you'll still be able to access this URL, which is going to be the ELK stack URL. So there's that. This is just the basic information. We have the ELK dashboard, the datasets, which is the datasets or indexes that are available for each task, and then they'll tell us which one we want to use. And then we have various logs. So there's the Windows logging, which is inside of the Sysmon, there's the Windows native logging, as well as Sysmon that we're going to be using. So these actually provide a good context for us to know what we can search by. So event IDs, for example, and various specific terminology, or very specific processes or binaries that are unique to the Windows environment. So the case here, the focus is on TA0009, also known as the collection, and it covers the hunting keylogger activity. So the log resources would be security, Sysmon, Windows PowerShell, and PowerShell operational. When we go to exfiltration, we're going to be using the TA0010, also known as exfiltration, and the sources are going to be security, Sysmon, PowerShell, and PowerShell operational. And then under impact, which is the TA0040, is the hunting, data destruction, and manipulation, and these are the log sources that are available. So that is what we got. So now I get to actually launch the ELK dashboard, and we get to kind of jump into it. So I'm going to zoom out of my screen real quick so we can go into split screen mode And once we have this, I'm going to expand this into full screen mode, and I'll just open the questions and instructions on a different window so I can read through them, and then we'll use the full screen mode to actually run Kibana, because it's much more useful to be able to use Elk Stack inside of a full screen like this. So let's do that. Okay, cool. So this is what it looks like when you actually go to that IP address that they give you. The username is elastic, the password is elastic, and those are typically the defaults. So if you're doing this inside of your own computer, please make sure that you change the default username and password. So there we go. This is what we got. And then usually what happens is you just go here, and in this little burger menu, you click on that, and then you go to Discover. And then once you are in Discover, you get these little drop downs right here. And I always keep doing this. I don't know why I keep doing this. So let's see if I've zoomed out too much or no. Okay, that's fine. So if we go right here, we click on this piece, and then it'll show us the various indexes or indices that we have available. So there's the case collection, exfiltration, and impact. And these are the different indexes that we're going to end up using. And then there's always this piece too. So when you log into your dashboard, unless you've customized this and configured it for your own environment to show you a different time range, by default, it shows you the last 15 minutes. And we always have to zoom in on the actual date range of the incident that took place. And they'll tell us what the date range is so that we can hone in on that date range for the investigation. But for the most part, that's basically what it's like to actually log into the Kibana or Elk Stack portal, Elastic portal. And now we get to look at the collection tactic. So let's zoom in on this a little bit so we can read through it. And then from here, we will go ahead and run the exercise. The collection tactic is the TA0009 tactic inside of MITRE, and it's the set of techniques that's used or could be used by adversaries to gather the data that they want from your system or your network, and then they can use that data for the rest of their objectives. So since the data is directly linked with the adversary's objective, it's not always possible to identify which data type is significantly at risk. So there are a few commonly acquired data sources that should be considered during threat hunting. And data that can be used for exploitation, pivoting, or privilege escalation, data that can be used for intelligence gathering, data that can be monetized, data that includes confidential financial records, intellectual property, PII, which is personal identifiable information. There's also PHI, which is the personal health information that has to do with, hospitals or insurance companies. And this is why in the beginning of this video, we were talking about the industry itself that your client is in or that your company is in. That industry can also narrow in on what is it that these people are trying to get from us. So if you have personal health information and one of your patients happens to be the prime minister of Singapore or something like that, then it's like, oh, you know what, maybe they're trying to do this. And especially if you look at the global political landscape and you see, okay, you know what, there's this thing that's going on right now in the political landscape, between these two countries, and one of those countries' prime minister, and not just their prime minister, but their vice president and their secretary of state, and all of those people are our patients. So this could potentially be something that's being done to try to get their information or to try to manipulate their information and say, yeah, so-and-so is not allergic to this type of medicine. And then they give that person that specific type of medicine, and now the person has an allergic reaction and they die. And it's like, oh, that's an easy way to get rid of your adversary without even doing anything. All you need to do is just hack into the hospital system and change their personal health information. You see, so it's like it's a long way to take to go and, compared to just, shooting somebody with a gun or using a bomb or something. But it's one of those things that's super sophisticated, but still super effective for what it is that you're trying to do. The commonly used techniques are the man in the middle, the ARP or LLMNR poisoning. So ARP poisoning, ARP poisoning, which is the address resolution protocol poisoning, or the link local multicast name resolution poisoning. Both of these things have to do with the information of the machine. So the ARP has to do with the MAC address. So the address resolution protocol is the protocol that connects the MAC address to an IP address. And as the OSI layers, as a packet travels through the OSI layers, somebody who is communicating with another device using the MAC address means that that person is most likely inside of that same network. Somebody who is communicating with somebody with an IP address, that means they're in different networks. And it could be within the same building. Technically, they just have different routers, so therefore they have different local area networks. Therefore, they're using their IP addresses to communicate. But ultimately, the ARP protocol is what connects MAC addresses to IP addresses and says this MAC address belongs to this IP address, right? So when you poison that, you can say, hey, you know what? This MAC address, like that could be the legitimate MAC address based on me finding some scanning or whatever. This MAC address belongs to this IP address, and I give the packet my IP address, and that, or I guess on this layer, I think we're still dealing with frames technically, but essentially you poison the data and you say, yeah, this MAC address actually belongs to my IP address. So the router will now send all of the data to my IP address instead of sending it to the other IP address. That's just one way of doing ARP poisoning. And then the link local multicast name resolution, it's a protocol based on the domain name system. So it's a DNS packet format that allows both IPv4 and IPv6 hosts to perform name resolution for hosts on the same local link, which is essentially another similar version of poisoning. You're just using a different protocol to poison the frames and the packets. The server message block relay is another one. DHCP spoofing, which is the dynamic host configuration protocol, which is the dynamic issuance of IP addresses for the devices inside of the network. All of those things could be spoofed or impersonated is another way of saying spoofing. Hijacking the connection, dumping the traffic, logging the keys that are entered. So somebody types in their username and password. That could be a way of key logging. Input capture and data collection from local cloud repositories. All of these things are commonly used techniques. These are not the all-inclusive list of techniques when we're talking about collection. So again, I'm going to go to the MITRE attack framework, and then we're going to look at the category for collection, which is towards the end right here, because we're talking about the end game. So if we actually zoom in on this, why can't I zoom in? What's going on? All right, there we go. So the collection portion and command and control, exfiltration, impact, these are the things that we're actually going to be talking about today, except command and control. We're going to be talking about collection, exfiltration, and impact. So under collection, it says 17 techniques, but it's actually 17 technique categories. And then from here, when you expand on each one, you can see there's more, and then this one has more, and this one has more, and so on. And it just keeps expanding, and you have more than 17 technically I'm not going to sit here and count them, but there's a lot of stuff that's available under collection, which means that this list that you see here is not the all-inclusive list. So these are commonly used techniques inside of collection. So to summarize the collection tactic known as TA0009, the actions carried out will help the analyst understand the adversary's motivation and plans for the next step. It could enable the detection of full compromise or impact over the valuable data or assets. There are links to other tactics, as we mentioned in the beginning of this video. It can be done with initial access, lateral movement, exfiltration, or impact. This is where collection can actually connect to the other tactics. And the suggestions and best practices would be to develop data asset inventory of valuable or sensitive data, track the access controls, and audit the asset or file actions. Set up a continuous endpoint and network monitoring solution and configure those logs accordingly. Track user account activities to identify unusual user activities, and use the data loss prevention and the user behavior analytics solutions to prevent data loss automatically. Usually data loss prevention can actually be done with either policies and procedures, but it can also be done with tools that are used to detect and block sensitive data while in use or in motion or at rest. And then the user behavior analytics, also known as user entity behavior analytics, is the concept of analyzing the behavior of users, subjects, or visitors for a specific purpose, and it allows you to build a profile for what normal activity, or also known as the baseline. It allows you to build a profile of what that baseline is, that normal activity is, and then you look at everything against that baseline, and if it alters, or if it what's the word, diverges, what's the word that I'm looking for, but if it basically moves out of that baseline, if it moves away from that baseline, that means there's something going on. That means it's an anomaly and we need to look at it. So then we are going to go look at the case example for hunting keylogging, which is this whole piece right here. So I think they're gonna kind of like walk us through essentially the types of queries that we would need to run inside of Elastic to be able to gather the data, and then they're gonna ask us several questions that we'll have to actually run the exercises for to be able to find them. So that's basically what happened when we were doing the last two thread hunting exercises. So keylogger hunting is what we're going to be doing, and the keylogger activity that is triggered by an abused administrative account or an attacker who gains an admin shell session. Pre and post activities are not within the scope of this, so the example is directly focused on detecting the actual keylog activity. So the essential points with how things are working mindset are to start hunting the keyloggers. Keyloggers are also known as keystroke loggers, so they actually record all of the performed keyboard activities. When you type in something, they log what you're typing. So you can do it with direct API calls, registry modifiers, malicious driver files, customized scripts and function calls, and packed executables. There's pre-made keyloggers that you can just install and run, or if you have a remote shell session, you can run it from your shell session and it'll still just log everything. The history command inside of Linux machines is just a very basic version of this that actually comes pre-installed inside of most Linux distributions, where you literally just type in history and it'll show you a history of all of the commands that the person ran inside of their shell. So that's technically a keylogger, technically. So most modern security tools can detect these patterns, the keylogger patterns, but the ability to manually hunt these patterns is vital to survive on the battlefield of threat hunting. That's such an epic statement. So there are various procedures for implementing the keylogger and detecting it, and we're hunting one of the most common forms, which is the API execution. The table summarizes what that means. So we have the Windows API execution, keylogging with API and function calls, and common calls. So get keyboard state, set Windows hook, get key state, get asyn key state, virtual key, v key, files created, draw text. These are the function calls or API calls that will actually connect to the Windows API execution for getting keylogs. Then we have the hooks, which are the set window hook executable, or EX, I would say. The WH keyboard, keyboard LL, mouse LL, get message, all of those things are Windows hooks. And this is a base hint. Interesting. So the case index is case collection. Filtering fields to investigate would be the WinLog channel and WinLog provider name. Usually they don't actually provide this to us, which is nice. So we're going to be looking at the case collection index, and then we're going to be using these fields to filter for to try to get some information from it. So the hypothesis is to look for keylogging actions on a pattern scope. So there's a query that you can run essentially, which is you can search for anything that has to do with keyboard state or send Windows hook or key state or all of these other things. So you could essentially just type all of this inside of the query, which is what they've done here at the top right here. And then it's looking at the last 15 years. That's the timeline. That's insane. And so during the last 15 years, there were 4 hits that had the get keyboard state or anything that is similar to that, right? So then what we can do, we can see that there are multiple patterns matching, and implementing a quick filter shows that the main visibility is coming from the following log file, which is the operational Microsoft Windows PowerShell. Then we add the columns, so the WinLog channel, event data path, event data, script block text, so that it goes from these blocks of data that you see right here, and it gets organized by those various fields so we can see what is actually being done. So the name executed block, which gives another suspicious name, so we can understand what the activity is. So what is it? It's the virtual kev code or virtual key code, I think. That's what the piece is that is the name of it that might be suspicious. So since we have that, we can kind of use that to further the investigation. So we can use the following query. So it's the Chrome Update API PS1 or Chrome Local Profile. So actually, you know what? I did not look at the right thing. So if we zoom in on this a little bit, we have Chrome Local Profile database file. And then is there a PS1 file that we see? So PS1 is not PlayStation 1. It is yeah, there it is. So we have Chrome Update API PS1, Chrome Update API PS1. So a PS1 file is a PowerShell script file. So if they're running a PS1 file, that means they're running some kind of a script. So etc. etc. So these are the columns that we can also update to increase some of the visibility for this. And again, they're just running that same. So they went from this right here and they updated their query to this that we can see at the top right here. And then they added some extra columns to be able to see some extra data. And when we look at this, we can actually see that there is a wget command that has been ran for them to actually get that PS1 file downloaded. And they had an output file which was in the temp folder Chrome Update API PS1. And that is, I would say, the big thing that stands out here. So we can see the wget command, very good. And based on the visible script lines, we can see that the second suspicious file is the keylogger's database. So when they run the keylogger, they need to store all of that data inside of a database file. So therefore, they will store it inside of this database file that they have. So we can look at this query to be able to search for anything that has to do with the database, right? So the winlog event data script block text, which is what this field is right here. So the script block text right here is the one that actually has the output of it, the Chrome local profile database. And then we would look at these various columns, and then we can see that over here. So the script is running right here. The database is being filled out right here, and the winlog event data payload, at least in these few events right here, is empty, or for these 3 events, it's actually empty. The insight into the database file, the cat command is used to list and view the contents of the file. So it may be possible to see the contents of the database file and discover the logged keystrokes. And we can click on view surrounding documents to provide a similar option, which is just essentially trying to find another way to see what is connected to these events. So the connection of these, the findings could be used to build a search chain correlating the parent-child relationship of the process executions to gain more insight. Similarly, focusing on the command execution and time and digging into the following events using the viewing surrounding documents will provide a simpler option. So if you click on the event that actually has the cat command of this, which is the 3rd event, it's basically the one at the very, very bottom. In this event, we can see that they're trying to concatenate or display the contents of that. So if you open that up, you'll get the option of view surrounding documents, and then you'll get to see the various documents that are available. So it creates a list showing the events in chronological order, and we can look at the 5 newer documents if you needed to. So you can load new documents. It's right here. So you can say load however many new documents, and then load all of the events that happened after the cat command. And you can see that what we have over here, and it's been obfuscated, it's been blurred out because probably the answers of the questions that we're looking for is inside of that. So that is what is available inside of the WinEventLog data payload portion. So the stuff that was empty before now actually has values inside of it. There's a copy of the command results on the terminal, as the command output is not directed or redirected to any file or address. That's why we focus on the executed command time and payload details. Now, the contents of the keylogger database are fully visible. The conclusion is based on the results. There are multiple activities, including Chrome, PowerShell, Notepad, and other system programs. After investigating, we notice that PowerShell starts a process that leads to child processes, which downloads the malicious script from a remote host, logs the keystrokes, and creates a database. This is the simplest way of hunting keylogger activity within a given pattern. You should keep track of these detected files to process and identify the relations between them and create a timeline and discover the stolen data. Suggestions would be to look for file creation activities and how the malicious PowerShell script is created, process relations to understand the start, and function calls to understand if the adversary opens and transfers the dump. So what is the process of the ID of the process that downloads the malicious script? What is the logged mail account? And those are the only two questions that we have over here. So I'm basically just going to kind of start from the very top of these queries that were given to us to, again, just follow along with what they did. And then we'll be able to find the process, right? So the question is, what is the process ID of the process that downloads the malicious script, which could even be inside of this, because there is the one that we see at the very, very beginning where it shows us, but they didn't have the process ID that's been associated with it. So, or there was no process ID column, right? So there was no process ID column, which kind of makes it a little bit difficult for us to find out what it is. But we do get to see, for example, in this case, if we had a process ID column, we would be able to see that, hey, wget downloaded this executable, this PS1 script, and they saved it into this location. We would be able to get that process ID if we had access to that packet. So I'm still going to run for it. Essentially, I'm going to just skip this initial portion of the investigation, like this piece right here. I'm not going to do this piece. I'm just going to go through the search from this portion because we know that there's the PS1 or the database file. So we're going to go through those events, and then we're going to find the process ID of the process that downloaded the malicious script. All right, here we go. We are inside of our tool here. First and foremost, we need to go ahead and update this. Instead of doing 15 minutes ago, I guess we're going to do 15 weeks. Is there 15 years? Yeah, 15 years ago. That's so crazy that's like kind of what they did. So 7,944 hits in the last 15 years. Fair enough. All right, and then we're going to go over here and we're going to update our query, which is going to be the searching for the Chrome update API.ps1, like that. And, or I should say, we're also going to search for the Chrome local profile.db. And this is essentially the query that they ran when they were looking for these two specific files that were downloaded. And the organization of all of this data that we see right here needs to be done with these fields that we're going to search by, or filter by, I should say. So I'm going to update these real quick, and you could either scroll through them, which is simply just scrolling down through all of these things right here. You could do that, or you could just go over here and nicely type in what you want, and then press that plus button, and then it organizes everything for you. So let me go ahead and do that, and we will look at what we have in the events. Cool. So we have all of these elements here, and specifically we're looking for the one that downloaded the information and the process ID for it. So that's the piece that they want us to really gather here. So I want to also get the process IDs. So I'm going to do process, and let's see, process PID, I would say that would be the thing. So winlog process PID. So I just typed process dot, and then that was available. So there we go. Now we also have this last column here, which is the winlog process PID. That helps us to search for this specific piece. And they want the one that has to do with the script. So really, I could even do this. I could just delete the portion that has the database element and just look for the PS1. And that only gives me 3 different hits, 3 elements. And there is only one that has the script block that says wget, etc., where it's actually downloading the script, and the process ID is 3388. So let's go over here and try 3388. And that is indeed the answer. Excellent. So what is the logged mail account? That's interesting. So what's the hint here? Find the log that contains the dump file content. Got it. Okay. So now what we want to do is we want to actually go back and use the Chrome file DB, and I'm going to only search for the Chrome file DB. That one has 11 hits for it, and we're looking for the one that actually has the contents of that, which has to be the event that has the cat command inside of it, because they're looking at the data here. So there was one thing that they added to make sure that we could see it, which is the payload portion. So I want to go find what that field name was specifically. So I'm going to get rid of a few of these things. The command line, I don't think I need, right? And I don't need the process ID anymore. So just to kind of organize this a little bit, we have the script block text, which is what they recommended, the event data path, which is what they recommended, and the payload. So that's the one piece that I need to also add. The contents of the data text is kind of irrelevant to us here as well. So we're going to look at the winlog event data payload. Cool, there it is. So now we have all of this information. It's empty for the most part right here, right? So input object, all of those things seem to be, I don't know, it seems interesting that these things, it has a value on this view that we're in, but it seems that this is not the value that we're looking for, because logged mail account, right? So the key log content is really the only piece that we're most interested in. So we're going to go over here, and I'm going to do the view surrounding documents button, and we'll see here, and we have all of this information, and we're looking for the logged mail account that would probably have like a .com or something inside of it, inside of the payloads. So I'm going to do load of, let's do 15 documents, press enter, and it's going to load all of these things. So now we need to kind of just, from this data that we have here, we need to see if I can find anything that has something like, oh, there we go. So there's the hunted victim something gmail.com, and then the password seems to be here. So value Gmail, incognito tab, how to open incognito tab, Gmail, hunted victim 2323 gmail.com. Maybe that's it. Seems to be it. Let's see if that is indeed it. No. So please ensure it follows the answer format. I did. Oh, yeah. So, I mean, that makes sense. I was just missing an @ symbol. So it is hunted victim 2323. It just misses the @ symbol. I came for the literal copy paste of this, the hunted victim 2323 gmail.com. I didn't include the @ symbol, but obviously an email address requires the @ symbol. So there's that. So huntedvictim2323 @gmail.com is the email account that was logged through the keylogger. So we're good with that. So now we can move on to the exfiltration tactic. The exfiltration tactic is known as the TA0010, TA0010. This is what is used to steal or leak data from the target system or network, and the aim of the tactic is to steal leak data, and the compression and encryption techniques also appear here. So looking for compression and encryption are used, one of the big hints that we can probably look for, and of course the connections that are done to send data out of the network. All of those things would be good tip or good hints or good beginning points to try to narrow down what the heck is going on here. They're also used to gather the maximum amount of data, the compression and encryption, to avoid detection. And the common forms of appearance of this tactic would be sending data out to command and control servers, sending data out to alternative channels by using size limits on the transmission, data duplication, data transfer over alternative protocols, over encrypted, unencrypted C2 channels, exfiltration over a web service or cloud storage, exfiltration over Bluetooth and portable devices. These are just commonly used techniques, but of course, if we go to the exfiltration portion of this, which is available here, we can see that there is more stuff that's also available for exfiltration techniques. So they could be triggered by automation or scheduled jobs. The table below summarizes these things. The actions carried out under this tactic highlight the lost or compromised data, which is a data breach. Hunting and understanding the details of this phase will help security teams detect the weakness and gaps in the implemented security measures. Also, data that's exfiltrated is vital to mitigate and enhance the detection prevention ability of the system. Then there is the tactic is the accomplished action on the target system and the consequences of the successful attack. It can be considered in the last part of the attack chain. Therefore, we should consider the previous steps, which also starts with initial access, persistence, privilege escalation, and other tactics to inflict the damage. And these are the points that will actually help us: data classification, access controls, improving the monitoring and use of DLP solutions, and implementing data encryption for sensitive data. All of these things are good practices for protecting against the exfiltration tactic, right? So this is the case example that we're going to be using, which is going to be inside of our other index, which is the case collection or case exfiltration, where we need to go into that. And there are 241 hits, so it's a much smaller event list. So let's see. The mini scenarios hunting data exfiltration over ICMP traffic by focusing on pure Windows artifacts. This time we focus on system and process instead of network traffic to get an insight into the event and learn the changes that occur during the data exfiltration. There are various procedures for implementing exfiltration and detecting it. Adversaries system native or their own command and control channel with controls, size limits, or transmit exfiltration data. Or transmit and exfiltrate data. Adversaries implement 2 stages of exfiltration by transferring the data to an alternative network location over an unencrypted protocol before transferring it to their dedicated and encrypted command and control channel. Network IDS and IPS solutions provide incredible details on detecting these things. Again, understanding that the system level processes of the scripted action is a big plus. So we have the scripting with system tools and utilities. So these are just, I would say, the common calls that are listed for C2 execution, which is command execution over the servers. So you have ping, ipconfig, arp, route, telnet, traceroute, nslookup, netstat, netsesh, localhost, all these things. So SMB, SSH for secure shell, of course, wget, curl, cert, util, netuse, netcat, netcat, socat, DNSCat, all of these things are used for reverse shells. PS file, PS ping, TCP vcon, TFTP, socks, invoke web request, server, HTTP post. This is a long list of stuff that's available. So the case index is going to be exfiltration, which we already switched to. Winlog channel, winlog provider name is the stuff that we're most interested in. And I mean, to start, you could be searching for all of these things. Now, just so happens that looking for any of these will yield evidently just one hit, which is fascinating. And so it's the ping command, new object system net network information ping. It's at the very, very bottom right here. So there's one hit. Now we're going to go further into it and look for that piece, the system.net network information.ping, which is this piece that you see right here. So we look into that, and then we can see now 5 hits. And there's a winlog event data path, which is the ICMP for data PS1. So it's another PowerShell script that's been used. And we open it, we look at the view surrounding documents, and then we will expand into these specific columns right here. And we can see now if we actually search for specifically this piece right here. So actually, my apologies. It's not that we would open it and look at view surrounding documents. If we look at the surrounding documents, we'll be able to see that there's the ICMP4 data, but I mean, it's literally right here too. It says actually inside of this, so you don't need to look at surrounding documents. ICMP4 data.ps1 is literally inside of that path. So this is kind of an extra step, I would say. So we can look at this, search for this specifically, look at the data path and script block text, which is what we see right here. And so the data path shows up right here, and the script block text is available right here. but it has been blurred out because I think the answer is over there. So we get precise results to the end the hunt by identifying the exfiltration script, and the conclusion is that the script is used for exfiltrating over ICMP. No prior indicator of downloading the exfiltration script exists. It's most likely created by the adversary or planted with a different technique. And the simplest way of hunting data exfiltration with system native tools over unencrypted channels is what we just saw. So we should investigate query results to deepen and enrich the findings, identify how the script works and which data was exfiltrated. Suggestions would be the script analysis, exfiltration destination, connection made to the exfiltration destination. So we are looking for the total number of sent ICMP packets, how many bytes or chunk is the amount of data that was carried in each packet, what is the name of the exfiltrated document, what is the server's IP address in a defanged format where the exfiltrated document is sent. So let's start from the top. What's the total number of sent ICMP packets? Okay, so since we know essentially what the name of that ping thing was, the ICMP thing was, we can just search for that in particular. So we had it earlier over here. Where is it? It is this piece right here. So we technically know what this is, so we could just copy this and go over here and just paste that and then search for that specifically. And so we'll see that there are 5 hits for this, and we want to look for essentially the contents of it. I would say, what does it say? Event log or event data path is what they told us to search through or to kind of organize the information by. The hint also says PS ICMP activity can be found with this piece, so that's also the only piece that they really give us. So what we're looking for is the count of pings, or right? Is that what it is? The total number of ICMP packets, essentially the count of the pings. So let's see, how can we organize this to see that information? So the first one that kind of seems interesting would be the winlog event data path field. And so it's the only one that actually has what seems like the piece that used this. So if we expand on this, we might be able to find some information that might be useful to us. All right, that did nothing. There was nothing in there. Let's go look at that one field that we used last time, payload. Oh, look at that. So payload data is actually very useful in this case. So let's see if we can, let's expand on this and see what we can see inside of this, because this seems actually very interesting. So I want to be able to search through this information. How can I expand this specific field? I'm very, very interested in this field. So if we scroll down from this specific event that we have right here, which is the very first event that actually shows the event data payload. If we scroll down a little bit, there's an element right here, which is the event data payload specifically. That's the actual name. So you can actually expand or collapse that, right? So if I go here, I have what seems like all of the ping replies that came here, and I just need to count them, I think. There should also be another way that we can search by this, so I'm very, very curious to see if there's a way that I can search by it. Okay, so I went through a good amount of research, and for the most part, every scripting type of language that I wanted to find and the scripting functionalities that are available inside of this version of Elastic, I tried a few different things through the index scripting or the script filters that could be created and various queries. You can make API calls. There's a lot of different things that you could do that to potentially automate the counting of these values that we see over here. Unfortunately, it is too much. It's like too deep of a rabbit hole to try to go into to try to explain this, because it'll really, really veer us off from the purposes of this specific exercise in this video that we're creating. So as the phrase goes, it's out of the scope of this particular exercise. So I'm not going to take a lot of time to go through that, because For me, it's a learning curve, so I can only imagine what it would potentially be like for you. Now, you watching this, you could be way more advanced than me when it comes down to scripting and using Kibana and Elk Stack and all of that stuff. So if you can actually do it, then I would encourage you to go ahead and navigate it, and maybe even drop a comment kind of explaining what you did, because I'm sure that there are people that would like to learn these kinds of things and it would be very helpful to them. For the purpose of this particular video, I'm going to just count this thing manually. There is one thing that I did do to kind of make it a little bit easier, is that instead of just having the asterisk of system net network information ping asterisk, instead of like having that initial value that we had, I did change it so that the win log event data payload is actually showing this specific phrase, and that was the only hit that showed up for us. So this is the only one that we have. It's the only event that actually shows this for us. And then we can go ahead and expand that over there, and then scroll down to the payload portion, which is this piece right here. And then we can expand this, and now we're able to count the number of values that we see over here. Now, to make this a little bit easier, what we can do is we could just kind of highlight this whole portion and then go to just a regular tool, or even a command line tool, so to speak, that can just count it for me. And I'm gonna just create a basic shell script that will show me how many times that this shows up, because it's also hard to just count it like one by one through this as you scroll up and down. So one of the easiest ways that you can do it is you can go to like Google and just search for text editor, and then go here. And then what I can do is I can create a new text file, paste that in here like this, and then I can do Control F for find, and then I can do system.net. And just like that, it'll just show me 1 of 21. And that's probably actually the best way that I should do it. That's the easiest way that I can kind of show you a script that we can create to find this. This is not really a script, but it's like a little bit of a hack to be able to count the number of instances on something. So you can go to your favorite text editor. I'm literally using an open source one on Google. It's called texteditor.co. I pasted these values. I just highlighted that whole portion, pasted the entire values over here, and then I did Control F. And anytime that you do that, it shows you just the number of times that something actually shows up in the document. In this case, system.net is the only piece of this that actually is a part of these strings, and so it's 21 times that it showed up. That's like the quickest way that I can show you how to do that. So if I go here and type 21, that is indeed the right answer. Okay, great. So now we can move on to the next question. It says, how many bytes or chunks is the amount of data that's carried in each packet? And if we go over here, we should be able to also see that, the bytes and the chunks for each one of these packets, because I believe they're referring to those ping reply packets. So let's go see what we can find for that. Okay, to be able to find that, I took this piece back to the system.net network information ping, and then there's an asterisk at the end to bring up some of this other data that we had. We had 3 different hits, and then I narrowed it down by the script block text to be able to get some of the data that's inside of the script. And inside of that, we actually see read chunk size. So chunk is 15, it seems like. So let's try that. And that is indeed the answer. The hint says PSICMP activity can be found with that. So they actually did want us to narrow down in on that as well. Now it says, what is the name of the exfiltrated document? And the hint for that says, remember the script that created the network activity, which was this piece. So we want the exfiltrated document. I'm actually just going to take this and highlight that element, and we're going to go ahead and search for that specific element. And this actually shows up a few times here if we just look at this specific piece just by itself with no filters or anything of the kind. This showed up a few times. So if you remember, it was actually even inside of the documentation as we were reading the Chrome local profile DB. This is actually the file that they're referring to, and it was even inside of the instructions that we had. So if we can do that right there, yeah, there you go. That is the answer. And so it says, remember the script that created the network activity, which is this piece right there. And this is also available earlier in our conversation right here. It's actually literally right here. It's available in the conversation right here, or in the documentation, I should say. And throughout this, even before this, we were able to notice that there was a database file. I think it was in the collection portion, actually, that we were talking about, that there was that database file that was created. And the way that, there we go, Chrome local file database right there. The way that the question was asked is they're asking for the exfiltrated document, right? So if somebody's capturing keylog information and they're going to compile all of that information that's being captured from the keylogger into a file, we were told already that that was going to be stored inside of the profile.db, profile.database file that we had. So that was referenced earlier in the video in the room content. So that was a little bit easier for us to gather. And finally, we have this piece right here that says, what is the defanged version of the IP address? So you should remember that the scripts created the network activity. This also CyberChef can defang. That we already knew. So this is the one that created the network activity. And so we now want to find the network information, right? So the IP address where the exfiltrated document was sent. So I'm going to do that, and I will do the Chrome name, the name of the Chrome document. So let's do Chrome local profile.db, and let's see what else shows up here. And it narrows it down to 3 hits. So now we're looking for an IP address that would be of interest to us. It's the very, very first piece right here that we actually see an IP reference. So it's the 10.10.87.116 is the only IP address that I see right here. The other ones don't have any kind of a reference to an IP address as far as I can see from the from the naked eye, so to speak. And that's pretty much it. And I guess we could also just kind of narrow down by the script block text just to see. And when we do narrow down by the script block text, the only one that does have an IP address is this piece right there. So there we go. So 10.10.87.116. And real quick, you can just go to CyberChef, which is one of our favorite tools inside of the cybersecurity world because it's so freaking useful. We go to CyberChef, we paste it inside of the input right there. And then from there, what we want to do is we want to defang, which basically means that it is not clickable. So when you do defang IP addresses right there, it'll just put these nifty little square brackets around the dots so that anytime that you put it inside of a text document for anybody that potentially wants to research a reference, they can't click on it. So there we go. We got that. And now we can move on to impact. Impact is the set of techniques that are used or could be used to disrupt the ability or availability, hinder the expected functionality, compromise integrity, to accomplish a set of procedures with a manner of data destruction, disruption, manipulation. And since each adversary has different purposes, the hunter should always consider as much possibilities as possible for what they are going to do or what they're trying to do. So in this particular case, the common forms of this could be ransomware, file destruction and removal, data manipulation. These are common. These are not the only things. I should just kind of constantly remind you. So if we do go to the impact portion of this, there are 14 techniques: account access removal, data destruction, data impacted for impact manipulation, defacement, wiping of the disk, financial theft, obviously, which is like, I would assume that that's like the most obvious, but I think financial theft also leaves a really big track for them to kind of trace. Because they, the money has to leave the money has to land somewhere once it leaves their account. So it's like, okay, well, who owns this other account that just received all of our money? You know what I mean? So What do we have? Commonly used techniques are listed: interrupting system environment by modifying primary settings, account manipulation, access manipulation, network configuration, data disruption, and manipulation, data encryption, defacement, service destruction. And these are the summary. So the actions carried out are consequences of the successful attack, and we need to make sure that we catch them so that we can detect the weakness and gaps in the implemented security measures. It's important because we can mitigate the risks and enhance the detection prevention ability of the system. These also can be considered to be a part of the attack chain, the last part of the attack chain, so to speak, because it's literally the very last item inside of the MITRE framework, but it's also the last item inside of the cyber kill chain or the unified kill chain. So everything that pretty much has happened leads up to this, right? So the previous steps and creating use case examples after all of this is done is very, very important. So the best practices against this would be regular risk assessments, threat hunting, pen testing, in-depth hardening and zero trust model where possible, improve the visibility and monitoring, prepare and implement incident response and disaster recovery plans. This is where redundancies come into play. This is where backups come into play, frequent backups. All of those things will help you in case somebody tries to rob you or somebody tries to crash your system or hold you at ransom. All of that stuff is very important. So the case example that we have here is the data disruption manipulation portion. We're hunting the shadow backup removal and system recovery point corruption, which is the Olympic Destroyer APT group is actually the reference in this particular case because apparently they've done it very frequently. So if we actually go back to the MITRE attack website, we can actually search for that name. So if I search for the Olympic Destroyer, so let's actually do Olympic Destroyer by itself. We have Olympic Destroyer software, and then Olympic Destroyer takes aim at Winter Olympics. There's multiple situations or multiple results that show up for this. So this is actually a real scenario. This is a real APT group. There are different strategies that they can use for the disruption manipulation of that system, and then of course how we can detect it. Typically using the native system utility to evade security products and stay undetected is a big one. Ransomware is one of the biggest things that comes to mind, and it's not always used for indirect long-term system disruption. So the silent evil goals should be accepted as less visible but have a similar impact, and these are some of them. So you can use the scripting with system utilities and tools that would be the common things that are actually legitimate that could potentially work, right? So command execution and file access activities common calls are listed below. So delete or remove, VSSAdmin, WBadmin, BCD edit, WEV utility, shadow recovery, boot stat policy or status policy. So we're going to use the case impact index. These are the two big things that we're interested in. And of course, as previous exercises, we're going to first start with searching for all of those things. And we can see that it narrows down to 64 hits. So let's see where it actually starts. So how many original events this thing actually has. And my screen keeps freezing for this. So let me refresh that real quick. All right, so the impact index, the case impact index, has 377 hits in total. So not, again, not another really gigantic one. So when we run this specific query, these list of options, we can see that there are 64 hits. And if we look at the WinLog channel field, and what are they doing in this particular case, we're going to visualize it and decide where to focus. So they go to visualization library and they decide where to focus. And in this particular case, this is probably something else that we could have done to see how many number of times something has shown up, maybe. For that specific series of queries that we had over here, once we go to the visualization library, we can see that there is these options that we have over here. Microsoft Windows PowerShell operational has 38 records. Sysmon operational has 18. Security has 5. System has 3. As we are looking for system native tools, the security log could provide the low hanging fruit. So we're going to go to the main filter here, and we're going to add an extra filter, which is for the WinLog channel security. And the responses have been blocked out because most likely our answers are going to be in there. So we can highlight the first command that was executed. We still need to identify the actual starting point of this. So we're going to look at the first suspicious event by looking at the event ID without narrowing the search. So event ID or event data process ID 1972. Let's see what this actually yields for us, because I'm curious what that means. Of course, it's going to bring up the TryHackMe article. So what is WinLog event ID? And it looks like there aren't any matches for this. WinLog event ID 1972. So let me do it like this. So what is WinLog event ID 1972? And it still doesn't show me. So it says 1972 event ID 3 computer name network connection. Maybe it might seem to be that it has to do with a network connection. Using the column filters to increase visibility, we have event data command line, parent process, process ID, process ID, parent image. And this is the information that's available. Now it narrows it down to 3 hits. So once we focus on that 1972 event, it narrows it down to 3 hits for us, and results that are clear enough to explore and correlate the parent-child process relationship. The conclusion is that we can see that the revealed actions are targeted to disrupt the system by removing shadow copies and destroying the system recovery. This is the simplest way of hunting data system data manipulation with native system tools and utilities, and you can investigate further. So discover the primary process that launched the sub-process to do planned adversary actions, and identifying the chained PowerShell command shell executions. What is the name of the system executable used to remove shadow copies? What is the main shell image that started the attack chain? What is the process ID that started the attack chain? I'm going to do 1972. No, that's not the process ID. That's the event ID. That's silly. Okay, my bad. All right, so let's start from the top here. So it says, what's the name of the system executable used to remove the shadow copy? So we'll go over here, and I'm just going to start from that very first research point that they kind of gave us. So let's use that very, very first query that brings up everything. All right, so when we look at this right here, this is that very first query that has all of those options potentially for us. We can see that there's a bunch of stuff that is available. So if I do organize by WinLog channel, I can see that these are the potential channels that are being used, but I am interested in the name of the process itself. So that's the kind of piece that we're most interested in, I would say, because they want the name of the process. And I mean, just kind of like from the phrasing of the question, it says shadow used to remove shadow copies. So what if I do shadow? Nope, that's not it. So what if we do remove shadow? Is that it? No, that's definitely not it. Okay, I'm just trying things. Okay, cool. So we are looking for the process that is used to remove shadow copies out of all of this information. So we're going to organize this stuff a little bit so we can kind of see what might potentially be available to us as far as information is concerned. So I'm going to add the most popular data points right here and see what's good. There's also this one other element too that I need to add, which is the WinLog channel security. So we're going to go ahead and do that as a filter. So we will do a WinLog channel, and from there we want to make sure that the WinLog channel is not. I accidentally clicked that. So we go here and we want security as our value to make sure that we actually do have the WinLog channel as security, and it's right on the screen. So we have our selected fields, obviously the WinLog channel itself, and then the command line that was ran, and right on the screen it says VSS admin executable delete all shadows quietly is what it wants us to do, or what they wanted the thing to do. And so we're going to copy that, and that, I bet, is the answer. So we're going to go over here and paste that right there. Boom. What is the main shell image that started the attack chain. And when we looked at the process ID field, once we add that process ID field, we can look at and see that that's where the 1972 came in from. I thought it was an event ID, but I was absolutely mistaken. It's actually a process ID that we wanted to filter by. So I'm going to copy this thing, go over here and replace this query that we had with that 1972 process ID. And I will, I wonder if I need to remove the security log portion of it. I think we should, yeah, just to kind of make sure that we have all of the events that potentially exist. So we'll remove that security filter, and it has a total of 3. So that's whatever. And the question is, what is the process that started it all? And I basically just added these fields as our filters right there. And right here under the parent image, because that's the parent image is basically what starts the thing. So we have CMD being the command line that was ran, but the parent image is PowerShell. That is the process that started it all. So the main shell image, right, that started with the attack chain. So we will do PowerShell.exe. And what is the process ID that started the attack chain? And we already have that here as well. So we have the data process ID, or the event data process ID, and then we have the parent process ID. So I'm going to say it's 6512 because it's the parent, right? The parent that started it. So that should be the answer. Let's see if it is. And oh, it is. Congratulations. We have officially completed threat hunting endgame. Heck yeah. That was a cool exercise. Very much loved it. I hope you also got some value out of it, because we are getting deeper and deeper into the SOC level 2 studies and the instructionals. I wonder if that's actually even a word. But that's pretty much it for threat hunting endgame. So this was kind of it was a guided investigation, and the next couple of rooms that we're going to be going into have to do with just the exercises themselves. So we're going to be left to our own vices, and we have to figure it out just based on the scenario that they provide us, and then everything that we learned inside of the threat hunting introduction, foothold, pivoting, endgame, all of that. And then of course going to all of the modules that are inside of the SOC level 2 element, which is I think it actually took us a little bit further. So if I actually go into SOC level 2 right here, we'll be able to see that we had all of the previous modules that led to the moment that we are in right now, the moment that you and I are in right now. So SOC level 2 had log analysis, advanced Splunk, advanced ELK, detection engineering, and then obviously we are now in threat hunting, and then we're going to go into threat emulation, then incident response, and then malware analysis. So it's a strong pathway, and I'm really excited about it. So I hope you are going to hang around, and I hope you're going to stick around and go through this path with me, because it's very, very useful, and I think you will get a lot of value out of it as well. To get more videos like this one and other future videos that we're going to have when it comes down to pen testing and AI for cybersecurity, all of that stuff, I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel. And of course, go check out everything that's already on the channel. So if you actually go to the channel homepage, as you can see right here, there's a little button right here called playlist. You can click on that playlist button. It'll take you to every playlist that we actually have over here. And one of the big ones is the SOC level 2. So let me see if I can find it real quick. It's right here. So SOC level 2 is right there. There's currently 26 videos on there. If you haven't gone through SOC level 1, there's 80 videos that's in the SOC level 1. There's security engineering that exists. There's junior pen tester, and then we're going to go deeper into the pen tester stuff. So I'm going to recreate a lot of those videos with the current knowledge base that I have now and the new understanding that I have now. So there's going to be a lot of really, really good stuff. So you can already find all of that good stuff here that currently exists. And then if you subscribe and turn on a notification bell, like, drop a comment, all that good stuff, you'll get notified of the new videos that come out. And when you do drop a comment, I get to answer your questions and connect with you. And hopefully we establish a good rapport as we go through our journey in cybersecurity together. So make sure that you also drop a comment, ask your questions, say hi, whatever it is that you want to do. But apart from that, do not forget, like, subscribe, turn on notification bell, and drop a comment so that I hear from you. And then I'll see you in the next video that we do inside of the SOC level 2 stuff. If you're serious about your CySec training and want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. I hope I see you inside the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comments section. And that is it for today. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers. If you're ever network and system attacker/protector, if no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease, and I will see you in the next video later. In episode 24 of the SOC Level 2 training series, we are going to go through the Hunt Me Payment Collectors exercise. So this is just a straight up practical exercise. We can call it a challenge. And this is the end of the threat hunting module that's inside of the SOC Level 2 pathway of TryHackMe. And the last 4 videos, essentially, we went through the introduction to threat hunting, and then we were kind of given instructions to do a threat hunting exercise from the initial foothold that the person got or the group got into our network, and then as they did some pivoting and moved around inside of the network, and then finally the actions that they took on their objectives and the goals that they were trying to accomplish, which in our particular case was trying to steal data, keystrokes as it was. So they were trying to essentially just steal some key pieces of information, and that was all guided for us. Now, this particular exercise that we're going through is not guided. So essentially what's going to happen is that I'm going to go through the scenario and we're going to read it or whatever. But basically, as you can see, it's just a bunch of questions that we got to answer. And it's a pretty good list of questions that we do have to go through. And all they're doing is they're just giving us the scenario, and we are left to our own vices to try to figure it out. So that's the overview of the Hunt Me 1 exercise. I sliced my finger earlier this morning as I was cleaning one of my favorite knives, and that was very fun. It took a while for it to kind of like close up. So just an extra piece of information, just in case you're wondering what the little piece of tape is. I super glued the cut and I put tape over it. This is after the bleeding had stopped and all of that good stuff. Completely irrelevant to this video. I'm just letting you know the kind of psychosis that I deal with sometimes. But that's pretty much it. That's that's the overview that we have for the Hunt Me Part 1 for payment collectors. If you're serious about your CySec training and want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let us jump into the Hunt Me Part 1 Payment Collectors Challenge. Here's the scenario. On Friday, September 15th, 2023, which is probably going to be the date that we need to hone in on for Elastic, Michael Ascott, a senior finance director from SwiftSpend, was checking his emails and Outlook and came across an email appearing to be from Abatech Waste Management regarding a monthly invoice for their services. Michael actioned this email and downloaded the attachment to his workstation without thinking. And this is the email, and it looks very legitimate. So obviously, if you're a head of finance, you're concerned with what is this invoice that we owe, whatever, so you'll download it to try to see what's going on. The following week, Michael received another email from his contact at Abatech claiming they were recently hacked and to carefully review any attachments sent by their employees. However, the damage has already been done. So use the attached Elastic instance, which is what we already loaded, to hunt for the malicious activity on Michael's workstation and within the SwiftSpend domain. The details that we have are for the connection here is just essentially this IP address loaded when I clicked on this start machine. So it took about a minute for it to load. I'm using the web browser attack box that we're going to use for the access to the Elastic through Firefox. However, if you have TryHackMe membership, you can actually use OpenVPN to connect to the TryHackMe server, and then you can just use your own web browser to be able to access the Elastic instance that we have over here. So username and password is the default username and password for Elastic, and that's pretty much all we get. Apart from that, we're literally just jumping into the investigation. So I'm going to open up our Elastic instance, and we're going to log in, and pretty much that's it. We're gonna kind of be off to the races here. Okay, so here we go. We are logged in. We're gonna click this menu. We're going to go to the Discover portion here, and it'll load it for us. Let me try to see if I can kind of shrink this down a little bit. We have all of this, and maybe we can even get rid of the bookmarks that are visible, because it would give us a little bit of extra room, honestly. Hide bookmark toolbar. Excellent. Perfect. Okay, so what else do we have? That's pretty much it, actually. So the index that we're using in this particular case seems to be the WinLogBeat index. There's no other index that's available for us, and the time needs to be adjusted to what happened on September 15th, 2023, and that's pretty much the only date information that we have. So I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to adjust it to September 15th, 2023, from the beginning of the day to the end of the day. And then from there, that's it. That's really all we get. So we're just going to run from it. So you do September 15th, 2020, and you just got to scroll all the way to the top. Make sure you select 00 to start from 00, and then we click on now, and then we do the same thing. And then we just do the end of the day, which is essentially the same exact thing, just going to the 23 portion of it, which is right here. You just scroll all the way down, 23:30. So now we have from the beginning of the day to the end of the day on September 15, 2023. We click update, and now we actually should have some information, and we do. We have 7,635 events that were generated. There are some interesting fields that are available to us on the left right here. There's no popular fields or anything. These are just all of the fields that are available from this log, this event log that's been gathered for us. And that is pretty much it, my friends. That's literally all we got. So from here, we can now just dive into the questions. So let's look at the first question. The first question is, what was the name of the zip attachment that Michael downloaded? So there's a few different pieces of information that will be useful to us. Obviously, we have the date, which is all good. Michael Ascot is the user, so we'll try to find anything that has to do with that specific user. And then Outlook was also highlighted, so we need to look for the Outlook process, which is Outlook exe, I think. So for the most part, we're going to be narrowing it down to that. We don't have any information about, we actually have A. Bennett at Abbott Tech Waste, Abbott Tech Waste. So that could be an email address that we can also hone in on. So there's a few different things that we can start with kind of searching through this. And that would be the place that I would start. And we're also obviously looking for a zip file, so we can do a .zip as the attachment extension. So there are a few different things that we can do. So first, let's see if we can actually even find things that have to do with the user that would potentially be our guy, which is Michael Ascot, right? So let's see if I can find anything that has to do with Michael Ascot. We have system, workstation 1, administrator, etc. So I can even do this instead of just narrowing it down like that, because that's actually not even narrowing it. So we do username, and then we can see if we can get Michael.Ascot as that. So let's see. Okay, so the first search username with Michael, so asterisk at the beginning, asterisk at the end, Michael gives us the actual username of Michael.Ascot. So we know that we actually have username Michael.Ascot, but it doesn't really give us much because it's still 6,445 hits, which is still a lot of hits. And even when you do the specific username by itself, it's still 6,445. So the next thing I would do is I would do and then we would do the asterisk.zip as another elements that we're going to narrow in on, and that actually brings it down to 50 hits, which is very, very useful. So let's see what other data we can kind of narrow in on so that we can see the data or the name of the file, for example. So we'll do file path, and then I'll see if that gives me anything, which in this case it actually does. So we have the immediately you see content outlook, and then we have invoice at 2023-227 zip. So that seems to be an interesting thing, and then it is an outlook piece. So let's go ahead and see if we can also do a process name that we can potentially narrow in on. So if I do process name as my addition, I can see that I have Outlook exe. So outlook.exe would be the process name. .zip would be the extension for this, and I mean it already looks like that would be the name of it, so I'm just going to highlight that just in case. But there is a way that we can even narrow in on this a little bit more by just going to our query, and user.name is Michael Ascot, and asterisk.zip, and we can even do process.name, and then we're going to do outlook.exe, and then that should narrow it down even further, and it gives us only 2 hits, which is available right here. So that's the invoice at 2023. So that should be the answer for the first question. Excellent. Okay, the second question is, what was the contained file that Michael extracted from the attachment? So what we know is that essentially we can just kind of expand on all of our research and all of the data that we gathered by just compiling, right? So if we just keep adding the information that we've already gathered to the investigation, we can essentially, and I did copy instead of doing paste, we can essentially kind of just narrow in on everything just based on the information that we've already gathered. So I have Michael Ascot, and then we have the name of the invoice now, the zip file, or at least the name of the zip file of the invoice. And so I do see that it's Michael Ascot, so let's kind of like expand this a little bit so we can see the information. Process name is still Outlook, so that might not even be necessary. Immediately, something that stands out is invoice, and then we have payment invoice.pdf.lnk.lnk, which seems to be an interesting element that would be useful for us for the second answer. So what are they looking for? It says what's contained, what was the contained file that Michael extracted from the attachment, and that seems to be a perfect fit right there. So payment underscore invoice.pdf.lnk.lnk is what he extracted from the invoice zip file. So now, question number 3 says, what was the name of the command line process that spawned from the extracted file attachment? So this is them saying that they essentially ran the file attachment. So I can now go over here and change that to the, what was it? Actually, I could just paste it, right? Because I already copied it. So there we go, payment underscore invoice PDF LNK. So if we do that, now we actually have 2 hits that we have. And so we have explorer.exe seems to be the process that was attached to this. And that could potentially be it. I don't think that would be it though, because I don't think that would be the process that's been executed. So let's see, if we get process name, we could get process command line potentially. We could also get process executable, and none of those things seem to have any decent valuable information because it all still says Explorer. We can also look at the process parent name. So let's see what the parent name of this might be. That might be useful to us as well. And the process parent name is also empty. So none of those things seem to be useful to us right now. So can I delete these pieces? Yeah, we're going to remove that. And we'll also remove the executable column. And we'll also remove the parent name. And the information, it can't be Explorer. I really don't think it's Explorer. I'll try it to see if it is, but I don't think it's Explorer. Yeah, it's not. It's too short. So let's go back to just looking at those 12 events that we had, which was the invoice name. So if I go back over here, and I'll just copy this one and go back over here and paste the invoice name, we'll get those 12 events back. And looking at the timestamps of these. So if we look at the timestamp, these are the most recent, and then the further down you go, these are the beginning events that happen. So if we go back to the most recent, you'll see that PowerShell is actually the process that was executed when he ran that. And if we just go down a little bit more, we might be able to find something that would be relevant to it. It does say Explorer, it does say Outlook. So the only thing that has to do with anything with this zip file that was ran is the exfiltration. So Michael Ascot downloads exfiltration, exfiltrate me.zip, and then we have PowerShell.exe. So let's try PowerShell. Okay, cool. That is the answer. So now we can actually move on, and I have a feeling we're probably going to get something about these elements here as well. So let's see. Question number 4 says, what URL did the attacker use to download a tool to establish a reverse shell connection? So for this, we can actually go from here and we can look at a field that is known as the command line field. So the command line field is what actually executes in the background, kind of what is ran by the PowerShell executable or any of these other things. And we can try to see what information might be interesting to us in this particular case. So zooming in on the command line, if we scroll down a bit, we will be able to see that there's an execution right here that is taking place. So Windows PowerShell executable, and then it has this whole data that's available. And then we have the HTTPS raw GitHub user content, etc. And then we have powercat.ps1. So that would be the actual link. So HTTPS is also a really, really good way to kind of hone in on the links. If they're asking for URLs and things like that, you would either look for HTTP or HTTPS. And we can even further our query. We can kind of like narrow down the query by going into here and then doing another one where we would do something like asterisk HTTP asterisk, press enter, and then it will narrow down all of the stuff that we have to one hit, which is again the same link that actually had, or the same event that actually had the URL link inside of it. So HTTPS raw GitHub, etc., etc. So you kind of, combine a few different pieces of information as you go along, where it's like, oh, okay, there are hints that we are gathering. So it starts with the zip file, and then you get the payment invoice, and then there's a PowerShell that's been executed, and so you know that you need to look at the PowerShell line items, so to speak, and then from there, we're also looking for the raw GitHub user content, etc., etc., etc. So question 5 says, what port did the workstation connect to the attacker on? We do have in the same command, so he actually ran the full command, so I probably need to expand this a little bit more, or just get rid of the process name column. But inside of that same command that has downloaded the PS1, the PowerShell script that we have, PowerCat right here, right after that, he actually launched PowerCat inside of that same command, which is connecting to the ngrok.io on port 19282 and then executing PowerShell once he connects. So 19282. There's that answer. Great. Question 6 says, what was the first native Windows binary that the attacker ran for system enumeration? So we're trying to get system information after obtaining remote access. So they have gotten their remote access through their enumeration or through their command and control, my bad. So they've gotten their remote access, and now they're trying to enumerate the system. So what would be the Windows binary that would be used for enumeration? So we do know that they have a PowerShell execution that's been going on. So let's see if we can kind of narrow in on our query here. So we will do the host name, which in this particular case is going to be workstation 01, and we want a process name to be probably either CMD or it's going to be PowerShell. I'm pretty sure it's PowerShell. So we will launch that, and we have 30 hits in this particular case. So the process command line is PowerShell, the event ID is 1, so we can probably even narrow down on the event ID. Yeah, so here's another one where the event ID is 1. event ID 1. So let's do that. We can even do and winlog.event ID is 1. So let's narrow that down. And now we have 4 hits. So what we're looking for in this case is the process name. So let me bring back the process name. In this case, let me see if it's over here. It is one of my popular fields. So process.name will be the thing that we're going to add. And so process name that has been ran, we have PowerShell exe. Okay, so PowerShell exe was definitely ran to get the information that we need. So we're looking for something that has to enumerate the system. That's the piece that is kind of missing, the system enumeration tool that they used, or the binary that they ran to enumerate for the system. I removed the PowerShell and CMD executables from the top right here just to see if we can get a little bit more results, and we did get 61 hits, so that's available to us. There's a bunch of stuff over here though that is, I mean, NS lookup is for DNS enumeration, and there's a lot of stuff that has NS lookup, so we can kind of add an extra filter to remove all of the extra stuff that we know that is not going to be the information. So I can click that plus sign, we can add a filter, and the process name. So let's zoom in on this so you can see. We can say process name. We don't want it to be NS lookup. You can also add this inside of the query as well. So process name is not, and then I will do NS. Right, so how do you spell NS? I mean, I know how to spell NS, but I want to know exactly the spelling of, so it's NS lookup all lowercase .exe. How do you spell NS? Okay, there we go. So boom. So there we go. So it is not NS lookup.exe. So now it goes from 61 to 43. And then we have net.exe, net1.exe, whoami.exe, t1 worker. Oh, system info. Boom. So systeminfo.exe is probably what's used to enumerate the system. And then Outlook, run to DLL Explorer. Yeah, I feel like the only thing, and then we can even also verify this by just doing a little bit Google. What does systeminfo.exe let you do? And let's see what the information is. Displays detailed information, configuration about a computer and its operating system, including operating system configuration, security information, So that sounds like system enumeration to me. So we're going to go into systeminfo.exe, and there you go. So that is indeed the answer. Cool. Question 7 says, what's the URL of the script that the attacker downloads to enumerate the domain? So we're looking for a URL, and again, we're going to do probably HTTPS. I have removed all of the previous queries that we have over here. So one of the easiest ways that we can see what are all of the stuff that's been downloaded, you can actually create some kind of a visualization in a table view to see what all of the things are that have been downloaded. And you will also get some detailed information about the name and location of the file itself. So if we actually go on the left-hand menu right here and click on the visualize library, we can create visualization in the middle, and then click on lens to create a focused kind of a lens. And then we're going to go from here and we're going to click on table. So we don't want to see vertical stacked kind of a thing or any kind of a bar or whatever. And the table is already on the winlog beat index. Now we want the file, or the name of the field, excuse me, that we're looking for. So since we're looking for a file, we're going to do file, and then there's the file path keyword or file name keyword, and I'm going to do file path keyword because I want to see the paths of all the files. So now you can see this, right? So you see that powerview.ps1 for Michael Ascot has 254 records. And then we can even kind of expand this a little bit just to see the names of the rest of the files, or at the very least, the paths that are dedicated to them. And then there are 16 other entries that are available. So you can go over here and just click on top 5 value. And then instead of number of values being 5, I'll do number of values being 15. And then we'll update it, and then we can come over here again and we can see, so Power View is still number one, and then we scroll down, and again power view again, and there's one record. Power view, the rest of these seem to be yeah, so these are the different invoice files themselves: power invoice PDF file, etc., etc. So power view PS1 seems really interesting, so we're going to do power view PS1. We're going to copy that, and let's go back into our discover mode here, and I'm going to discard all of my changes. So I'll go over here excuse me. I'm going to do asterisk, and I'll do power view, and then I'll do asterisk, and I'll do asterisk https asterisk. Press enter. Let's see what I can find here. We need to update our visuals that are over here a little bit. So I'm going to remove the event ID element. I'm going to remove the process command line as well, and we will add the file path element to it, because we are looking specifically for a given file. That has to be our power view portion, and we want to see anything that has to do with the HTTPS element. So inside of any of these things, you can actually expand every single one of these events right here by clicking that little expand button, and it will open the overall content of each one of these events. And inside of them, there's one specific field that actually has basically all of the information. So I'm going to go down here. Instead of doing 25 rows, I'm going to do 100 rows per page instead of having to skip through all the pages. And I just want to see, I forget what that, oh, it's message, this piece right here. So this is the thing that you see right here, that inside of each one of these frames, or not frames, I guess events, inside of each one of the events, there is a message field, and inside of the message field there is a bunch of data that we can find that might be actually useful to us, and we're looking for something that has to do with that HTTPS portion. So instead of just scrolling through all of this, we're gonna close this out, and I'm going to adjust it because it says, there we go, okay, cool, it's zoomed out for a minute. So I will go into the fields here, I will click on this, and I want the message field to show up. So we're going to add the message field, and now we are interested to see if we can find anything that has to do with that HTTPS. And look at that right there, boom, we have the raw GitHub user content, power view, etc. So that's the full link for the item that we are interested in. So let's go over here and paste this. Cool, nice. Getting some good information about whoever this guy is, or well, not really about the guy, but at least what he's doing. Question 8 says, what was the name of the file share that the attacker mapped to Michael's workstation? So just kind of stacking or following along with basically what we had previously, which is this power view PS1 element right here. We have the message, so I'm going to get rid of the message, and we want everything that has to do with power view PS1, which is a PowerShell script technically. So we have the username, we have the file path. Let's see what we can find for the PowerShell executions. PowerShell command invocation details. So let's add that over here. And okay, there we go. So we have the command, I believe those are the command details. I'll also do the command related command, details type, detailed value. We'll do that as well. Okay, there we go. I think that's where most of the information is going to be in here. So I will remove the detail name specifically because I think we're more interested in the value of the command specifically. So now that we have this, we need to see the name of the file share that they mapped to Michael's workstation. So I got rid of all of the fields that I had previously organized before, and I only have the powerview.ps1 that is currently our search query. When we're looking for a file share, we could technically look for the keyword file. Technically, we could look for server, we could look for share. There are a few different things that we can try to hone in on and see what can actually happen. So if I go ahead and do share, for example, so let's try to do share, and see what shows up with share. We go from 259 to 43 hits, which is not bad. Let's see what the results actually are. So we have the share info, context severity informational console, etc. Let's see. I'm going to scroll through this, see if share gives us anything. If not, we'll try to find something else. I added another search term up here. So we have power view, we have share surrounded by asterisk, and I also have server surrounded by asterisks. And it seems like something interesting actually shows up here. So server share, and that ends up being, what do I have? I have right here. So SH1 net name is the SSF financial records. That seems to be interesting. Server, let's see if there's any other references to it. I think that might actually be it. If we look a little bit further, we might be able to find something else, but I think that actually is a pretty solid one. Server 00 Decatur, etc., or data center, excuse me. Share info context, we have server, etc. Like most of these things are invoke share finder, SSF financial I think is the one. If I were to really kind of put my money where my mouth is, so to speak. So let's just look for SSF financial. There it is. It's already on the screen, it seems like. So let's try that and see what we get. And where is SSF financial in this whole thing? It should be here. I added the message and the PowerShell command invocation details value columns to try to narrow this down. We actually have it right here. So server share is the SSF financial records as well. And I want to say that this is actually it. It's just for whatever reason, it's not being highlighted on the screen where it normally would be. So let's see if we do SSF-financial records. That seems perfect. Oh, there you go. So, okay, so we searched for share, we searched for server, and of course we just kept the power view in the search query as well. So we combined all those and we just narrowed it down a little bit just so we can see what potential values would exist. And based on that search query, we were able to find that piece. So question 9 is, what directory did the attacker copy the contents of the file share to? So we know that it's going to be for Michael Ascot for sure. So we can really just kind of try to narrow it all down. But I think it should be available if we just look at the paths of the files. So we can definitely just narrow it down and just say C, users, Michael Ascot. This piece of it, I know, like that just seems to fit like a glove. And the rest of it, we can just kind of try to narrow down and see what information we can gather. But I have a feeling it's going to be just his like downloads folder or something like that. So let me remove all these columns and we'll start from scratch one more time. And I'm just going to search for what is it? Michael Ascot user download folder. And let's see if we can find it. Yeah, so I literally just searched for file.path and then I did Michael Ascot in the asterisks, and then we have a bunch of different file paths that says, downloads exfiltration, and then it seems to be that client portfolio summary, investor presentation, exfiltrate me.zip, the power view ps1 was downloaded in there, or it was, at least it was inside of the downloads folder, it seems like. So downloads exfiltration potentially would be it. So it says, what is the, where did the attacker copy the contents of the file shared to? So maybe if we did SSF financial records and Michael Ascot, so let's see if that can also be something that would potentially be useful to us. But I think it is that exfiltration path, honestly. Financial records. Let's do that. Now, if we just do the SSF financial records and Michael Ascot, it's only going to give us this location, which is the downloads power view ps1. So I don't think that's it. I would love to see if there's any other way that I can hone in on it to make sure that it is actually the that exfiltration folder. So let's see what other we could probably do. Command line we can add, we can do the PowerShell command invocation values as well to see if there's anything that would be interesting for us in those locations. Okay, so here's what we did. So I kept the file path at Michael Ascot. I added a filter right here for the C users Michael Ascot downloads exfiltration. And the way that I did that is basically I hovered over this and I added this or pressed this plus button. And when you do that, it adds that filter. So now it's gonna filter it down even more. And then you can click on the individual filter and do edit filter. And then from there, you can just edit the end portion of it. So I just removed the exfiltrate zip part, and that ended up just being that full path. You can also just press the plus button right here and add the actual path that you want. And then what I did was I added the process name column just to see if there's anything interesting that shows up. And then there's the robocopy executable that shows up here, which is kind of another hint that whoever this person is, the question says, what directory did they copy the contents of the file share to? So robocopy kind of implies that they're copying something automatically. And this is the path. The directory is the downloads exfiltration directory. So I'm going to highlight this. I feel pretty confident now that that would be our answer. So we're going to do that, submit that. And there you go. The answer is correct. Now the next question, question 10, is what's the name of the Excel file that the attacker extracted from the file share? So if we go here, there's literally an Excel file right here. So the client portfolio summary, Excel SX, I want to say. That would be the name if I were to be a betting man. So we're going to go over here, press enter. Cool, very nice, making some decent progress here. Next question, question 11 is what's the name of the archive file that the attacker created to prepare for exfiltration? I mean, there's literally this thing. It's a zip file, is an archive file. The name of it is exfiltrateme.zip. So I'm gonna venture a guess that that's it. So let's go and check this out right here. And there you go. Yeah. That was kind of a gimme. So what is a way that we could do like an investigation on this one? So if we go ahead and look at event IDs, right? So the event ID for, and I'll just remove this filter for the path of the file, right? So we have file path, Michael Ascot, and now we have 276 hits. And then we want an event ID for file creation. So if we do a sysmon event ID for file creation, we'll see that it's event ID 11 is file creation. So if we go to our query here and do winlog.event ID is 11, which is for file creation, it should narrow this down from 276. And now we have 20 hits, which is great. So now we have the 20 hits. And then from here, you can kind of just look at the file paths themselves. And then I think we can even do a file name, potentially the file name that was created. So let's see if we can actually do that. Yep, there is a file name right here. So I can do file name right there. And then we'll add that. And now we get these file names that were created. So we have exfiltrateme.zip, etc., etc. So one of the things that I don't know if you know this or not, but a zip file is usually an archive file. So you can have different types of archive files. So another thing that we can do here is we can also do we can do .zip as or *.zip as the extra portion of it, and it should take it from 20 down to 3 hits. And then we already know that the invoice zip is what was originally downloaded using Outlook. So now we can narrow it down by saying exfiltrate me zip is the one that the archive file that the attacker created for exfiltration. It's kind of a gimme, right? The exfiltrate name in the zip file is a little bit of a gimme, but that's what we got for that. All right, cool. So moving on. Question 12 says, what is the MITRE ID of the technique that the attacker used to exfiltrate the data? So exfiltration, especially over a connection of the internet, is called a network connection exfiltration, right? So what we're going to do is I will remove all of these things, but I will do winlog.eventID3 because event ID 3 for sysmon is the network connection. So we can also just go ahead and Google out. So what is the sysmon event ID 3? What does that do? And it is for a network connection. So we know that a network connection is needed to actually extract data. So when we do that, we now have 7 hits out of our very many, and we have these process names that they're all PowerShell, and the file portion is relatively irrelevant to us. Relatively irrelevant. That's an interesting little thing. So okay, cool. So what we're looking for now is the technique, I guess, the technical ID, the technique ID for what they did to exfiltrate the data. And since we're looking for event ID 3, which is a network connection, we now need to find the specific tool, I guess, that they used for exfiltration, because inside of MITRE, there's a bunch of stuff that is available for exfiltration. So if we go to the MITRE attack framework, under the exfiltration category right here, you have exfiltration techniques, and there's a good amount of them. So traffic duplication, over alternative protocols, so unencrypted non-C2 protocol, encrypted non-C2, asymmetric or symmetric, over C2 channels, etc., etc. So there's a few different ways that this could be done. So if we actually just go to the exfiltration technique or tactic, I guess. So let's see, how can we narrow this whole thing down? Okay, so to narrow down, I actually had to expand a little bit. So I did Windows Event ID or Sysmon Event ID 1 or 3, which is either network connection or process creation. And I added a few columns here. So we already have the process name. We did the process command line, username, and winlog computer name. And the computer name is just to make sure that we're actually on the computer that we're supposed to be on. The username, interestingly enough, is a variety of different users under that same computer name. And then it's been sorted by timestamp in, I want to say, descending order, right? From new to old. So from, descending order. So the newer ones are at the top and then the older ones are at the bottom. So there is something that we need to see that would be related to an exporting event, right? So basically that's the whole idea. And right here, actually, I just scrolled over it. So the process name NSLOOKUP, which is a DNS connection type of a process. So let's do, we'll do 1 or 3, and then we'll put that inside of parentheses for the event ID. And so I'll do 1 or 3. I don't know why that just added an extra parentheses, but whatever. And then from here we will do, and the process name is going to be nslookup.exe, and that should narrow it down. We have 18 hits, so nslookup.exe. Michael Ascot seems to be sending something to hazardware. I think that's what it is, hazardware.io. And it's just a variety of different connections to hazardware.io, which seems to be a command and control type of a connection that's going out through NSLOOKUP, which is DNS. So NSLOOKUP is DNS, which is the alternative protocol that we have here. So an exfiltration over an alternative protocol, I believe, would be the specific approach that we have. So don't really know exactly what the alternative protocol falls under. I think DNS actually does fall under an encryption type of an alternative, but I think they want to know specifically the overall category, like the overall technique that it falls under, which is the exfiltration over the alternative protocol. So the ID for this is now on the right hand side. So all of them have their IDs here. So T1048 would be the ID for this guy. So let's try that. Cool. Okay, great. How many more questions? We have 2 more questions left. All right, so we're making some good progress here. Question 13 says, what was the domain of the attacker's server that retrieved the exfiltration data? And I mean, it's literally right here. So hazardware.io So HAZ, the number 4, RD, WA dot dot dot. So boom, do that. Cool, great. And question number 15. The attacker exfiltrated an additional file from the victim's workstation. What is the flag that you receive after reconstructing the file? All right, what I know based on previous exercises is that usually when there is some kind of exfiltration that takes place, especially when they say what is the flag that you receive after you reconstruct the file, it means that we're dealing with some kind of encoded data that we need to decode, essentially. And usually it is base 64 encoding that we need to decode. So that's, as far as I know, that's basically what the kind of information kind of narrows down to. So if we just look at all of the events that are for either event ID 1 or 3, we'll get a bunch of different events right here. And for the process command line, what we're really interested in is just looking for something that has to do with encoding or decoding, or something that has to do with base 64 inside of the command line. That's kind of it as far as what I got. And we can just hone in on the query as well, just to narrow down what potentially might be inside of the process command line. So searching for something that has to do with base 64, for example, that would be something that might be of note. So after scrolling, if I don't see anything that just immediately pops out, I'll probably just start looking for potential command line values that have to do with encoding or decoding or the specific key phrase of base 64, because usually it is what it's kind of like a dead giveaway. So I didn't see anything from these winlog event IDs 1 or 3, so I will do process.command line, and then I want it to have something that has to do with base 64. So this is essentially the query that I'm building. So it's not base 634, it's base 64. So process.command line, anything that has to do with base 64. So let's see if anything even shows up. So it wasn't in the process.command line. I believe it's actually inside of the PowerShell command invocation details that might be interesting for us. So I'm going to, just to give us a little bit of extra room here, I'm gonna get rid of our workstation name, and we're gonna go look at these pieces right here that might have something interesting for us to check out. So we're looking for base 64 as the reference inside of any of these fields. So we have the NS lookup expressions, and let me see if I can look a little bit further here. For whatever reason, it's not looking, or it's not doing the highlighting of the key phrase that you're looking for, which is actually kind of inconvenient, if I may be very bold to say here. So I'm gonna try to see if I can find it manually, I guess. Okay, there it is. So it's actually the PowerShell command value, PowerShell.command.value, that gives us the information that we need as far as finding that 2base64 string element of it. So now that we know that we're converting something definitely to base 64, we actually need to find the data that was converted to base 64 so we can decode it, right? So that's the piece that is of note, the most valuable piece for us. So we need to actually find that base 64 encoded string. So at the top right here, this is what I got, right? So I recognize the double equal signs because the double equal signs usually imply that we're dealing with a base 64 encoded string. And it seems like there is two pieces. I mean, it could definitely be more than two pieces, but we have in this specific one, there is the one with the two equal signs that goes to the hazardware IO, and then there's the other one with the VEH that goes to the hazardware IO, and there is a variety of other pieces of data that also seems to be going to hazardware IO, but for whatever reason, I want to say that this one, because it's also included in the same PowerShell detail value, that we have these pieces right here that might be of note to us. So we have these two pieces that seem to be very closely related to each other. And that's the thing that I'm gonna use my gut feeling and kind of run with that. So if we come over here inside of CyberChef, so I'm inside of CyberChef, I'm going to remove that first quote. I'm going to remove this entire chunk that is that. So we combine those two, and then we'll remove that quote as well. So now we have just with one long string for base 64. We click on the magic button that is right next to the output. So if let me do that one more time just so you can see what I just did, because I did it a little bit quickly. So if I'm going to remove this. If I type anything inside of the input, there's this little magic wand kind of a thing that detects what the input is inside of CyberChef, and it'll be like, I think this is base 64, so I can just add the operation for you, this recipe right here for you. I can add any of these operations to decode that for you. So instead of me dragging and dropping from base 64, I could just click this little CyberChef button, the magic, and then boom, look at that. So we actually have a THM flag that is available to us, and I'm gonna say, ooh, and it's like right on time too. I'm gonna say that that's the last one. Let's see, cross our fingers. There we go. Nice. Okay, cool. So that was it. It was a nice little investigation. It took some good research going through the thing. For the most part, I think, again, just kind of referring back to everything that we've done with the threat hunting videos previously and everything that we've done with any kind of investigation, really, when you are doing these types of investigations, the information stacks on top of each other. Okay, so just keep that in mind. When you start from something, you usually can go ahead and reverse it. Or not reverse it, you can compile it. So it's like the first thing that you get usually leads to the next thing, and then that leads to the next thing, and that leads to the next thing. And if you just follow that kind of line of reasoning, then you'll be able to, for the most part, find any information that you're looking for inside of the investigation, because the hacker took a series of steps, and so you also just kind of trace those steps as you go through your investigation. And then if you do that, you'll end up where we ended up in this particular case. And look, we got a badge and everything, so that's really exciting too. So this was a really cool exercise. I really liked it. We do have another one that's going to come after this one, which is the Hunt Me Part 2, which I think it's going to be a different scenario altogether. I don't think it's going to be like stacked on top of this specific one or continue where this one left off. But yeah, that was it. I hope you actually got some value out of it, and you got to learn and go through those exercises with me. So let me make sure I close these things out. Actually, I will. I'm gonna give you the final notes, and we'll do everything. We'll wrap the video, and then I'll crash all the virtual machines and all that good stuff, because I want to also generate my badge. All right. So if you found this video useful and you would like to get future videos on the SOC level 2 pathway that we're going to be on, and hopefully we're going to wrap it up pretty soon, and everything else that's going to come out on this channel, which includes the AI for cybersecurity, the Pentest Plus videos that are going to be coming out pretty soon. We're going to go through everything kind of once again, just to make sure that all the information is really driven and pointed out, because I'm also learning better and I can add more information to you. So the Pentest Plus stuff is coming out is not for TryHackMe's Pentest Plus. It's the CompTIA Pentest Plus, because I have the Linux Plus that we did. I have Linux Plus that I did. I have Security Plus that I did for you guys. And there's another one. Network Plus. That's a big one. So we did the CompTIA series of like advanced trainings. And then from there, we're also going to go through CompTIA Pentest Plus. And all of that is going to be available. So all of these things are going to come out on the channel, and you want to be notified. I would assume that you want to be notified of all of those videos that are going to come out. So again, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on that notification bell so you do get notified when those videos come out. And of course, drop a comment if you have any questions about what we went through today, because I do realize that some of these things may not necessarily click right away. So if they don't click right away, and if you still have some questions on it, make sure that you drop a comment. I am very responsive in the comment section, and I promise I will respond to you. It may not be immediate, although I try to get to it right away, but I will definitely get to your comments, and hopefully you'll get all of your questions answered. So that is it. Drive a like, a comment, a share, subscribe, turn on the notification bell. all that good stuff that happens. I forgot how to talk for a second. And yeah, if you're serious about your CySec training and want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the Supporter, Agent, Guardian, and Master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The Agent, Guardian, and Master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. I hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comments section. And that is it for today. It's your boy Hank Hackers, and at Hank Hacks Hackers, if you're ever network and system attacker/protector, if no one else loves you, Hank loves you, and I will see you in the next video later. In episode 25 of the SOC Level 2 training series, we're going to be going through the Hunt Me Part 2, and this has to do with the typo squatters, which is a type of threat actor. And essentially, it's just a practical exercise where we have to go through an investigation and answer these series of questions that we have over here. And that's pretty much it. And this is the last video, or the last room, I should say, that has to do with the threat hunting module that's inside of the SOC Level 2 pathway of TryHackMe. So this is essentially the overview of this particular video. We're just going to get a quick little scenario that I'll read through with you in a little bit. And then from there, we're going to go and hunt down these typo squatters. And just for your information, a typo squatter or typo squatting is also known as URL hijacking, and it's a form of cyber squatting where malicious actors register domain names that are similar to legitimate websites but with common typos to trick users to who mistype URLs into visiting fraudulent sites. So essentially, if you can think about like a super basic example would be if the website is google.com and there might be an extra O in there, so it would be GOOGLE.com. That could be one version of it, or it could be GOOG and then the number 1 and then E.com. That could be another version of it. So some version of the domain name that looks really close to the actual domain name, but it's not the domain name, and then so they hijack the URL as the description implies over here. And this is kind of like, it's one of the tactics that is used in social engineering campaigns because from what I understand, it's not necessarily that they are doing URL hijacking in an attempt to poison the URL with some kind of query or some kind of parameter value type of injection. What they're doing is literally they're duplicating the website, and they're changing the domain name so that it looks like it's the actual domain name. And then when you land on the website, you think you're actually on Gmail or you're on Google when you're on their website. And then from there, you know, when you input your username and password to log into your Google account, you're technically giving them your username and password because they're watching everything that's happening on the back end of it. So that's kind of like a really quick general overview, tip of the iceberg type of overview when it comes down to the concept of typo squatting or typo squatters. So that is what we have for the overview of this. We do have a virtual machine that has been assigned to us. We're going to end up using the attack box that is a browser-based Linux machine that is going to be assigned to us, but essentially you can just log in via OpenVPN to the TryHackMe server. You can connect to the TryHackMe servers using OpenVPN and then use your own machine. I do recommend you have a Linux machine that actually has the very basic tools inside of Kali Linux that's used for security analysis or pen testing, so that you can follow along with whatever tactics that I would be using. But apart from that, just using the target machine that they've assigned to us, as well as the attack box that's been assigned to us, so that we can go ahead and complete this investigation. So let's jump into the scenario. One quick word from our sponsor, and then from there we'll jump into the scenario. If you're serious about your CySec training and want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the Supporter, Agent, Guardian, and Master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@hankhackshackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let us jump into the Hunt Me Typo Squatters room. All right, here's the scenario. Just working on a typical day as a software engineer, Perry received an encrypted 7Z archive, which is basically a zip file, from his boss containing a snippet of a source code that must be completed within the day. Realizing that his current workstation does not have an application that can unpack the file, he spins up his browser and starts to search for software that can aid in accessing the file. Without validating the resource, Perry immediately clicks the first search engine result and installs the application, which I guess is 7-zip.org in this case. The event happened on September 26, 2023. One of the security analysts observed something unusual on the workstation owned by Perry based on the generated endpoint and network logs. Given this, the SOC lead has assigned you to conduct an in-depth investigation on the workstation and assess the impact of the potential compromise. So we're going to use the virtual machine that we've launched, which has an Elastic Stack instance attached to it. And we're going to be using the attack box to load the Elastic Stack instance, the ELK instance, on our browser, on Firefox. And this is going to be the username and password as per usual. This is the IP address that's been assigned to my Elastic Stack instance. When you do this, your IP address is going to be different. This IP address is not going to stay up by the time that I'm done with this video. That address is going to crash. So that's basically it. Literally, that's all we get. And then we have the questions that we got to answer at this point. So I am going to load the browser, and from there, I'm going to go into Elastic Stack, our ELK Stack instance, and log in, and we will begin from the very, very first question. So what I like doing is I like going into full screen mode with these things so that we can look at everything in a much larger screen and be able to zoom in and work around the browser a little bit more comfortably. And we'll just go back and forth. I'm just going to open up all of the questions on a different monitor as well, so I have access to them, and we'll just kind of read through each one and narrow down whatever we can. Usually, the way that these things work is that when you go through the investigation piece by piece, each bit of information that you unload, or each bit of information that you uncover, I should say, each bit of information that you uncover will feed into the next part of the investigation. So far we know that obviously it happened on September 26, 2023, and 7-zip seems to be the link that he clicked on, and there's two different versions of it, right? So it's 7-zip with what is it? Let me see if I can zoom in here. We have 7-zip with 2ps.org, and then there's the 7-zip.org, and they seem to be the same exact description, and everything else seems to be exactly the same. Now, if I were to kind of venture a guess, I would say that it's probably this one. That's the typo squatter, because it's 7-zip with 2ps.org, and yeah, I don't know. We'll go from there. We'll see which link actually shows up in our investigation. But so we do know that it has 7-zip. We know that it's on September 26, 2023, and Perry is the user that has done the activity. So those are the few pieces of information that we have. And then now we're going to go and piece by piece, we're going to load each one of these questions, which is the URL of the malicious software that was downloaded by the victim user, etc., etc. And then each one of those ideally will build on top of each other, and they'll feed the next portion of the investigation. So I'm going to copy my IP address over here. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to paste it. We're going to press enter. It will take us directly to our Elastic instance, and username is Elastic, password is Elastic, and we are logged in. So let's do this. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do is obviously we need to go to the Discover portion just to see what's going on, and we need to pull up the date of the incident, which was, September 26, 2023. So if you've never done this before, you will always have an index that's available to you, and the index is sometimes either here or a little bit further up, but essentially that's the index that we're going to be using. And then the next piece that you need to do is you need to adjust the date so that it shows you some events, because by default it always loads the last 15 minutes. So the thing that we need to adjust to is we need to go to the actual September date, and it's going to be September, what is it, 26th. So September 26th, 2023, and we need to scroll up with all the time, start from 00, and then change this portion to absolute again, go to 2023, September 26th, and it's going to be the last hour of the day, which when you scroll down over here, it'll be 23:30. So now you have the entire range to show for September 26th. You click update, and now you have the events. So there are 32,000 events that happened on September 26th. So, I mean, the first thing that we should probably do is just kind of start with our user and just try to figure out what the freaking user is. So let's see, there is a few fields that you can start with to narrow down what the usernames is. It's either win log user or it's like username, something like that. So there's username that's right here. So if I do username, so we can do user.name as the query or as the parameter for the query. And then from there, we can do Perry as kind of the thing. So we'll do user.name and then we'll do Perry like that. And then do an asterisk because I don't know what his last name is or the rest of it is. So it gives me 464 hits immediately. And the name is Perry Parsons. So that's what I got. So we'll now change this to Perry Parsons. And that will still be 464 hits. Okay, that's fine. The workstation, which is known as the host name, that's going to be something else that we need to kind of look at as well. And his host name is workstation 3. It's the agent host name that's available over here. And it may go across a few different host names. So that part is, we'll just leave that to the rest of the investigation, just in case we need to go kind of back and forth a little bit. But username is Perry Parsons. That's what we got. So that kind of gives us a starting point to try to figure out what's going on. Now, the question asks us, so the very first question asks us, what is the URL of the malicious software that was downloaded by the victim user? So key element is if it's a URL, you know that it has HTTP in it. And since we know that it was done by Perry, we can just do Perry Parsons, and then we could do and then we'll do HTTP like that, and then we can do an asterisk. And essentially, it's just going to search for both of these values. So we have nothing as far as HTTP itself is concerned. So what we can do is we can, I want to say it should actually work too. That's the interesting part about it, is that if it doesn't work under Perry Parsons, maybe it's something that can work just by itself. So let's do HTTP just by itself, and that's 17,000 hits. So that's definitely that's definitely too many. So I'm going to do the workstation part of it. So let's do host name, and then we will do a workstation query or workstation type of a filter. And we will do workstation like that, and then we'll do an asterisk for the workstation and see what shows up for all of the workstations that are available with the HTTP portion. And that still gives us 17,000 hits. So that's the part that is like, all right, so I mean, so let's do also, and we'll do user.name should be Perry. So if I do Perry, and then just because I already forgot his last name. So nothing shows up when we actually include Perry in this, which is kind of interesting for me. So let's see what I can find if I do the workstation and the HTTP. Let's see what kind of processes we can find, because we want to see what type of browser is actually being used at the very least, right? So I would like to see what the process names are that are being pulled up here. So we will add that process name. And so we have PowerShell, 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 PowerShell. So let's see if there's anything that we can real quick see that might potentially have a name. And I mean, 17,000 is so many different values to go into that it's almost impossible to try to find something that does not have, ooh, I zoomed out way too much. Um, it's 17,000 is way too many things to try to search through. So I'm going to try to see what other way that I can kind of do this here. Okay, so that's pretty useful. So I did the workstation and I did process name, and inside of these parentheses, I did Firefox or Chrome, and then Firefox asterisk or Chrome asterisk, just because in case it has an executable or it doesn't. And so it shows all of these right here actually have to do with Chrome. So I would say that the process name or the browser that he was using is the Chrome browser. So now we have this right here, which is nice. So we have the process name being Chrome. So I will just change this completely to Chrome exe. And then we want something that has to do with a new file being downloaded, essentially, which is basically file creation when you're looking at log items. So let me do sysmon event ID for file creation, which I've done before. Or so 11. So the event ID would be 11. So the filter that we would need to add here now, in addition to the process name being Chrome, it would be the event ID, right? So we want, I think it's the winlog event ID. I believe that's the actual query. So it would be the winlog event ID of 11. Yeah. So let's zoom in here just so you can see what the full query looks like here. So it'll be winlog.event underscore ID. And then this ends up being 11 because it's file creation. So now we have 2 hits. Excellent. So that's definitely a narrowed down instance here. So now that we have that, we can essentially just kind of look through what the paths would be, and I will just search for path and see what it shows me up. It says file path, so it's definitely not the file path that I want. I don't know what the field name is in this particular case, so I need to kind of browse through these to see if I can find anything that shows me the field name. And oh, you know what I could do? I can go over here and I can do another and I can do HTTP, and hopefully it'll actually highlight this for me. Why doesn't it show anything that has to do with HTTP? That's like annoying. It should show me something that has to do with HTTP. It's like what? It's a URL that we're looking for, so there has to be an HTTP inside of this. So okay, we're gonna manually browse these events. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, so it doesn't show me the actual URL, so I'm going to remove this piece right here. Let's see if the Chrome HTTP portion just by itself works. Okay, that does work. That actually brought one event in our case. And here we go. Host URL is HTTP da 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 da. So that is the answer right there. That would be our URL that was used to download the malicious attachment. Excellent. All right, next one. It says, what is the IP address of the domain that is hosting the malware? So it's basically this domain that we're looking for the IP address in this particular case. So I'm gonna, like a quick little cheat is if it is actually a domain that actually exists in the world, I will go ahead and just do a search for the 7zip with 2 zips.org. And it's a clean domain. That's insane. So if we go over here under details, there's nothing here. Under community, there's nothing here. So 7zip.org, as far as the VirusTotal database is concerned, is a clean website. So that's definitely not going to help us. So what we're looking for in this particular case is going to be the 7zip with 2ps.org, and then I'm going to press enter, and I have 311 hits on this thing. And what I'm looking for is the DNS resolved IP address. So we're looking for an IP address field. So if I go over here, and we will do a resolved, there we go, DNS resolved IP. So let's add that. Let's see if that actually shows anything to us under any of these fields. I do have a few that actually do show up. So it's right there. Come on. There we go. So that would be the IP address in this particular case. That would be resolved for this thing. So we'll copy that. And it doesn't say to defang it, so I'm not going to defang it. Let's press enter. Cool. Yeah, that is the right IP address. Okay, so the next question here what is the PID of the process that executed the malicious software? So the malicious software is this thing right here. So let's copy that and let's go over here and we will just do a search for that. So let's see what shows up when we do the name of this. It says 232 hits. So that's actually way more hits than I anticipated. So I wonder, oh, I think, you know what? It's probably pulling up like the full domain and everything that has to do with it. So if we wrap this inside of quotes, it'll, yeah, there you go. So if you wrap it inside of quotes, it's just going to search for this specifically instead of anything that has to do with that. And it probably pulls up domain names and URLs and things like that. So, okay, so there we go. We actually have only 14 hits that are available for this. So we need to remove a few things here because I'm no longer interested in the resolved IP. What I want is the process PID. So that's the one thing that I want, is going to be the process PID because that's the answer that we're looking for. And then we're also looking for some kind of value that will show us what was launched or what executed it. So that usually ends up being a command line kind of a thing. So it would be PowerShell command, process command line. So let's do process command line, and then we'll do the process parent command line. And then once we look at this, we can see, all right, so there we go. This one actually has this inside of the name, and it says that it's launched it. So downloads, and it says Windows System MSI exec executable, and I believe that would be the PID that's associated with it. So it would be this piece right here, because this is literally the only thing that actually shows inside of the, so let's see what field this is, the process command line. So inside of the process command line, which is the actual process that launched it, right? So the process command line is the MSI exec process that actually launched it, and this would be the value for the PID for that. So let's go and try that over here. Oh, all right, so it would be 2532 like that. Let's try that. Cool. All right, making some progress here. Let's move on to our next question. Following the execution chain of the malicious payload, another remote file was downloaded and executed. What is the full command line value of this suspicious activity? The hint in this particular case is going to be the fact that we're looking for the command line value of this. We're also most likely going to be pulling another link, right? So it says full command line value of this suspicious activity, and it's something that has been downloaded. So another remote file was downloaded and executed. So those are a few different hints that we have in that particular case. So what we can do is we can change our query at the top here to read for, or to search for, the process command line. And from there, we're going to look for basically anything that has to do with HTTP. And if you really wanted to kind of look even more into it, you could do this, right? So you could say, we could put it inside the parentheses where we do HTTP like that, or I can even do and probably, but I could do or, and I could do, what is it, asterisk invoke web request, which is another PowerShell command for downloading something from the internet, or we could even do invoke like that, where we do invoke dash web request like that, which is another, it's like the non-abbreviated version of invoke web request, but usually hackers won't use the full version of this. They'll actually use the abbreviated version just to kind of bypass security. So if we do that, oh my God, we have 17,234 hits. So that's definitely not the best response. So let's see, I'll do this. I'll do this. I'll change this to and in this case, and then we will put quotations around these elements. So I wonder if I do highlight them and put the quotation, yeah, it'll wrap everything in a quotation. So if we press enter on this, it still does 17,221 hits, which is still way too many hits. So let's see what we can find if we just kind of narrow these things down, because it's too many. 17,234 hits, way too many. But I am trying to see what potentially might be a good way to download, or to find potential downloads for this. So I'm going to mess around with a few queries and see which one gives me the best responses. Oh, I see. I mean, so I didn't add anything else as far as the query is concerned. I just clicked this little arrow button to go from what is it, descending to ascending. So it has like the oldest events first, and then it just gets older as you go down. So the most recent events would be at the very, very bottom. So if we actually go up here to see what is available, is that we can see the PowerShell invoke web request, and this is the very first command that's ran, that is still from the 7-zip website, and it kind of fits the overall format of the answer that we're looking for anyways. So this potentially could be the answer. It is the command line, and it is invoking a web request. We can see that IWR right here. Obviously, they're actually pulling something from a website, so we can see that right there. So let's see if that actually ends up being the answer. I feel like that is. Yeah, okay, great. That is actually the answer. And it says following the execution chain of the malicious payload, right? So you're kind of looking for the series of the effect, the time, excuse me. So you're looking for the timeline of all of these commands that have been ran, and from the initial download, there would be, you're still looking towards the very beginning where these commands were running to launch the next series of commands, to set up the next series of commands that this person or this group or whoever it was actually ran these things. So now we're looking at the next question here. The newly downloaded script also installed the legitimate version of the application. What is the full file path of the legitimate installer? So the legitimate version of the application, what is indeed the actual application? I think they're referring to the 7-zip installer, or the 7-zip program, right? So that would be the thing, that would be the legitimate version of it. So I would assume that that's it, because we're downloading it from 7zip.org. So the newly downloaded script also installed the legitimate version, and so this would be the actual newly downloaded script. That's the 7z.ps1. .ps1 always implies that this is a PowerShell script that's being downloaded. So we gotta first start with searching for the 7z.ps1, which is that script itself, and then from there we're going to try to find some kind of an invoke web request, another thing that would essentially just download another file, like the legitimate version of the file. So just to search for 7z.ps1 gives us 28 hits. We are looking for the name of the official process, like the legitimate process that was downloaded. So if we also add the process name, oh, there was something literally that right there. Come on, stop passing it. There we go, right there. So we can see that the command that was previously the regular process command line is now under the parent process command line. So literally almost, actually I think identically the same exact command that was previously run as the process. Now it's the parent process, and the download itself for the process command line is the Windows temp 7zlegit.exe, and then we have 7zlegit.exe being the process name itself. So I mean, it says legit in the name. So again, that's like another one of these kind of like gimmies. They usually try to name the file. Oh, I need actually this full thing. They usually try to name the file with some kind of like naming that is like, oh, this is probably what they're talking about. So it'll be like malicious something or hacker or something, but in this case it says legit something, and there you go, that's the actual answer. So cool. So now we on to the next question. What is the name of the service that was installed? So it's probably on here somewhere. I'm sure there we go. It's actually right on the screen. And again, by the naming, right? The way that they named it, it's like, okay, there we go. So 7z service would be the name. And then you can, again, just kind of look at the parent process command line. That's the dead giveaways, that by looking for the parent process command line, it'll show you what the actual commands were that were run. So we can actually even do this where we add this as a filter. And so once you click on that plus button, it adds a filter over here where it says process parent command line is PowerShell executable, da 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 da, and I'll fill that in for us, and it will show us only the events that have to do with that parent process command line. And then obviously we see that the legitimate executable has been downloaded, and then we see inside of the process command line executions that there are two references to a service. That number one, this was created, then it was started, which is this 7z service. So that would be that answer. There we go. That is the right answer. All right, cool. Next one. The attacker was able to establish a C2 connection. So now we're looking for the syslog event ID of 3, most likely because it has a network connection. After starting the implanted service, what is the username of the account that executed the service? So we're going to be looking for the implanted service after starting the implanted service, which is that 7z service, or 7z service was the name. And then we're going to look for the C2 connection or some kind of a connection that's been established. So that would be my my approach to try to find this, and then the answer would be the username of the account that has executed that service. So let's see what we can narrow this whole thing down to. I'm going to remove this filter real quick. Oh, you know what? Actually, I think we should keep that filter. So I'm gonna add the filter one more time because I want to see all those things, because it's asking for the thing that started the service, right? So it says that the attacker was able to establish a connection after starting the implanted service. What is the username of the account that executed the service? The account that started the service. So it would be this thing, this piece right here where it says start service, and then this would be essentially the overall command that ran it. So we want the username of the account. So it would be the username that executed this piece, which would be the parent username. I don't know exactly what I would be looking for, but it should be in here somewhere. So let's go look at the message location. So there is one specific field. There we go. We have the specific field of message. And so if we zoom in on this, we should be able to see something that has to do with the user. Now, parent process ID, parent process image, parent process user would be NT authority system. The system is the one that started it. So I'm going to copy. I mean, you could always type system too, but let's see if that's actually the answer. I feel like that is the answer because it's like a perfect fit. Cool. All right. So it is the system. So we actually didn't even need to do anything. We didn't need to go further. We just were looking for the thing that says started the implanted service. What's the username of the account that executed the service, meaning it started that service. And then inside of the command line, it actually says start. So this is the piece that gives it that giveaway. So there was one that created the service. There was another one that started the service. So that was the one that we looked at. All right, cool. Next one. After dumping the LSAS data, this is a big hint right here. So we're looking for LSAS data dumped. The attacker attempted to parse the data to harvest the credentials. What is the name of the tool used by the attacker in this activity? So this is after dumping the LSAS data. So we're looking for something that they used to parse the data, which would be something that was used for the LSAS file to parse the LSAS file. So I'm going to remove this filter officially now, and then we're going to go over here and we're searching for something that was used to parse it. So LSAS would definitely be it. So I'll actually even do this. I'll do asterisk LSAS and then asterisk. So let's see. You can. I think there's also the extension which is like LSAS.dmp. I want to say is like DMP would be the dump file, right? So I will venture a guess, but I think we can even let's verify it. Why not? I'm going to show you how I find these things. So what is the file extension of a dump file? So if we do that, yeah, it's a DMP or MDMP. So there we go. So that's how I find answers. Okay. So we'll do LSAS.dmp for a dump file. And let's see what shows up here. We literally have one hit. That's awesome. Excellent. All right. I need to get rid of these fields of interest though, so we can go ahead and find some other information that may be interesting to us. So the command actually is over here. So there's this like large data piece that is under message. The whole thing is actually inside of the message element, and we're looking for the tool that was used to parse a, there we go, parse a memory dump, and this will be invoke power extract, which is a commandlet from PowerShell. And I mean, dude, literally it says parse a memory dump, so that is inside of the message. So no, it's not parse, it would be invoke, what was it? Invoke power extract. There we go. Cool. All right. Nice. All right. So let's see. What is the credential pair that the attacker leveraged after the credential dumping activity? Format would be the username and the hash. So we've actually done this a few times, and we've used it in pen testing as well. If you don't know what the tool name is, it's the most popular tool for credential dumping, and it's called Mimikatz. So I will just do MIMIKATZ like that, and I'll do an asterisk after it. And then let's see how many different events show up. So we have 139 hits for Mimikatz, and we're looking for something that would have to do with the credential dumping, or like stealing data and actually running Mimikatz, which is it has to do with like it's the command type itself, because a lot of these things actually have to do with GitHub, etc., etc. So what I will do is I'm going to try to remove, or I'm going to try to hone in on these events that don't have to do with the actual GitHub link or anything like this. I want to see if there's any way that I can just find the commands that were ran using Mimikatz directly. So we actually do have some executions that have Mimikatz as the process. So I will do mimikatz.exe under the process name. So that way it will show me the stuff that's been ran with Mimikatz instead of, yeah, there you go. And there's only 8 of them. So there we go. That's much better. And so now we're trying to find the commands themselves, because inside of the commands will show whether or not they were successful by running Mimikatz and trying to download user credentials, essentially. So we're going to do the process command line, and then we will do the parent process command line as well. And what we're looking for is essentially what would look like a username and password combination, or a username and a password hash, because it wouldn't be the password. And it's literally right on the screen. There's multiple instances of it. So we have the James Cromwell would be the user, domain is Swift Spend Financial, and then we have this NTLM, which NTLM is a hash. It's a hash algorithm. It's a hashing algorithm for Windows machines. So James Cromwell with 2 L's. So it would be james.cromwell with 2 L's, and then we will just paste the hash. There we go. That is the answer. So when you think about credential dumping or using any specific tool to dump credentials or anything like that, you're always, or for the most part, in most situations, you're going to be talking about Mimikatz and using Mimikatz to dump a credential pair. And there are certain commands that go along with Mimikatz when you have launched Mimikatz inside of the command line. And it's like the privilege debug, or secure LSA, or secure LSA, something like that. I think it's secure LSA is how you pronounce it. But there's a series of commands there's like a couple of videos that I did using Mimikatz that actually demonstrate what it's like to use Mimikatz to dump credentials and things like that. So you can go inside of the Pentest Plus or Junior Pentester playlist to be able to find those videos. But for the most part, as long as you can remember that Mimikatz is the tool that is associated with credential dumping, you'll be good. You'll be able to kind of investigate and narrow down the activity that had to do with that credential dump. So let's move on. After gaining access to the new account, the attacker attempted to reset the credentials of another user. What is the new password set to this target account? So we're looking for a password reset. So let's see if we can actually find the Sysmon event ID for that. So it says the Sysmon event ID associated with an attempt to reset an account password is 4724. So let's see if that actually does anything for us here. So we're looking for the winlog.event_ID, and it was, what is it, 4724. So let's see if anything shows up for 4724, and it doesn't. Of course it doesn't. Okay, so what we're going to do, let me see. There should be some kind of an event that's associated with it, because there's also anything that was done with, or after that whole thing that was done with James Cromwell, because this guy right here. So it would be something that had to do with the James, or after that event, right? So it says after gaining access to the new account, which is the James Cromwell account, the attacker attempted to reset the credentials of another user. So it would be assuming that they've already accessed the James Cromwell account. So let's see if we can, what would happen if we searched for James Cromwell. So I got 301 hits on James Cromwell just by himself. So let's see if we added the password phrase into that, what that would turn into. And now I have 6 hits that is associated with that piece. So let's see, we're looking for something that has to do with a password reset or something like that, and none of it is actually being highlighted for us over here. So we would have to kind of dig into this, or at the very least change the command line views, or the you know, the interested fields portion for us to be able to see what we can find. So we have the inside of the, what is this, inside of the PowerShell command invocation details value is what we can see, password equals logon domain, and we have this password element right here, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to see if I can do this where I add the PowerShell command invocation details value. Oh no, oh my god, it added a million different filters, so that was counterproductive, and now I have to remove this. I can click back actually twice, there we go, and it'll remove everything for me. So that's great. So I'm looking for the PowerShell command invocation details value. That's the piece that I'm looking for. So I'll add that. It's going to be right here. I will add that as one of the fields that I have over here. So let's see what is displayed to us once we do that. And now we actually have some interesting information on the right hand side here. And now we need to see, what's the question again? It says, what is the new password set for the target account? Okay, so none of these actually worked. None of these values is of interest to us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to search for the command that is typically ran to change somebody's password. And I want to say it has to do with the net users string. There's like some kind of a command that is ran to change somebody's password. So let's let me look for that real quick. And there it is. So it is actually the net user, and then you would do, this is basically a net user username and a new password. That's kind of the pattern that we're looking for. So let's see if we can kind of narrow down everything that we've done over here to search for something like that. So I'll do net user like that, and I'll just search for net user just by itself. And that, I mean, that by itself brings 22,873. That's a lot. So let's see if I can change it to, and we'll do james.cromwell. Let's see if that also shows up, or if it brings anything up for us here. And that narrows it down to 64 hits, which is not bad. Okay, so we're making a little bit of progress here. So I am now interested in something that has to do with the net user phrase, or something that has to do with the username change. So out of these 64 hits, I need to find something that will show me net user. So let me see what I can find. All right, cool. So I changed it from net user to net users, and then I changed the process name to show me net.exe, which is actually the process that would be used in this case to launch anything like that. So now we have some interesting information available to us, specifically under the process command line element. And if we go over here, we can see that Anna Jones actually has a new password that's been assigned to her, and this is I believe this should be the full password right there. So we will go ahead and highlight that, and we'll go over here paste that, enter, boom, there it goes. So we are just a few questions away from wrapping this whole thing up. What is the name of the workstation where the new account was used? So we are now looking for Anna Jones as our new account. So let's do Anna.Jones, which I'm pretty sure is going to bring up a few different hits at the very least. Yeah, 10,000 hits on Anna Jones. Okay. I need to see. So it says the workstation where the new account was used. What's the name of the workstation where the new account was used? So what we can do is a new event ID here that would be useful. So winlog.event ID1, which is basically the event ID for a new process that is started or a new process that's created. So now we have 139 hits. So that's always useful as well. And we want the name of the workstation. So I will go ahead and type in host in our field names, and we want the host name. So we'll add that over here. I'll remove the PowerShell portion. So host name, I have the workstation 3 Swift Financial, and for the it's either workstation 2 or workstation 3. I want to say that it is actually workstation 3 though. So let's see if it's either workstation 2 or 3. It's basically one of those two. So let me highlight this whole thing and let me see if it's 2. If not 2, it would be 3. Let's go over here. Oh, there you go. So it's either 2 or 3. Oh, 2. 2 is the one. Look at that. Easy money. Cool. So workstation 2 would be that. And we can even make it a little bit easier to find these things. So if I actually go ahead and remove this parent process command line element, and so I can actually see all the host names and stuff, and then for the host name, or instead of the host name, in addition to the host name, I should say, we'll do user.name, and we'll add the username so we can see what's going on over there. And then we'll see that we have the system as the username, and then we can see that we actually have the Anna Jones user as the user that was logged in. So all of those things are done under workstation 2, and then the stuff that was done by the system to change their password and things like that was on workstation 3. So Anna officially was logged into workstation 2. After gaining access to the new workstation, a new set of credentials was discovered. What is the username, including the domain and the password of this new account? So we are now going to hone in on Anna Jones as the user, and we're going to hone in on workstation 2 being the host name. So host name is workstation 2. So let me actually go and copy that whole thing because I want the full value for workstation 2. And then Anna Jones is going to be the username. And then we're going to narrow in on those two elements. And then we're going to try to find something that has to do with an actual username. So we will do the host.name is going to be that whole thing. And the user.name is going to be Anna.Jones. So let's see how many events we get. 5,297 events. And we will see if we can find anything that has to do with username inside of all of these commands that are being run, or not even that. So actually, you know what? I think it would be probably inside of like the process command line or something like that. But right on the page. Look at that. So username, SSF, IT admin, password is whatever this thing is, secure password, and then we want the domain in this particular case, right? So it says including the domain. So what is does it give us a format? No, it doesn't. So it'd be the username and the domain. I think the username is actually IT admin, or excuse me, SSF would be the domain. The username would be IT admin, and then we have the password being this whole piece right here. That was not that hard of a search right there. So let's do SSF IT admin, and then we will paste the password. Boom, look at that. That's crazy. Okay, great. 3 more to go. Aside from Mimikatz, what is the name of the PowerShell script used to dump the hash of the domain admin? So we're looking for administrator, and we're looking for domain admin, we're looking for administrator / domain admin, and we're looking for anything that does not have to do with the Mimikatz. So I will do and then we'll do not, and then we'll do Mimikatz, and let's see what that brings up. Okay, so that, I mean, that made it even worse. So there's 5,200 something results that have been populated, so that does not seem to help. So let me see. I know that we're looking for a PowerShell script. So we are technically going to be looking for something that has to do with the process of PowerShell. So this is just to make sure that the query doesn't become super long. So I'm going to do process.name, and then I'm going to change my process to PowerShell. So I only want to see everything that has to do with PowerShell because it is being ran on PowerShell. I don't know. There we go. We got that. So we will now do PowerShell.exe as our process. So we're going to save that. So let's see if that actually does anything. Excellent. So now it has narrowed it down to 428 hits, which is very, very good compared to 5,000 something. And then the question again is saying, aside from Mimikatz, what's the name of the PowerShell script used to dump the hash of the domain admin? So I will remove this, and then we'll see if we can do anything that has to do with the name, I guess, administrator or something along those lines, because that's kind of, it's a little bit tough. I am looking for a PowerShell script. I know that, so I could technically look for anything that has to do with the .ps1 extension inside of it, because that implies that it would be a PowerShell script. So let's see. There we go. That's narrowed down a lot. So now we have everything that's run on PowerShell. It's obviously on workstation 2. It's obviously Anna Jones. And we're looking for something that has to do with a PowerShell script, which is extension .ps1. And that has narrowed everything down to 20 hits for us. And so we have Sharp Cats, and then we have Sharp Hound, and Sharp Cats. It kind of sounds like Mimikatz. So Sharp Cats, Mimikatz. So let's see, right? So let's see, what is Sharp Cats? This is the way that you can kind of look for things, right? So porting of Mimikatz secure LSA, it's already in the name. So apart from Mimikatz, Sharp Cats would be the thing. So I am curious what Sharp Hound also is. So what is Sharp Hound? It's a data collection tool used in conjunction with Bloodhound. Okay, so definitely the answer would be Sharp Cats in this case. So now it says, what is the name of the PowerShell script used to dump the hash? And that would be the invoke Sharp Cats script. And we're going to take that, and we're going to go over here, paste that, press enter, boom, boom, shakalaka. Okay, cool. What is the AES 256 hash of the domain admin based on the credential dumping output? So we got to find out who the domain admin is, and then I guess the hash of the domain admin. So what do we got? Damien Hall, maybe? That's probably it, right? So Damien Hall would be the domain admin, I'm assuming. So we can search for everything that has to do with Damien Hall, and then looking for everything that has to do with invoking of Sharp Cats. So let's see. So inside of, let me see, I can kind of narrow this down a little bit more now. We're going to look for the command invoke Sharp Cats, like that, inside of the asterisks, and then we will also do inside of the message, because that's where it would be located, we will put the name of Damien Hall inside of the message. Okay, so nothing, or maybe did I misspell this? Yeah, I did misspell it. So it says Sharp Cats, so I need to remove that K right there. So let's see what we got here. Now we got 10 hits. Okay, 10 hits. And now I need to find the freaking hash value of this guy. So I know that I need to look for the PowerShell command values, because that's the stuff that like hosts all of these things. We can get rid of the usernames and things like that. We will go to find the PowerShell command. What was it? Power. Oh, it's not even in here. Okay, so why don't we do this then? If it's PowerShell doesn't show up, I can definitely add message. Then that'll bring this whole thing up. And then inside of this, we're also looking for anything that has to do with that AES 256 kind of value. So there would be some, that's impossible. It is impossible for it to not have that, because it actually would show that inside of these things. So I mean, I guess I have to literally just look at each one of these things, but it's in here somewhere. I know for a fact that it's in here somewhere. So there are only 10 events, so I have no problem searching through these 10 events to see what it is that the value is. So let me go ahead and search for them, and I will find the AES 256 hash value. There's SHA-256. So SHA-256 is right there. So let's see if we can find the hash of AES-256 in here. Okay, I found out why this one wasn't showing anything. It was because I had that filter of PowerShell still as my executable, as my process. So once I removed the filter of PowerShell and I then added AES-256 in here, we now have two results that show up. And it looks like one of them probably has more data that we can pull from. So let me see if I can go ahead now inside of these events and find something that might be of note. We do have a PowerShell command invocation value portion, and inside of this there should be something that looks like AES. Look at that, AES 256 HMAC. I don't know if that's it though, so let me see if there's any other reference, but I think that is it. Like that seems to be pretty much very, very close to this. So AES 256 HMAC, AES 128 HMAC. So yeah, this is it, AES 256 HMAC. So it goes all the way from here and it will come all the way down here. So I will copy that value, and fingers crossed. Oh, machine is expiring. We also don't want the machine to expire. That's another big deal. So let's just add another hour just in case. We have 12 minutes. I feel like I can find the final answer in 12 minutes. Ooh, kind of close. Okay, here we go. The final question says, after gaining domain admin access, the attacker popped ransomware on all workstations. How many files were encrypted on all of the workstations? And earlier when we searched for this domain right here, or when we tried to find this domain right here, there was something that showed up that kind of seemed interesting. It showed of note. I forget the name of it. But there was definitely something that was there. So if we search for that one more time and try to see, what do you mean, bro? How is there no results for this? I know for a fact that there's results for this. That's insane that it says there's no results. I literally found a bunch of stuff inside of that. So it's like, how are you not showing any kind of results for that? That's kind of insane when you think about it. But there's definitely something. I know for a fact that there's something that exists. So we have the 7zip .org, which again is insane that it doesn't show me any of that stuff. So maybe I need to do, I'll do this. So I'll do process.command line, and then inside of that we will do the asterisk 7zip.org element, and then let's search for that. And it says error and or that's, oh, you know what? Maybe it's because I have the HTTP // and one of those things is like a it needs to be an escape character because we're looking for something of note. That's insane again that this is not even finding the piece that we want to find. What did I do that I found it at the very beginning? I literally just searched for the freaking HTTP is what I searched for, like invoking some kind of a web request and then downloading from the HTTP. That's literally the only thing that I did at the very beginning. But for whatever reason, now the freaking thing wants to give us a hard time. So annoying. But it's basically pulling from this website. So this 7zip.org website, there was something other than this 7s, 7s1, and then that other zip file that was also downloaded. There was something else that was inside of that was actually of note. And it was something that was another executable that was downloaded. And I would like to try to track that back down. So I need to go, I'm going to retry basically what I did at the very beginning to try to find that initial answer, that very, very first executable that we found, which it just seems so silly that I'm not able to find it again. It's like, how is that even possible? So we'll do the process name was Chrome exe. I remember that. And we can also do HTTP as the name or as like one of the search parameters. And then so we have this now over here. Excellent. So process command line is over here. And so let's see what, if I delete this as my filter, I should be able to just see everything that is over here. And so Chrome executable, we do have the 7zip.org at ms1, all of that. So 7zip.org ms1, and I will remove the HTTP and we'll just look process name dot Chrome exe. We have 465 hits. The name of the workstation, I think that was maybe another thing that we did. So and host name would be the workstation element. Let's see. I need to narrow this thing down and see what I can find. Okay. Basically, I did 7zip.org as the query just by itself with no asterisk or anything, and then under the filter, I added a filter for process name PowerShell being the execution or the executable, and then we have this is the thing that actually stood out, was this 777 bomb exe, which was downloaded and it was saved as the bomb.exe executable. And that I mean, that sounds like it would be the only other piece to this puzzle that we haven't kind of used or investigated for. And it also sounds like something that would be pretty damn malicious when it comes down to ransomware or doing something that would destroy somebody's computer. So what we are going to do is we're going to search for that bomb exe, and then when something gets encrypted, I want to say it's actually the Windows WinLog event ID 11, which is the sysmon event ID. So let's actually search for that. It is event ID 11. So it's for file create, but it's basically the same event ID that is also for file encryption. So when something gets encrypted, that would be the event ID that's associated with it. So we'll go ahead and search for bomb.exe, and we're going to search for the winlog.event ID 11. And I need to remove this one filter over here, which is our PowerShell portion. So we have 48 hits that have to do with the bomb.exe executable being launched and in winlog event ID 11. So 48, but there's several that are not bomb exe entirely, because the WMSM prov host is the executable for this. So I only want the stuff that has to do with bomb exe. So if we just scroll to try to see what is I think there's actually only two. Yeah, there's only two executables that are non-bomb. So if we have 48 and then we subtract those two that are non-bomb, that would give us 46. Is that it? I feel like that should be it. Okay, cool. That is indeed it. Very good. Nice. Okay, so that was it. That was the last room, or I guess this would be the last video for the threat hunters portion of the SOC level 2 pathway, which is kind of exciting. We actually got a chance to finish this up, and we're going to be moving on to threat emulation, which is going to be the next big piece inside of the SOC level 2 pathway. And this was a pretty interesting investigation. As I mentioned in all of the previous videos as well, it kind of just stacks on top of each other. Like everything that you learn throughout your investigation helps you find the next piece, and then the next piece, and then the next piece, and then you just kind of use that information to find the next one and the next one. And usually when if you pay attention to what the question is asking, you'll be able to find the direction that they want you to go to try to find a specific piece of information. So if you're looking for, after dumping LSAS data, that means they've already completed the dump, and now they're trying to parse the data to harvest the credentials. So now you're looking for an LSAS dump file. So it's like when you know what to look for, the investigation it guides you along. Just by knowing what to look for and paying attention to the clues that you've already uncovered and what has happened and so on and so forth. And usually there's a pattern, there's a theme with certain types of activities, which is why we're doing these kinds of things, because you want to find these themes. And when you go through the MITRE attack matrix and you go through the MITRE attack framework, you'll see that there's essentially a certain number of routes that somebody can take, or a certain number of routes that they do take. So when we think about, okay, dump files, how to create a credential dump file, what's the first name that pops to mind? It's Mimikatz. Okay, what's another one other than Mimikatz that would jump to mind? And that was Sharpcats. So you start learning about these tools and what their purpose is. And so when you're thinking about, okay, they did a credential dump, most likely you'll be like, all right, it's either Mimikatz or Sharpcats, or you'll go to Google and you'll be like, all right, what are the various tools that can be used to create credential dumps? I'm going through and so you start using open source intelligence. That's what OSINT is for. That's why I refer to Google regularly. What's the event ID for this? What is this event ID? What does this do? What does this do? And you start going to these things and you find the information through open source intelligence, which is a really, really big tool. And usually OSINT is used in the context of penetration testing and trying to find reconnaissance on your target, but you can also use OSINT for doing a blue team investigation or digital forensics investigation, because intelligence is intelligence. It doesn't matter what you're using it for specifically. So I hope that this whole path that we went through provided this nice kind of guideline for you, a template for you to be able to run your digital investigations and digital forensics, and how to track down information. And I'm going to combine all of the exercises that we did into one large file, one large upload, just so you have that as a reference, so you don't have to hunt around for these various videos, because I think that also serves useful when you see these various exercises ran multiple times and you see that there's a pattern. And if you watch the last video on thread hunting, the Hunt Me video and the thread hunting videos, there's a pattern to all of these things that we're doing, and eventually you'll catch the pattern. Eventually it'll register for you and you'll know what route to take. So I'm beating a dead horse at this point, but that was it. That's everything that we did for our Hunt Me Typo Squatters room inside of TryHackMe's thread hunting module. If you liked this video and you would like to get more videos like this one, I do encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on that notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel, whether it has to do with SOC level 2 as we go ahead and finish the path, and as we move into pen testing, and as we move into AI for cybersecurity. I would think that you would want to get notified of all of those videos that come out. So if you do want to get notified of all of those videos, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified when those videos come out. And of course, if you have any comments or any questions or anything like that, especially as we go through some of these more complex videos, please make sure that you drop a comment in the comment section. I am responsive in the comment section and I hit up everybody as long as the comment doesn't get past me. Sometimes they do, but then I go through the comments again, and whatever I find, I may reply a couple of days later. Sometimes it was like a week or something, but I will reply. And so that is the thing that I am, as the channel continues to grow, it gets a little bit tougher because a lot of comments do come in, and sometimes I miss the comment, but it's not on purpose. It's just that a lot of comments come in and I want to make sure that I respond to everybody. So I am responsive in the comment section. If you have any questions, drop your questions in the comment section. If you just want to say hi or whatever, drop it in the comment section. And of course, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on that notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel on any of these paths that might be interesting to you. If you're serious about your CySec training and want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. I hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. And that is it for today. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers. If you're a network and system attacker/protector, if no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease, and I will see you in the next video later.